An extra good morning to all of those who also tuned in to the very end of yesterday's broadcast, because it was only a couple of hours ago. Yesterday was the longest broadcast day we've ever had at the International, and it is no surprise that all series went all 3 games. We got so much Dota coming your way, and we started the day with 8 teams. Now we are down to 6. So a lot has happened yesterday, and I do not blame you if you missed some of those moments coming your way yesterday, because there was so much happening. But we got you covered. Before we dive into what's going to happen today, let's first take a look at the recap of yesterday.
Nullifiers don't have the damage, and now he's in trouble too, and he's gonna go down. The chase is there. GPK is gone. Niero also in trouble. Stomped. Iron Wing sensing fear in their opponents, trying to close this one out. Triple kill onto the tier 4 towers. GG is called. GPK there. Immediately jumps in trouble. He didn't BKB at all. He's out. The right clicks are gone. There is nothing left there, but can they do enough with just BZM? He's hit very hard. Kiritin just dropping low. BZM trying to kill him, but there's just too much heal. Without the Doom, you're doomed. BZM is gone. No buyback. And with 3 dead, Boom Boys have put themselves in position to push this to a game number 3. Triple kill GPK. Give him another one.
Kataomi way back on the Wyvern.
33 broken. Stunned. 33 in trouble. 33 dead. And now Kiritin jumps onto the TK. There is no buyback on 33. No buyback on TK. Why did he go in right there? Oh, no. Oh, the crumble. The crumble. He relocated nowhere. What is happening? They're dying. He's trying to get out of there. The save for the moment. The tombstone. But he's into the fountain. That doesn't mean you're safe, sir. They're chasing in. They're going to the fountain. Yes, they do. They take him down. Boom Boys say enough. We are done with this main stage game. We're going to end this now. GG is called. Boom Boys knock out Iron Wing.
Looking for the hook stomp, only finding one in the form of Tusk. Laguna Blade to the Underlord as there goes Sven pounding away, but Ace going to get saved by the Snowball. He's going to go through the Fiend's Gate now, but they find the connection on the Mickey. This would be a much bigger kill. Pops the Satanic, but it's not going to be enough. Looks like he'll get chomped down by the Sven, but Nisha, look at the magnetized damage as Ace comes through with the Firestorm as well, and again, 2 cores dead for Falcons. As Crick gets one inside his cogs, they're just going to blow him up easily. Malrine infested still, looking for an opening. Out comes Skeeter, not doing that much damage. All of it's mitigated as Mickey gets the Chronosphere now. Do they have the damage on top of it? Mickey focusing on the Sand King. BKB was still there, gets the Burrow Summer, still falls in the end. Skeeter trying to kill off Niche, but again, the high ground potential going the favor of Lina again, as Amar with the BKB attempting to TP is successful. The triple kill for Nisha. They kill 4 on the Falcon side. They have still that second life on the Faceless Void. Another bushwhack for the road as Mar takes a tumble, and there's the Chrono onto 2. They get the kill onto Mallory. No buyback to come now. The bash, but again, Nisha has the Eon Disc. They're just going to call it GG. Falcons have been eliminated from TI. Liquid, move on.
Oh man, Rosa trying to get to the other side. Do they have to disable this?
I don't know if they do.
Oh, it's going to be really weird. He's rushing out of the way. They're going to buy back.
It's a disaster.
This is an opportunity. opportunity if they can take it out. Roshan just throwing hero after hero. The thunder being used by Yatoro. Meanwhile, Roshan,
Oh my God.
he just keeps on rampaging through these heroes. Roche trying to get away from Satanic. Yatoro's back to base. Vision will take the Roche. No hookshot land onto no one. Here comes that Phantom Lancer after Satanic. Satanic not able to do much about it at all. The Terrorize trying to push these heroes back, but here comes Yatoro to finish him off. Put him inside the tombstone. Nah, can't get it. It's going to be
over.
Why
They call it.
it's called.
What?
Satanic was out of here. They say there's no chance, no shot.
Sneaking in with the Moonlight Shadow.
What an
They got
angle.
vision on him. Oh, what a congregation! At the same time, they jump on the Lion. It's a masterpiece of initiation
Yatoro.
from Vision. Now Yatoro, a must-win fight.
He's not winning
He
this.
kills Satanic.
He's not
the
winning
battle of the carries, trying once again, but he pulls back in, but it's not gonna work. It is just Satanic now. Collapse is holding this, try and get him with the pin. They're gonna drop the meteor.
Big
on
meteor.
Satanic, but they can't handle him. This carry is too much.
There's another one.
First, he can't kill. Notice another meteor gonna be dropped on him. Sunstrike. There's the Wind Waker. They get the save.
New call is
Satanic
gone.
still alive. A tornado Laurel on the run, but they are done.
It's over.
Satanic is taking it.
Now they're hiding out to the side. Junior's going to found them. They're catching with a hook shot. Jump forward in for Lauren. I'm thinking the Hex follow-up. Wind Waker's going to be there to provide some safety here for Junior Junior. Malady's in trouble. He's taken down by the side. Junior Junior puts the BKB DM in with the Fiendscape. Forcing the BKBs out from Nick McGalaxy. Divine, he's in trouble. The Illusion sort of beating him down in the magnetize, killing him off likely, but the heals come in. The Taylor as well. They're trying to save Divine. They take him out to the side. GHM to keep that guy alive. And they'll get the jump in. He gets it. Call off. Divine will be able to keep this fight alive. Samel gets the ultra kill. And effectively the team wipe everybody dead. DM trying to hold Lauren away. Lauren's going to get the kickback here. He's actually now to get DM into the Fountain. DM taking heavy damage here from the Fountain. He'll get one more call off. He is actually able to walk it off of how much HP he has. Respect here again, though. Watson's backing away. A little afraid there with Divide coming back in.
Swapping his items
Junior Junior's got the control. The arrow comes in. GH trying to keep everyone alive to his best ability, but he cannot save Divide. Divide still has the luxury of buyback, uses it straight away.
Ornoff has no magnet.
Omar falling low at Watson with the raise, takes him out. He's also got the buyback available, Omar, but Divide is in trouble. The Grave comes out with the dunks there. That's Divide out for good. The Ancient fortified only for moments. As soon as it comes to an end, though, Yandex are going to be ready to finish this up and move forward to the upper bracket final.
It's so many cool moments, so many awesome plays, and you just feel that with every step on the main stage, competition intensifies, and we're going to talk a lot more about that. Not alone, of course. I'm here joined by my wonderful panel. I'm joined by Tigov, Winter, and Rhea. Rhea, yesterday we saw so many emotions inside the game, outside the game. It was awesome.
I honestly teared up. I had to compose myself before we came back online. When Kiritich was on the stage talking about just like how happy he was to be at TI, how it meant so much to him, like the pure joy. The fact that, like, you know, it was so overwhelming that he found it hard to, like, even express in words. Like, obviously trying to put that into English, too. It's like, but you can tell on his face how much he loved the game. Dude, I was already a massive fan of him, but that's like a fan for life.
That's how you get fans like that, Tigov. You have to show those emotions, and you can't hide them on this main stage. It's just not possible.
I mean, simple answer, it is just TI. It's what it does to the players. It's always going to be the same feeling every single time we get to this event in the year. And I mean, honestly, I'm just trying to regain some energy because from watching all the games yesterday, like still watching the games in the hotel room, like, come on, Nick, were you going to do it? Oh, no. And then it's like, now suddenly we're here and watching the highlight package. I somehow felt exhausted just rewatching the highlights, remembering how long yesterday was. But no, yesterday was a great day of Dota. Today, of course, it can only get better. Every single team is trying their absolute best. It is also a TI that it feels like every team has the chance to maybe contend. Of course, Vision are incredibly strong, but I feel like unlike other TIs where you look at one team, maybe two, like, it's probably those two teams. Like right now, it's like you can feel the energy across the entire field.
Yeah, Winter, maybe Vision is the raid boss, but we heard so many players say it that any of the 8 teams that we still had yesterday had a shot.
Yeah, but Vision, I think definitely they're going to be like the very, very strong favorites. Like based on all the games, even in the games they lost yesterday, they were supposed to win. And based on like the meta, I think they are the team everybody is trying to look at their replays. They're trying to learn what are they doing that we are not doing, and what are they doing that's so good that they're winning their game so easily.
Yeah, they are looking near unstoppable. They did, of course, drop that game. We'll see if they can bleed some more in the upper bracket later today when they go up against Yandex. But we had a lot of emotion yesterday, a lot of excitement as well. And a lot of that is coming your way today again. First, we're going to get that from the man joining us from somewhere around the arena. It's our Action Slacks.
Let's talk to some fans before we get in the arena. Hello, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Dindy.
All right, who are you here for today?
I'm here for Vision. My boy Satanic.
Dang, my boy!
I followed him before he started, and now he's going high up there, so I'm really proud of him.
You think he's going to make it all the way to the end?
I trust you. You get it to the grand finals.
Let's go, Satanic! All right.
I met my fiance in Dota.
What? How?
I got engaged.
Ah! Oh, okay. In a pub?
Reddit Dota.
Reddit? Discord?
Yeah, I play support, and I needed a good carry, and she just happens to be a good one. And now 3 years in, and I'm engaged.
Who are you here for?
For Sumail.
Sumail. Who are you here for today?
Everyone.
Everyone? Come on. You don't have a favorite team anymore?
Liquid, maybe?
Oh, okay. You sound very confident. Real Liquid lover. No. I mean, but that's great. There's a lot of local teams, didn't make it, but now everyone's kind of cheering for just good Dota. Who do you think is the best Dota here? Who's playing the best?
Definitely Vision. Definitely. They are on my fantasy team, so yeah, I gotta have them all the way to the finals, I guess.
Absolutely. My fantasy bracket is just absolutely destroyed, but you know what? Keep going on at least for the points. Yeah.
Totally same as mine.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of the day, man. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Woo! Who are you here to see?
I just say Toro is the best carry in the world and no one can win him.
Damn, the best carry? Are you serious? What about Sumail?
No. He's old. Yeah.
He's old? He's old? What about Team Liquid?
Just old.
Old? Yeah, all right, I give it to you. You give it to me real, baby. That's what we're talking about. That's a Chinese Dota fan right there. Thank you, my friend. Old. And look who we found, a TI staple. Hello again, my friend.
How's it going, Slacks?
Good. How many TIs is this?
For the 12, 13?
The 13th TI came all the way to Shanghai. From where?
U.S.
The U.S., my friend. You have
doorstep.
You've journeyed far. You always have great predictions at every one of these events. Who do you think is taking it today?
I want to see a classic Liquid lower bracket run. The harder they fall, the faster they get back up.
That's what I'm talking about. I can't disagree with you, baby. Liquid through and through, my boy. Thank you very much. It's so good to see you. 13 TI.
Always good to see you, Slacks.
Come on. Thank you, bro. All right, guys. Well, so many fans coming out here to China to represent early in the morning. We're going to have a fantastic day today. By the end of the day, we are going to know the final teams left in the International. So I hope you guys have a great day, and we'll see you all soon.
And he mentions the predictions in shambles. And yes, they are in shambles. There is actually only 0.2% of you guys at home that have this correct, which, you know, is not terrible. I believe maybe last year nobody had it right at this point, but 0.2%. If you're one of those, congratulations. Also, it's like there are 2 talent people that still have everything correct, which is very impressive. But I do want to talk about the bracket. Let's bring it up on your screens because, Rhea, this bracket, it's playing out somewhat nice here.
That's the fun part about everyone getting their predictions wrong for the most part, is that you just don't know who's going to win. I think the games have been fantastic so far. The amount of, we had every series went to game 3 yesterday, which just goes to show the competition. I think as well, the long game length. Usually, I think in past TIs, it's kind of boring sometimes when it goes for so long, but I genuinely have really actually enjoyed how long they're going, because I think the way that items now scale in the meta and like the way that neutral items come in and into play, it's like you're always looking forward to that next big spike.
Yeah, we have the average TI game lengths for you here historically. I was actually surprised to learn that TI1 Winter still had a very long average game time there, but this is the longest TI time. And yes, we put TI 15 on there twice because that's just how cool it is.
Makes the graphic nice.
It does.
Shiva, back then we only had braces on supports, and now we have 4-star, Dagger,
Wind Waker,
KG.
Greaves.
What a time to be alive as a support.
What a time to be alive with these type of results as well. Is there any like major surprise you saw yesterday, Tigo?
A major
Surprise, putting you on the spot right there.
Woo! I guess major surprise yesterday was Iron Wing underperforming so heavily. I feel like they probably could have done a lot better. I think Enigma Galaxy putting such a big fight against Yandex. It kind of felt like maybe they were going to have like a series where someone goes, no, this is now your time to stop. But they truly are fighting to the point where I'm like, you know what? They are a true contender. I was still a little bit of a skeptic before the series, but after that series, I'm like, you know what? The Dota they were playing was absolutely beautiful, especially in that game one. It was just immaculate Dota getting played. So yeah, I think between those two, they're the big ones for me.
I need more black holes where the Vi has time to, you know, make an emote at the camera afterwards. I think that's iconic. I think that's awesome, and I hope we're going to see more of that. There's also an interesting development here. Of course, you know, we have a lot of, we heard it also with Slacks, we have a lot of old players here. A lot of players have already won at TI, but think of, there's a couple of players, a couple of teams rather, where there's no player whatsoever that has won a TI. Can you enlighten us?
History in the making, guys, because everyone says, oh, the Dota's an old game and everyone's got kids and families now, but no, there are two teams, BB and Vision, Boom Boys and Vision, that still are yet to have a single Aegis lifted on their players on their roster. So I think that alone, the fact that we have two teams out of the 6 still chasing a first Aegis, 10 players still chasing it, is just an immaculate idea. The fact that you can create new legacy, you can create new history here. We aren't just looking at, another one of Liquid, or another one of Falcon Shares. Like, we really are looking at potential firsts from two of the teams here.
Yeah, one of those, of course, being the team that a lot of people are looking towards. Winter, how much impact do you think it has in a team to have someone on there that has already won an international?
It's tough, you know, a lot of expectations. I think we've heard a lot of players say that they don't really want to think about it. They don't really want to, you know, try to put a lot of pressure on themselves. But I'm sure it's there at the back of our mind. You won like Falcons, they won last year, and they want to defend their title. It's really, really difficult to defend the title, and everyone wants to be the team that defends it like twice, 3 times, however the number goes. But it's hard, you know.
It is very hard. One of those players that has already won the title and is looking to do it again is also still in the upper bracket, is Saxa with his team, Yandex Rhea. This is a player that you felt need to be talked about here again this morning.
I was very hyped by Sax's gameplay yesterday. I think he's really turned up. I'd say during the group stage when we felt like Yandex was in a bit of a slump, whilst Chira Jr. seemed to be struggling mid lane, I think a lot of that came from the support players and how they weren't really enabling him on the map. Now, it feels like Sax is playing out of his mind, especially on this Hoodwink and this Bounty Hunter. I mean, Moran, all 3 of these supports are so good right now in this tournament, and he is just making the right plays, buying the right items, getting these Yules, setting up kills. It feels like he's all over the map and super oppressive. And I think like game 1 yesterday, even though they lost it, he was like my MVP on that Hoodwink. On top of that, it's like seeing him come into this team, he's gelled really well. He says that it's like the team environment's really great. He's able to mentor without having to draft initially. It's like, oh, thank God. Like his teammates actually listen to him. And when they have had problems, mentioning like communication points, like, oh, maybe sometimes they get, you know, talking in their own language and he feels a bit left out. He's able to bring that in and bring the team back together and get back on track. And we can see that now with their results.
Yeah, their results don't lie. At 2-1 yesterday against Enigma Galaxy. It also means that they did lose a game. And there were some moments where it did look very good for Enigma Galaxy. And that is something Tigo wanted to highlight a little bit more. So we're going from Saxa doing really well to I think he's gonna die in this fight.
Yeah, he is, but it's perfectly okay. Because, like, for me, yesterday, everyone's talking about Devi on his Enigma, but I feel like GH on IO and Loronoff on Storm Spirit, the ability of these two players to keep Devi alive in certain fights or to utilize his positioning. Of course, in previous highlights, it was him, like, getting Lotus or tethered for the BKB Black Hole. But in this engagement, it's quite a long, drawn-out engagement. It's in the 50-minute mark. Like, you've got pits everywhere. Scardy right-clicks from Terrorblade going left and right. But the beauty of this clip is the fact that when Io and Storm die, they don't back out of the fight. Devi keeps kiting to left-hand side. He calls, guys, look at my position. I might still be able to go for a fight. And then the double buyback chase back, Yandex then get fully wiped. It's just like the concept of Nigma, always looking for the opportunity, always looking for the fight, and like having this tenacity. This is the type of mindset you need to have to win games. Unfortunately for them, it did not win them the series, but the fact that in this game, they made these choices. 7 minutes later, they make the best black hole that you've probably seen in TI because of the Io Storm saving him. It's like, these are the magical moments you look for. So I feel like that game one yesterday probably inspired a lot of people to think that Nigma are a true contender.
I just want to say, you said we're talking about Devi. You literally started that by saying, oh, Devi kept kiting to the left and set himself up so Necker could TP on him and bring the team back. It sounds to me like Devi's MVP.
Team effort. That's how it works here in Dota 2. Nigma Galaxy had some fantastic moments yesterday, and hopefully we're going to get more fantastic moments out of them today. But today, for them, it will be in the lower bracket. Yesterday, we already had some lower bracket games being played. And right now, we talked about players and moments and teams in the upper bracket, and maybe the pressure is a little bit different in that upper bracket. The pressure is definitely different in that lower bracket. And when players are doing well in that lower bracket, it stands out. Winter Kiritich yesterday from Boom Boys in that lower bracket. Happiest as I've ever seen him at the end of that one.
Yeah, I remember seeing him when he attended TI for the first time 3 years ago. He was like a very new carry. He had a very, very, I think, new career at that point, and he was like a very puppy player. And here today, fast forward 3 years, I think he has matured a lot. He is one of those carries that is not afraid to play for your team. He's not afraid to die. He's not afraid to go in front and tank. And like to see him being transformed from a puppy carry into a very good team-based carry, it's amazing, over the course of 3 years.
Yeah, he stood out, of course, on the winner's interview afterwards, where all those emotions were shown, but in the game as well. And keep in mind, he is the only player, I believe, that changed on Boom Boys after their last year's 4th place finish. So I feel like with that, he got maybe a little bit of extra pressure on his shoulders.
No, for sure. I feel like a lot of the Eastern European teams, the carry players are like the big names, the staples, the ones that you always look towards.
The egos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I feel like Kiritich is that kind of wholesome energy that like he will try to inspire a new generation of players, and it would be nice to see him succeed. I feel like he has kind of helped craft this team into a successful roster that is able to find multiple top 4s, multiple top 3s. They never really got that kind of legacy run of like first place in like 5 back-to-back tournaments, but they've cemented themselves as like a contender in any series that they play.
Yeah, they are doing it maybe also in the toughest year to date. We keep hearing players talk about that this year it's been very stacked, and all these 8, now 6 teams have a chance to take it all the way. So maybe extra credit towards Kiritich and Boom Boys for being able to hold their own here still as well. And they are doing it in many different ways. There's many different strategies that we see at play, and that leaves us also to sometimes look at what they still can pull out. Right, as we look at the heroes that have not yet been contested, the heroes that we have not yet seen, are there any heroes in particular you still expect to come out?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, you still wish would come out. And then
I
had
wish
one very obvious hero in mind.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hold on a second. It's that time of the year.
Is that meatball on the screen? No, that hero's dead in the water. I don't really expect any of these heroes to come out at this point. I think
Not even a Lich?
I mean, at this point, after all the other supports we've been seeing, I just don't think Lich does enough. I do think it's like sad to see a TI without Chen. I know a lot of people think he's quite boring, but to me, he's a bit of a staple of like pro play. I'm also surprised about Medusa primarily because this is a TI of like all these ranged carries, and she's usually right up there. To see her completely ignored means that she's just in the worst spot ever. It's also like every game's going to 60 minutes. That's like Medusa time.
Yeah, and I think Winter, maybe the Bristleback also is one that we would expect to see, but it's also missing.
Yeah, the hero got nerfed a lot, and the fact that Silver Edge is very strong right now, it's a very common item. It's just very, very hard to find a way to make the hero work consistently. I think some games maybe there's a way that you can still pick it, but I think in general it's just very, very hard because all the carries are range heroes. They win the lane, and Bristleback is a hero that if he gets dumpstered in the lane, it's going to be very, very hard for the hero to come back into the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of offline heroes that take priority over him as well. Anything in particular that stood out to you, Tiga?
Yeah, I feel like at least between like Warlock and Disruptor, I think these supports, of course, they got Warlock got a lot of nerfs with the facets getting removed because Grimoire was just stupid. But I feel like both of the supports have some life to them. Of course, in Dota, it's how much they contribute to lane, how good are they in the big team fights. I feel like, again, they from the length of the games that we're seeing, these two supports should be good in the average, 46-minute duration games. But again, there must be a problem between 10 to 30 minutes. But I feel like those two heroes probably should get a little bit of life, guys. A little bit of life.
Disruptor is just weak in the laning phase. I think the problem with the hero is he only excels if your team is somewhat ahead, and he needs the carry to kind of set up for the laning phase, like a gyro disruptor, get him past the laning phase, and then you can see the power of the hero. But the problem right now is the carries are all heroes that need babysitting. They are like weak at the start of the game.
Then go for the Warlock, then that's okay. I don't mind. Disruptor. That's why I said two. I covered myself, all right? I had one weak laner, one strong laner, all right? I want to see one, all right? You had your bounty yesterday. Can I please have my Warlock?
Sure,
Thank you.
Well, we'll look out for it today. Yeah, that's definitely
Not
how it was
happening.
decided what was picked yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Keep that up.
Yeah,
Very
they
good.
can hear us.
We can take a look at what's coming our way today in terms of teams, because we have got 6 teams and all 6 will play on the grand stage, and some might even play twice at the very end of the day. It's to be decided versus to be decided. And that's because the first 2 series are in the lower bracket and the last one is in that lower bracket too, Rhea.
Yeah, I spoke to someone from Team Liquid yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, like when do you play again? And they were like, oh yeah, we play Series 1 and then Series 4. And I was like, oh, very, very bold of you to assume you're going to make it. But yeah, no, it's obviously they get a break in the middle, but it is very taxing, especially looking at yesterday, right? Longest day. If you have to be here for the first series of the day and then be playing until 3 a.m. in the morning, that is the biggest challenge that you have to be facing. Don't worry about Vision. Don't worry about the finals whenever that comes. Getting to the end of this day, good luck.
I mean, I just hope today's longer. I'm sorry, production.
What's wrong
I'm
with
so
you?
sorry, but it better be. I don't know.
It better be. Yesterday was 12 games of Dota 2. Some went 70 minutes.
We need 12 games, 80 minutes. Just think about it. If we had the longest day in TI history, right, yesterday, that means that the players have already been tested, right? We really want to know who is the best player at TI.
No, excuse me. The players have not been tested.
Yeah, I know.
We and the production have been tested.
Yeah, I know. But it's for the show. I was trying to make it cooler for the show.
Well, today
we don't
players
matter
will be
in
tested.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then now the players have the chance to know what we got through yesterday. Therefore, it has to be longer. There you go. Cool. Anyway, Shiva, it was really cool. I like the idea of just long days of Dota. You heard it yesterday on the pre-show. I'm going to say it every single time. Liquid or Spirit, please have 3 games and the rest of the day be long to show us how you can deal with no sleep.
You just want to watch the world burn at this point.
Yay!
Have some mercy on Nigma Galaxy. They were playing last.
No mercy.
Late,
I have no mercy at the international.
Imagine if they have to play twice today.
Perfect.
I have a question though, Winter, from a perspective of a player coach. If you are playing first series and last series, and you know that there's potential 6 to 8 hour gaps in between those 2 series, which is still, it's 2 best of 3 series that are in between that. So it's very reasonable. What do? You obviously are going back to the hotel, which luckily is not too far away from where we are. So there's not too much travel time involved, and that's nice. But are you going to sleep? Are you going to rest? Are you going to eat? Are you going to scrim?
Definitely no scream. You have to look at the numbers. You have to talk. I think talking is the most important part during the segments where you have this small little. I say small, but it's a pretty good break. You have to talk about things. You have to figure out what to do. You have to look at the numbers. I think the numbers very important. You have to see what the opponents are doing. The numbers tells a lot of your opponents, and you have to just try to figure out what is the best approach. You take a break. You need to have your coffee. You need to have your food. But talking.
Nap?
But talking is the most important part of that break.
Yeah, just let every player do what they want. Whatever makes them healthy and feel like they're going to be playing at their best, you let them do it. And then, like you mentioned, you have that conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes down because, one of Team Spirit or Liquid has to play at the very end of the day, and we'll see how that goes. maybe it's an advantage. Maybe they get all the rest in the world to watch their future opponent go through it all. You know, that's extra information, so that could be seen as an upside. I think this is a great upside as well, because this horn indicates that we are very soon, very ready to get started with our day. The third day of the main event here at the International. We're going to cut from 6 to 3 teams. Let's get it started.
The Aegis of Champions. It is the master pattern. The template of triumph. A sigil stitched from the threads of countless battles waged around the world. It is the shape that we strive for. The composition every hand aspires to create. The point where all paths converge as we bend our own lines of fate ever closer to the perfect design. Now we gather to witness those bold enough to seize the golden thread. To cheer every victory that pulls their pattern tighter. To remember every moment that threatens to tear it all apart. The Aegis of Champions awaits in Shanghai, China. A living tapestry that chronicles the legends of our past. 6 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins!
So let's start our day with a blockbuster of a series of Dota 2. We are getting ourselves ready for Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. And these two teams have already faced in the group stages, and it was so close, Winter. A 2-1 that worked out better for Team Spirit, of course. Before we get really into the nitty-gritty of it, do you have any overarching things you're going to look for in this series?
I think those are going to be like the supports. You know, I think the supports are going to like play a very pivotal role. I think definitely if you're asking me who's going to be like favorites, I feel like based on the games we saw, definitely Spirits are going to be the favorites here. They are the ones that have kind of, I think, figured out more things than Liquid.
They have figured out more things than Liquid. They also have more rings to their name than Team Liquid, and potentially that experience will carry them through. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit must be epic, but first, the teams.
Team Spirit!
Arl, Collapse, Nami, Aru, and Yatoro as they take the stage here. They are the only team left that still has 2 players that are a 3-time hopeful. Can they make that dream come true? They have to continue their road here in the lower bracket. Their opponent here for this first lower bracket match for them is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid!
It's Mika, Nisha, they take the stage to continue their lower bracket run. That's right, they were dropped down here from the very get-go, and now they're on fire to get more and to make this full run complete, to take a place in the grand finals for the 15th time for some of these players. Let's find out how they do, as there's a lot of experience on this stage between both squads. It's time to talk about who might come out on top of this one. And for that, Rhea, you wanted to first take a step back and look at Team Spirit, how they went through the group stages.
Yes, because very cool team releases vlogs about their experience, and they got to talk about their group stage, which I thought was so interesting because you get to see their thoughts as they come out of each match. Obviously, they won and were winning until they finally face off against Vision and were halted there. And the way that they talked about this team was just, they were like, we were just outmatched. And it's so kind of crushing to see a team that, you know, we can expect to potentially win this tournament be like, we were just outdrafted, we were outplayed. And at least they were able to take conclusions from it. They mentioned like this team taught them about Earth Spirit in how not only is it broken, but to see how they played with it, it made it look so easy to play with for the rest of the team. The way this team kind of thinks about the game, I think Miposhka has been crucial to helping them understand the gameplay. For example, some of them come away thinking, oh, we had to play this fight better, we had to play this fight better. But he's more of a push on, hey, actually, I think our we didn't take proper advantage of our early game lead. Like they would win their lanes, but then they would take their axe and run into the jungle, the enemy jungle, and look for pickoffs, which did absolutely nothing, when instead he thinks they should put more of a focus on stacking the triangle more and then hyper farming that with their like axe and support, which gives the support a massive experience boost and gold boost too. And I think like that's how we see, for example, Team Vision playing so much better because they just have so much more net worth. They are playing more for their GPM. So I think Spirit they seem to be taking the right conclusions from their matches and should be looking stronger and stronger.
Yeah. I think that's the main thing. I think with Miposhka coming back, right? It's got Spirit without Miposhka. It felt like they lacked that ability to always perfectly dissect the situations. They lacked that kind of tenacity, the understanding of like, how do we come back into a game? How do we come back into a tournament, especially because through multiple other tournaments with the other coaches that they had, the other versions of teams, it was like, Spirit, they're okay, but they don't have that kind of that grit to them. So it is really impressive seeing the impact Miposhka has. Just someone having a conversation, like Winter was mentioning, what you do after first series, waiting for fourth series, that big break, you have to have a conversation. The value of someone contributing good conversation to a team, you don't know the value of that. You don't know what a player brings in the conversation out of the game. You can see Collapse hit a big RP. You can see Yatoro have 10 billion net worth for the billionth time of his career, right? But to have the best conversation, to understand the correct words to deliver, and that's what Miposhka can easily bring, of course. And it is interesting to see how he's going to craft that against Liquid.
Yeah, and we do have these two icons on the stage, the only two players, T, that have still got a chance of that third ring.
Yeah, and of course, they're icons because they're chasing that third ring. They play together 1,341 times, 11th of all duos. They have the highest win rate of all duos of 1,200 games. Of course, they are playing against Boxy and Mickey, who have the most games of any duo. Like they are chasing, that's like 1,900 games. So of course, on the other side of the booth, it is a scary duo there. But of course, Yatoro and Collapse, they're on trajectory to easily continue chasing Boxy and Mickey, to break into the top 10 duos, maybe even get to second place, maybe even eventually overtake Boxy and Mickey in the future. But yeah, it is just an incredible story that these two players have.
They have an incredible story on the side of Team Liquid. A lot of cool stories as well. And one of those includes the man on your screen, Boxy, and his other support, Tofu. I was going to call him his position 5, but Winter, is that even true?
Some may call them 4.5s. They have two 4.5s, or they just have two position 4s. And I think they are one of the only few teams right now in Dota that kind of swaps their supports around. Usually you don't want to do that because it destabilizes the laning phase. Your supports might be confused about what they need to do every single game. And it's kind of hard to make it a very, very common occurrence all the time. And I think this is something that Liquid wants to do initially because they are trying to integrate both supports, which are natural position 4 players, into the team. So they figured, why not just swap them around, And we've seen more of the melee heroes of Boxy, and Tofu is playing more of the range heroes. And I think initially during the tournament here, they didn't do it as much. but towards the last 10-15 games, they've been trying to do it a lot more with the melee and range heroes here. As you can see, like, both players have played a bunch of games with different cores during the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I think the cool thing with this is, like, when Liquid first made this roster shuffle earlier in the season, they were doing this based on, like, they didn't know how to craft this kind of roster, right? And then as the year progressed, they realized, wait, this is something that we can utilize to our advantage. And throughout each year, throughout each tournament, it's like, okay, now we can do this. So if we have Spirit Breaker, we can do this. If we have Tuscan, I think as much as it looks like it's a mid-tournament thing, it is something that they have slowly been perfecting over the entire season. And if there is a time to be doing it, it is at TI when you need to try and play your best. You shouldn't put a player on a hero that they're not ready to play. We saw that earlier in the tournament. We've seen teams eliminated because of it. And I think Boxy and Tofu are in a perfect position to be able to flex lanes and play whatever heroes and roles they need between the 4 and 5.
Of course, it's also great to see Ace and Tofu get to lane together again.
True.
Yep. They're up there on the pairs as well. Like they have been together ever since the good old Hellbear Smashers day. Oh.
I think it's very important to highlight that, because I don't think you can do those swaps if the laning partners and the new laning partners, I guess, don't know each other as well as they do with Boxy and Mickey, obviously being on a team and communicating with each other for a very long period of time. And Ace and Tofu, of course, also coming from that off lane together from their previous squad on this Team Liquid, where they got split up for the first time. It's been working out for them, but we have seen them struggle here and there. And I want to talk a little bit about the type of Dota that both teams have shown on the main stage. Both routes have been very different, where, of course, it was Team Spirit TGov yesterday that was dropped to the lower bracket from Vision, and Team Liquid already dropped on day 1 by Yandex with an 0-2. How do you feel about their route to here and how they've been playing?
So at least with Spirit, I feel like their drafts are quite beautiful in the sense that they let their opponent get the heroes that they kind of want, and then they try and find ways to beat them. Like, especially in that game 2 draft against Vision, it's like you see them dying and now take a PL, and then you have the puck, and I got my Night Stalker. It's like, please take your heroes, we're going to beat you. Again, it didn't really work out, but it feels like Spirit is ready to try and deal with the problems in the moment, whilst Liquid, they lean more towards like the comforts. Like, we want our Prophets, our Dawnbreakers, we want our, the classic Nisha Leaners and Earth Spirits if available, right? So it feels like Spirit's ready to answer Liquid's consistency.
Yeah, I think that's something that Nisha mentioned on the main stage yesterday as well, Rhea, where he felt comfort, and therefore that was the main difference between their series against Yandex and their series against Falcons.
Yeah, I think when we see them off comfort is when it gets awkward, right? Like when they picked Spirit Breaker, it just felt so off because it ruined what we consider to be like the lane meta of this tournament, and it just didn't fit in with the heroes they want to play on the cores. So, got to fix that.
You got to fix that. And when you are in the lower bracket, playing on comfort is sometimes really good, sometimes a trap. Let's see which one of the two it is if we're heading into the first game.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
Let's see how this one will come together. We are in the draft of game 1 of this lower bracket match between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. And for the first game, we've got Team Liquid on the Radiant side and Team Spirit on the Dire side. And the Bounty Hunter that we saw so many times over the last 2 days has made it to an overall first ban coming out from Team Spirit. Team Spirit is the team that has got first pick, so they also opt to ban it. Even though they would have had the chance to pick it, they do not want to see that in their game. Also means that Team Liquid has overall last pick, and they'll try to get some strategic advantage out of that one. Earth Spirit and Lina removed from the pool as well, and I would not be surprised to see a couple of those comfort heroes for Nisha being removed, especially after he highlighted that that's the reason why the series against Falcons went their way. There's another one of his comforts already out, is the Spirit. Other than those heroes, what do we want to see out of this one, Winter?
I mean, outside of heroes, I think the contrast between these two teams are going to be like the way they're going to be approaching the game. I think Liquid against Spirit, you do not want to go late against Spirit. Spirit is really good mid-late game. So you kind of want to try to step on the gas and accelerate the game. I think that should be their primary plan, and heroes like Nature's Prophet will be like on top of my head. Like, you want to be able to get towers, get map control, and you want to be able to do more attacking. I think Team Spirit, they are very good at defending, but if you're Liquid, I don't think you want to be on the defending side.
But you can see from the bans, right, of Liquid, they've kind of taken 4 heroes that are very good at kind of counter-engaging to stop you from making these aggressive moves, right? Bane, Earthstrick Tree, just exceptional heroes at just punishing bad positioning. Slardar as well to the same level. He picks up a Blink, has Shard. You're going to disappear if you're overstepping. So I think Liquid is ready to try and be aggressive with their bans already.
And that also means that with the Slardar ban, they are maybe thinking about like Invoker right away. And okay, so Spirit is just going to pick Wyvern, which is, I think, other than Bounty Hunter, this is like a very, very strong support, an upcoming support that kind of got a lot more popularity during the playoffs.
Can they puck on 9 here? Or is that a bit too greedy?
Do you like puck?
I mean, I'm just thinking of like the classics, Liquid, Nisha, but again, it's more of an
nice.
18. Second pick puck. And
Good.
second phase close. Sorry, I forgot the numbers.
Yeah.
I love numbers. Anyway, Shadow Fiend, sure, that's more of a staple pick.
Yeah, this hero's felt, I don't know, unbeatable. Whenever I watch it, the amount of farm it gets is just unreal, and the amount of damage it does also unreal. I've seen like the Nature's Prophet versus Shadow Fiend match up enough times now where I feel like Spirit could pick that one.
I mean, I don't know about like everyone, but when I play the Wyvern, I kind of always like being on the side against the SF, because Wyvern, the one thing you have, or a couple of things you have against SF is you're very good at gate ganking. You can go across the map and ganking, because SF is the most vulnerable, one of the most vulnerable heroes in the early game. You want to be able to shut him down. And later in the game, the Cold Embrace is great against SF. And SF is very dependent on BKB, and Wyvern has a BKB piercing spell. So I always felt like this matchup is kind of okay, you know, like I like being on the Wyvern side against SF, but as we have seen yesterday and the day before, SF is a very, very strong hero. And back to the pacing part where I said that Liquid, they have to play fast, and this is one of the fastest carry you can play in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, the counterpoint to all of that is if SF is winning it, then the win to Wyvern Twin Gate rotation won't do as much, because the SF's winning lane will already be taking the fight, will already getting the kills, and then he's going to have immense farm. So
the secondary part of this strategy when you have Wyvern is you want to use your second phase bans to remove the bodyguards. And after you remove the bodyguards, you want to try to create a lane, a duo, a very strong duo that gives you kill opportunities against the SF. Like something like, I don't think we'll be able to see the Dawn. I think the Dawn will be banned, because Dawn is one of the actually no, it's Spirit, so never mind. But I'm just trying to illustrate the example where against SF you want like a Dawn, you want a hero that can just go on him and kill him in the laning phase.
Could you supplement that with something like Nature's Prophet carry matchup where you can then TP in and
you can definitely do that. Nature's Prophet is really, really good at that. You TP in, you drop the treants in front of him, you kill him, you take the tower. I think taking the tower is also the second part of the plan. You kill him, but you also must ensure that you have a way to take the tower either with creeps, heroes with summons, or you have heroes with helm. So you can take the tower and remove the jungle, because the camps are the important part. You need to seize control of the camps behind the safe lane tower and in front of the tower, the 4 camps. If you can remove the tower, the SF doesn't get to farm them, then it's good for you.
But you're also describing a whole scenario where it's like you need your mid lane matchup to go well on your side, because if you have to take the tower from the Shadow Fiend, you need to stop him doing his natural satanic Yatoro level of farm. Of course, Mickey can do it as well. Then you need your mid lane matchup to go well, because they'll TP in, they'll counter gank, they'll stop all this aggression. So again, it's the joy of the setup. Again, they're taking their time actually quite heavily with the ban from Liquid, and then Spirit, they just take away Clock and Tusk, the map moving roaming supports, which, I mean, they're the most kind of obvious ones for SF, but you have to kind of ban them out.
There's so many heroes. I think that's what I feel when I look at these bans, because they remove Clock Tusk, and I think those give the most amount of kill potential in lane with SF, but then you still have bodyguards. You still have Undying in the pool. There's also people were using Jakiro as a substitute for a while, which also gives you kill threat in the lane, but there's also still more saves if you want to play more like that. Ringmaster still does a lot of damage in the lane, but can also protect the SF in lane. I think they have so many options. Yeah. And there's the Invoker you mentioned earlier with the Slardar ban.
Yeah, and Puck ban.
Yeah.
Those two heroes have very, very good matchup against the Invoker. There's still some more, like Void Spirit. Void Spirit is also another hero, which I don't know if you're going to see it, but it's also another hero that has a very, very good, like if you look at the stats, like it's one of those mid heroes that has a very good win rate against Invoker, because Invoker spells can, I don't want to say never, but usually it never lands on the Void Spirit, because you can just dodge them.
it's also cool because like Liquid's not allowing, like Spirit's quite a creative team. We already mentioned that they have wide hero pools, and it's like, you know, we're just gonna lock in our core straight away. We don't care about like your playbook. It's like look at our heroes, try and counter us. And Spirit, they do go for the center.
I mean, it's not just really about that, you know, because when you talk about the pick sequence, we don't really generally get a chance to discuss a lot about that. But I believe during the second phase team, when you open your draft and then you go into the ban phase, you get to ban a hero in the second phase, and then you exit the ban phase into a pick.
Yeah,
and I think those two sections during the draft, they are very valuable for you. So I always feel like if I can ever use that for picking a core, I would try to do it.
Yeah, there's not many heroes that can actually have one ban into getting the pick, but of course, because of the previous setup, it can work. So I think it's like Liquid and I think LGD, they're the ones that do this more often than other teams if they are able to do it. And in Spirit, they, again, like we already mentioned, they have the Centaur with the Helmet Dominator. That's going to be your progression. Having Stampede and any displacement to kite away from Invoker spell combo is very important. We saw that yesterday with Yandex when Malady was using Wind Wakers and 4-staffs and whatever. And they go for their Pangolier. So they're not trying to flex anything, of course, because they see the Invoker, so they're happy to just
they see both lanes, so they
exactly.
just pick both the cores here right away, just to make sure that they get the cores that they want to. And I really like the Pangolier here against like the Invoker matchup as well, because you get to kill off the Forge Breakers. Every time when you see Invoker mid, you're always thinking about whether you can have heroes that can kill off that pesky summon. You know, he's gonna send it to deny the rune, but for Pangolier, he doesn't really care about it that much.
I like roll up as well on the shard to just kind of help disengage the combos. I do think when you pick this SF and Invoker, it does mean that you're not able to support them as strongly. Like I think when we see SF, the drafting that follows feels quite simple. Usually we do see a lot of Centaurs because their teams are aiming to be able to buy the Ags and keep him protected, but by picking Invoker, you give that Centaur away to Spirit instead. So this hero, whilst it can be good for them, it also acts as a deny pick.
Yeah, right now Liquid, they're gonna have to look for their stuns and bodyguards for the cause. They have one stun here, but they need a setup still. They go Willow plus Mirana. I guess the other top tier setup heroes are all mostly banned, and Willow is always a great support against all those Spirit mid heroes. And Pangolier, I would say, he's kind of like a Spirit as a mid hero where you can run around and roam, and you're kind of vulnerable before you get the shot, like you mentioned the shot. Before you get the shot, you're always very vulnerable to getting killed by the Dark Wheeler.
They're going to have just nice map play with Liquid supports, because every time there's going to be an active rune, they're going to press Moonlight Shadow, they're going to go for it. Pangolier's going to want to go there. You're going to have Willow, you're going to get the kill potentially. If he's dead, then you can break back into the map. So I think Spirit just has to respect the importance of runes against Mirana. It's always something to be mindful. And interesting, they went for the Willow to try and counterplay the Centaur, the kind of the Stampede aspect of the fights, rather than trying to find a support to stop Pangolier during his role. And there is the nature's profit from Spirit. And Liquid, they have no real body to protect still. It's kind of like...
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous here for Liquid. They have a Mirana. I guess most of the top bodies that you pick in the lane are kind of banned. And you mentioned the Undying. Maybe they feel like they just didn't really want to go that route, because that would have actually been like a kind of like a decent body.
I think I like Mirana Willow though, because they both just give so much damage and kill threat to you.
Yeah, but the lane, like the focus here is the lane, because the Nature's Prophet is going to be tipping in, and you do not have the best bodyguard in the lane to protect the SF. You know, Mirana, if you're standing next to the SF, you see a Nature's Prophet tipping in when the Centaur stuns the SF. What can you actually do to protect the SF?
And what if not me plays like Techies or something, and then you have like Techies jumping in, Prophet coming in, like there's so much like...
Okay, but then potentially they can pick a offlaner that's a little bit more self-sustaining, and then they can use the gate and rotate the supports more to help give SF that like advantage early, where they don't then feel a threat.
He needs people beside him a lot of the early game. I think if Liquid can actually do that, that would be great. But Team Spirit, right now, they definitely have the advantage in terms of being the aggressor. They have the advantage of being the white pieces here. They are going to attack the SF, and SF is a very vulnerable target. And Invoker is also not the best hero to protect the SF, because you need a lot of farm on Invoker. You want to hit creeps, you're just waiting, oh, I have a Sunstrike kill. Sure, you know, I'm going to drop a Sunstrike, but outside of that, he's not really going to be moving too much.
So we need two more heroes here. One for the side of Team Spirit in the hands of Not Me, so the position 4. We already have one banned out. Waiting for Liquid to ban the other, and we need a hero for Ace on the side of Team Spirit, the offlane, as Hoodwink is the one that gets removed. One of his classics is still in Rubik, but I don't know if you
Rubik,
want to play that
SD,
here.
both are very good here. The SD with the Centaur very good in the lane, and the SD is very good at saving against the Dark Willow and the Mirana combo. So those are really, really good options. SD is also very nice against SF because you make illusions of him and you get his aura and you kill him.
If they do want more save, there's also Ringmaster, but I think I prefer Rubik.
I think everybody prefers.
Everyone wants to see
him.
Rubik.
I will be the Shadow.
Shadow boring.
Yeah.
All right.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's also good.
I'm just so worried about this mid game. If your Shadow Fiend survives and life is good, playing into Moonlight Shadow and the Ghostwalk on Invoker for Nature's Prophet is like so terrifying because he just always wants to play away from his team and teleport in. So you are so vulnerable. And the amount of like sentries, gem investment that Spirit's going to have to make is going to really cause a lot of stress right now.
They're going to be hunted.
Yeah, that's why Liquid needs a bodyguard, like something like a Mars. I know this hero is not great, but they need something to actually protect. I don't think they can go any more greedier on the offlane hero.
I'm scared, right? Like, if they go Dawnbreaker, then it's like a hero that's always
they have
waiting.
They have 3 carries.
Exactly, like you're waiting for someone to start.
You need like the Mars because you can set up for the arrow, and it's really good with the Terrorize. It's good with the Sunstrikes. It's good with the SF Requiem. And it's good against the Centaur Stampede, you know. So I think that could be a pick to solve the problems here.
Ooh, does Timbersaw fit the bill?
It's a very different route, very similar to the Dawn. The idea with the Timber here is he wants to draw the attention away from the SF. And if you leave and gank the SF, guess what? The Timber is another carry farming away.
Yeah, and also it's like you can play the lane into the Nature's Prophet and you don't really care about anything. Sure, there's a bit of Shadow Demon interaction into your ags, like how annoying, but you don't need to buy it. You can just go other routes. That aside, like Winter already mentioned, Ace is pretty much just going to put a massive target on his back, and after the laning phase aggression towards Mickey, he is going to try and do as much as possible to then activate the rest of the team. But Liquid, when you look about the team fight, the stuns, how do they actually make these epic late game scenarios? They've got an arrow, a bramble, a terrorize, and whatever Nisha can muster with his concoction of spells, right? So there is not a lot for Liquid to lean on compared to Spirit, where they have curse and stomps and rolls and whatnot.
I don't think Liquid can survive in the early game. I actually feel this is over their budget. This is too much.
You said laning phase is not that important, Winter.
I mean, it's mostly for the lane. I think it's mostly the Timber is mostly for the laning phase, and right now they have a tri-core setup which is very, very greedy. They want to get to the late game, but I don't think they're going to be able to get to the late game.
Oh, spooky.
I actually feel differently. I think Liquid, especially if they can play the first like minute, maybe bring like the 2 supports to the lane and like get some early kills and inject that bit of net worth so you get like your first starting stat item. I think their lanes could be more robust than we think. And then in the mid game, I don't know, they have so much more damage. Their ability to rotate on mid is so much stronger. I think they're going to fight for runes in a really nice way. I really like Liquid's lineup.
It's a lot of focus, I feel like, than on the 2 supports on the side of Liquid.
100%. Like so far, I think this TI is about what supports have got Wind Wakers, how have they used their 4 stuff. How many times have we spoken about this so far? And in this game with Tofu and Boxy, if your team fight isn't that strong, it's about positioning. And I think the support's positioning will be important. Are they there for the runes? Do they have the right items to keep the SF alive, to help Nisha clutch up, to give Ace the tempo he needs? So I think Liquid, they have the tools, but it's a very hard game because of the lack of stuns and kind of team fight. But they can do it if they're ready to win TI.
They have to just make sure they don't bleed too much in the early stages of the game. And if we learn anything from Team Spirit, they seem to be wanting to focus on a maybe more Team Vision-esque style where they focus on gaining a lot of net worth. I know it sounds very exciting, which might actually allow Team Spirit to have that space that they really want in the early stages of the game. Of course, it is in a lower bracket. We're going to have to find out how much pressure we are going to feel when the players are on that stage and playing, because yesterday we definitely had a couple of moments. I'm looking at you, Falcons and Liquid, whereas not all spells were pressed correctly, but of course that is all part of the competition. Let's head into game number 1, but first some words from Coach Maposhka.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Maposhka from Team Spirit. So good to see you again. You have been in this position many times. You have seen the TI meta develop, not your first rodeo. What's it like to be playing so late in TI where all the heroes that are good are kind of known? Do you stick to what you know or do you stick to the meta?
I would say nothing special, actually. I mean, as you said, I have, like I did it many times in the lower bracket, but previously it was when I was a player, so it's of course a bit different. But no, if you ask about like meta heroes, yes, like do we play meta or no? I mean, Of course, we try to find like best heroes for every position. Trying to adapt always. And during this tournament, we also adapt. Like we play with some heroes which we are not not used to play previously. So we always trying to find a good solution for us. And yeah.
Well, the game is already underway, so let's get into it. Thank you so much to Art for your time, and we'll throw it to our casters.
Thank you. Just in time for the first blood for Mickey on the SF. Could not ask for a better start, a better first blood target for Liquid specifically. As we get into this lower bracket match between Liquid and Spirit, this is going to be a hype fest of 3. Cinderin, how are you?
I am so ready to see this game because I feel like there's a lot of questions I have about this. Okay, hang on. Mickey immediately on the receiving end. This is a ton of damage.
Yeah, trying to get under that tier 1 tower. Will survive just barely. Only has a fairy fire right now, but something being delivered. Oh, some nice tangos. All right.
So something that stood out to me in the draft, you saw the win rate pop up on the screen, is that Liquid have picked Mirana twice this tournament. They've lost both games. Hoodwink was right there. And both Boxy and Tofu have shown exceptional play on that hero. Yeah. So I wonder what gives. Like, what are they seeing in this particular hero for this game? Is it specifically because they wanted Moonlight Shadow? Because as far as I'm concerned, with the games you and I have cast, I've just been super impressed with the level of Hoodwink play and the impact that hero has in seemingly every single game. Whereas Mirana is a little bit more hit or miss.
The last series we cast was Liquid, and I said Tofu was the MVP in my book.
It was 8-0 and 22.
Exactly. It was just an absurd performance. And it's going against the Nature's Prophet, too, so you have extra trees to work with. Through. They get gone on now. Shadow round will. Actually, nice. Youth there on the trees. Creates one just for himself. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Maybe there's a matchup against, I don't know, a Wyvern or something to that effect, or the Shadow Demon. We don't get to see Shadow Demon all too often.
Yeah, it's a really good pick here, though. I think that's one of my favorite picks of the draft. Spirit, I mean, it's not a surprising pick, so to speak. They've run it before. It's just there's a lot of upsides to that hero in this game. The panel covered. It's good to disrupt the Shadow Demon. It's good, Shadow Fiend, excuse me. Good with the Centaur. I think there's some... Actually, this is a really good game for Demonic Cleanse. We don't get to say that all that often, but I think maybe you buy the Shard this game.
Yeah.
Invoker, Willow both hate Dispels, and you have a constant Dispel you can put on an ally. Would be really good this game. And in addition to what I talked about with the Hoodwink, I also wonder what they're seeing in the Timbersaw here. I understand the laning match between Prophet and Wyvern might be quite good, but I kind of share Winter's sentiment that this might be a little bit too greedy. You're effectively leaving the entirety of the playmaking up to a Willow and an Invoker who you know is going to go Meteor Hammer and jungle for a bit because that's what they do literally every single game. If there were a game where you would play Quas Wex, this would be the one. He's still not doing it. So that build is just dead. Like,
apparently.
I can't think of a better game to do it.
Would you say it's harder execution than for Liquid? Because they don't have that, I mean, you kind of alluded to it, but they don't have the traditional initiator, right? It's just,
right.
You have this Timbersaw who's frontlining, but nobody's really starting the fight necessarily.
That's my biggest issue, is doing that. So yeah, I agree. I think in terms of execution, it's at least it's less straightforward. As it is with Dota, though, you can kind of cover almost any weakness of any lineup through items. So as long as you get through the lanes and have a decent mid game, you can, generally speaking, cover for your issues. You can compensate with items, but yeah, that's where the Nature's Prophet for me is going to be the big test for Liquid here. Is you need to survive. If you're not behind at minute 20 or 25, I think this game could be quite stable and really good for you. And obviously, not going to question Nisha's ability to win any game on Invoker. But yeah, you need to be careful you don't get rolled.
Literally, as Laurel is playing the Pangolier with Rolling Thunder, level 5 right now. Bullying Nisha a bit. You can see 25-7 for Laurel, or Nisha at 18-3. I mean, I'm used to watching Invoker just lose lanes.
Yeah.
Is there any hero he wins again? He's going to go on it again. Laurel, he's very aggressive.
Boxing him in here.
Cold Snap comes out just to get some last hits for Nisha. TP coming. Swashbuckle's there. That's just a kill for Laurel. Foxy a little bit too late. He's going to get some solo XP, but my goodness. Laurel now level 6 as well. So if there's a rotation coming through, which looks like the Shadow Demon's on the way, if they can kill the Invoker again, that would be just crippling for Liquid in this mid lane.
Yeah, Laurel is going to need some resources, though. He sent out a second Clarity. The reason Nisha cold snapped him was that he had Bottle and Clarity running, and he just wanted to stop him getting more resources, but he still got enough for our last Swashbuckle, and yeah, that's the thing. Invoker, pretty vulnerable in this lane, and if you need to start pulling over support to mid, that means you are not making a single move. And as a result, I think that Spirit's side lane course will both be very happy. And of course, keep an eye on Nature's Prophet, always the wild card in these mid moves.
Yeah.
Yatoro at any point could just show up behind Nisha. No point in Wex yet.
Good arrow. I don't think there's going to be any follow-up here, though. I mean, at the same time, Ace is also going to be happy on the Timber Saw. I mean, I feel like in terms of melee heroes, the hero that loves solo experience the most. Laurel's taking a little bit of damage from Tofu. Get back under that tier 1, though.
That's true.
First illusion is the illusion, or first rune rather is the illusion.
Timber is definitely going to be completely A-okay up here alone. Even if he gets to play 1v2 against Wyvern Prophet, once he hits level 5, should be just able to farm quite stably. Courtesy of reactive armor.
We've talked a bit about how Liquid are lacking the initiation, but can Spirit deal with the Timber Saw? I'm going to hold that thought as Mickey. You can see Yatoro TPing in, and this is the downside of Shadow being very, very susceptible to ganks, especially when the Nature's Prophet's in the game.
This was always going to happen, and this is going to be Liquid's big challenge in the next 10 to 15 minutes is how to put out the fires, because I have a hard time seeing them getting ahead. So it's so incredibly crucial that the supports have good map reads and are in the right place at the right time, because technically speaking, Spirit, if one support is missing on the map, any of the 3 lanes could be under attack. Prophet can always join. Both of their supports have decent, damage and utility. So, and at the same time, even if Liquid are there, what's the protection, right? Like, are you going to save the Shadow Fiend there if Mirana's there? I don't think so. Are you going to save her with Willow? I mean, maybe Willow with some good brambles can create some spacing for Mickey, but I still think either support being there would have still been a kill. And that's why if Boss Wex were a thing, that would have been nice.
Indeed, Laurel taking quite a bit of damage.
So is Nisha,
the Rolling Thunder going back right on top of Nisha as the supports have come through. The Shadow Demon disruption is very awkward. Does get the connection and the kill in the end. A little bit sloppy from Spirit. And Laurel might pay the price as the Star Storm finishes the job for Tofu. Looking for a double kill. Will get it. Okay, actually, Foxy took 1 kill.
Yeah, that disruption might have actually cost them 2 heroes. Because I think they were getting the kill regardless, but it took longer, and it gave Liquid the time to rotate in. So I want to say a rare mistake here for Not Me, who has had I would argue, an incredibly impressive rookie year at TI so far. It's been a very welcome addition to Spirit.
First game of the day, Cinderin.
Most people didn't even know who he was when he joined the team. Like, that's pretty rare to see somebody join a tier 1 team with... I mean, generally speaking, when you do get scouted, you have some tier 2 and tier 3 experience, but he did have, but...
I mean,
probably
I think
lower...
That's a sign of a good scene, if that is going to continue to happen. We want the new blood to come in. Yeah. We don't want people like you just sticking around a little bit too long.
Okay.
Escape Gaming comes to mind as Yatoro.
What is this?
Sorry, it's a little too early for the banter.
My brain doesn't work before noon.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Be careful.
Apologies to the viewers in advance for you. Brambles right on top of Yatoro. Ace is level 7. Nice disruptor from Not Me, though. As we can try to turn this around, Rue makes his way over in addition. And Ace slowed up big time. Going to take the swashbuckle with another rotation from Laurel. So 4 members of Spirit come over and destroy Ace in turn.
Yatoro not getting any of the last hits on the kills. It's going to mean that he is currently tied with Mickey for net worth. Of course, the grand prize here is not the Timber Saw, it is the tower that will be going down, courtesy of the trance. This is something that Winter was talking about on the panel as well. You're playing into that Shadow Fiend, you want to take the tower, and there's multiple ways of doing it. You can have something like Summons or a Dom Creep. Well, how about both? They've got Treants and the Hellbear Smasher currently working for them. I think it's just a matter of time before Yatoro's next move will be in that bot lane, and if that's successful, you're losing a second side lane tower for sure. No shot Liquid defend that if the move is successful prior.
Yep, and Collapse going for, I want to say, the EWC standard build, which is Helm directly into Heart. So he's going to be very, very farmed this game if he's able to get that at a good time.
It's a very good Lotus game.
I mean, I would expect him to go for that later.
Yeah.
I mean, these games, we've seen games go very long at this tournament. That's why I'm questioning why people are not just going Heart second if you know it's going to go late. As long as the game's not out of control, which right now is very even.
Yeah.
I don't see the downside, really.
This ward could pay dividends later. Once again, when you do have that profit, even ganking a little bit out of the way places becomes a lot easier.
Tofu, okay. Going to be just fine. Nisha comes over, gets the tornado. Starstorm from Tofu as well. Not Me is definitely dead. Laurel does have to be a bit careful. Is shadowed by Collapse on the Centaur, who does not want to fight. He's just posing a big fat presence.
Yep, just the bottom tower with his Dom Creep. He's happy. But I think so far, 11 minutes in, probably rather happy if you're Liquid with the fact that this hasn't been worse than this. Only the 4 kills. Sure, you've lost your 2 side lane towers. That was probably going to happen, but all 3 of your cores are at a very competitive net worth. Nisha being the bottom of them is maybe not the best sign, but it's Invoker. He's about to take Meteor Hammer. And, oh, I was about to say they have some stacks, but there's another guy who wants a piece of that.
I mean, I think the panel also mentioned, but one issue with Invoker this game is there's no real good Sunstrike setup, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you get the arrow, which they don't have really a great setup for that, it's like Bramble, I guess. But
that's not the easiest.
That would have been one way to get Invoker a little bit more farm in the early stages of the game.
I'm surprised they gave the stacks to Timber, actually. I don't know if that's the right choice in this game. I think he was slated to just have a free farm time up top for quite a while regardless.
But it's Ace.
It is. He loves creeps.
Who is Ace if he does not take all the farm in the jungle as the offlaner? Always playing these thick boys. Timber saw no exception to that. Laurel, posing a presence to this tier 1 mid. Nisha, spotted Root, looking for the opening. Get the slow to start, but not going to commit to anything. Tango's pretty low, actually. Might have to get the rolling thunder here pretty soon. They're going to try to get the Sunstrike. The Disruption's going to dodge basically everything. Laurel doesn't have mana right now to use the rolling thunder, but Nisha extremely low. Shadow Realm available.
That was
for some damage
really
onto
good
Laurel.
Tornado timing. If he hits that swashbuckle, Nisha is dead. Caught him mid-swash.
Not fully committing his spirit, kind of just
tower, though.
Playing the tower, and yeah, they will clean it up eventually. Mickey, though, makes his rotation over, gets the raise, arrow coming, not going to hit. Sunstrike going to be dodged. Laurel, just fine. Has the Diffusal Blade now, going to go for the Shard into Blink Axe.
I was going to say, surely Rue is going to heal him. He's just holding out to Cold Embrace the entire time, and he heals himself. Look out for your boy, man. Laurel is low.
Maybe he took that extra piece of toast at breakfast.
Yeah, personal vendetta. I'm sure they ran out.
That would be something.
You ever been to a breakfast where they ran out of toast? I don't think I've ever experienced that.
Yeah, but you remember they were at a hotel where they ran out of toilet paper, right?
Oh.
That was Spirit, and that was the year they won TI.
Yeah.
They need a little adversity to be able to get over the hump.
That must be the secret.
Absolutely.
Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think I ever ran out of toilet paper at my TI appearances, so you must be right. The stats don't lie.
100% win rate, from what we can figure out. Or same time here, Cinder. Nice segue onto Tofu playing the Mirana.
Yeah. Speaking of toilet paper, Tofu is 0 and 2 on Mirana.
I was just thinking of the food tofu. You know? It's just,
oh,
goodness.
All right, smoke
All right,
from Spirit.
Nisha.
Be a nice connection, and he is
Blade.
already dead.
Absolutely. Very quick kill. TP is not even remotely close. Another great pickoff for Spirit. Getting a little bit of separation now in terms of net worth. You can see Yatoro leading the way as you're used to seeing on the Nature's Prophet. But in terms of pacing, you still think that Liquid are happy with the way things are going? Obviously, the Invoker's a bit of a anomaly.
He is having a rough one on Nisha. I mean, it's definitely significantly worse than it was a few minutes ago. This time they lost the mid tower plus Nisha as well again. Now up to 3 deaths. It's just like looking at the big picture of how bad I was envisioning this could go. This is in like the better half at least of potential outcomes. I think there's almost if these two teams play this draft 10 times, I feel like Spirit win the early game 9 out of 10, and in maybe 3 or 4 of them they're up 5K now. So you know it could be way worse for Liquid because of how little they've bled, relatively speaking. But it's not going to get immediately easier now. Now you've lost your front row of defense on the towers. You can see Spirit are placing really good offensive wards. They have one around the enemy secret shop. They have one around the waterways down bottom, and actually one around the double coverage there with the river. So they are going to see Liquid movements. They are going to want to pounce on them between Stampede, Prophet Teleportation, and obviously Pango being a complete beast right now. Yeah, the worst is yet to come. If Liquid can keep this at a 1K for 10 minutes, that's when the items are going to change everything. But they need to still weather the storm.
Oxy. Single swash brings him to half health.
Yep. Always a fun hero to play support against Pango. Half your spells don't work.
Unless you're Bane.
And yeah, well, there's a few supports that do like it.
I think they're going to go through the gate.
Oh yeah, Mickey
SF is the target.
They might have seen him go right before their ward expired. I think they definitely did.
Okay, he is running in the correct direction. They don't scan it out. They miss on the scan at least, but they continue on.
Good thing this hero farms camps really fast so you can get out in time.
They're going to see that these creeps recently perished. They to the north now. So close, and now he's within safety of the tier 2 tower. Not me. His smoke breaks, so now the Tofu in the tree line's going to be spotted here. For the Rolling Thunder from Laurel. Not able to find the connection. Has to self-disrupt, and that's going to be a dead Shadow Demon. The Liquid, very fortunate.
That is just such
like a half-second difference between finding the SF and not.
It's such a good read from Mickey to not go to the Mud Golems on the left as part of his farming rotation, but realizing, okay, they've been missing for just long enough that this is there's a very high probability that I am getting ganked, so he goes north to the other camps in protection of his team and avoids a very nasty situation.
Laurel has the damage. Nisha can obviously take that off with the tornadoes. Mickey gets a little bit of vision. Bramble's right on top. He has his shard apparently. Gets off the shield crash as well, but he still blows up regardless. Very nicely done from Liquid, obviously knowing that the Rolling Thunder was down just to roll up.
It's going to give some more space to Nisha, who desperately needs it. Finding some recovery. Now Blink Dagger picked up from Rue.
Pretty fast.
Decent timing. Sitting at 19 minutes. This is a rather difficult Wyvern game, I would say. You have one hero you want to curse next to, which is Shadow Fiend. He's the only one who's really going to kill anyone. The enemy heroes, nature of...
A bit of trouble. Bedlam doing a good amount of damage. Disruption into the Sunstrike as Ace comes in to finish the job. Who's actually getting the last hit there is Ace now, taking the brunt of the damage from Spirit. Drained of his mana, killed off. A great turn of events for Spirit, losing a support for the off-lane carry. And yeah, Tofu looks to be next on the list. Yatoro with a double kill on the Nature's Prophet.
Elite Tofu all day.
Oh yeah, that's good protein.
That's going to be the BKB. So as I was saying, yeah, for Wyvern, the challenge in this game is that Cold Embrace is just really bad, right? Timbersaw is one of the nightmare matchups for that. All of his damage is pure. Invoker is a nightmare matchup. All of his damage is magic. Willow, Mirana. Shadow Fiend as a carry is even mixed because he can go for the raises. So Cold Embrace will just be exceptionally difficult to use, and the Curse is hard because Liquid's lineup inherently doesn't really stack on top of each other. It's 4 ranged heroes plus a Timber jumping around. So Rue, I think this could have potentially been a game where Blink is not the choice, but rather something like Glimmer Force. I find myself almost always loving the dagger, but this is one of those games that it'll be very impressive if he finds high impact plays with anything except maybe one good curse this game. So keep your eyes on that. Tormentor will go to Spirit. Rue will get the Cold Embrace upgrade, ironically, after that monologue.
Right. I mean, do you think the damage aspect of this, is it just icing?
Yeah.
How often is it useful, would you say? Because you have to, it feels like it's, usually you're not going to get anything out of it when you're using Cold Embrace as a save, feels like. Especially with this much magic and pure damage on Liquid's side.
Yeah, a lot of the time when you get Cold Embraced, you reset after, right? It's to buy time in order to get out and then maybe go back in again, but then the buff is gone.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's situationally good.
Because you're not going to be using it initial. Okay, we're going to hold that thought. Ace in a bit of trouble. Moonlight Shadow on him, but they have the vision and they have the kill. The Toro there in numbers.
Yeah, that number is 1.
Plus his 3 teammates.
Okay. So Spirit.
Yes.
Yep, got it. Okay.
I mean, Yatoro is such a huge personality, Cinder. He can be there.
Yes, a split personality. We've got good and bad Yatoro showing up to this gang.
No, that's not true. Different hair, Yatoro. That's his personality. He's all natural now. We have Roach being attempted by Spirit.
Oh, collapse. Big damage.
Spotted. Right click from Nikkei. My goodness, the alacrity just going ham. And just like that, Spirit have to abandon the Roche attempt.
This is really awkward. 40 seconds on Centaur. If they knew that Roche was being started, they could actually go for it themselves. Instead, though, on the prowl for Laurel, nice sidestep. Not going to get clipped by that tornado.
So Collapse gets a Soul Ring. Is that literally just for EMP?
I think that's a very big part of it, if not the entire reason, yeah.
I can't remember last time I've seen it on Centaur.
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of strength offlaners that you wouldn't necessarily think would buy it, but it's just, there's so much farming in Dota that it's value. But Centaur specifically doesn't need mana to farm, so it has to be an EMP solution. How much mana does EMP drain with Max Swags?
Do the math.
How do you even see that when you're spectating?
I don't.
Invoker's a little bit special. You can't just ask to see the spell.
You want to check GPT it real quick?
No.
Double checking.
I don't. So Centaur's current mana pool is, what's that, 765?
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, is his mana pool in general.
If he gets EMP'd, he can't use Stampede and Stomp without the Soul Ring. So that has to
probably drains around 400.
I think it might even be 500 when he's next.
Got his shard now, so gets to farm by walking.
Yep, very nice.
Your favorite.
Congratulations, you can buy Shard on Invoker. Or Arteezy would say if he were here.
Daedalus now online for Yatoro, so still keeping up that net worth, has a 3K separation between him and Mickey. I mean, for a Nature's Prophet, how much do you want to be up versus the, I guess, SF in this particular?
I think this is kind of par for the course. Maybe this is slightly better than expectation. Well, if you ignore the surrounding factors, let's say both heroes just get to have a great time, which they often do because they're safe laners. Good for you. Yeah, this is probably roughly expected in this patch from what we've seen from other teams in the tournament. Obviously, we're going to be comparing them to the elite level, so let's compare the potential of Shadow Fiend as well as Nature's Prophet to how well has Satanic done. Then I think this is probably maybe a little under for SF and on par for Prophet. Kind of checks out with how the game has gone, right? He's 3-1 on Prophet. SF has died once. That's a good curse.
Very nice curse. They're going to kill out of the Mirana as a result. The Rolling Thunders. He's able to get saved by the Cold Embrace at the last moment, though. Still inside that Rolling Thunder. Ace with the BKB. Mickey looking for the Requiem. Gets it off. They're trying to TP out. Taking the right-click damage. He's barely going to survive. Mickey with a just 10% HP, able to get back in time. They're going to lose 3 overall, though, so the fight still goes the way of Spirit. And now they are in a decent amount of control, which means Roche should be on the table.
Somebody tip Rue. That was perfect. He finds a 3-man curse onto Miranda with Shadowfiend being one of the attackers, and a clean cold embrace on the Pango, who was in absolute peril against Shadowfiend there. Just wastes off the entire BKB with a cold embrace. These were 2 spells that were not inherently obviously going to get great impact, but they find the perfect moment for both. And now their grand prize will probably be Roche, I would imagine.
He's back to full HP, but you can see Liquid not remotely close to this right now, so he could be a freebie in the end. I would assume that Yatoro does claim it himself. Marl getting close to finishing his Aghanim Scepter, about 300 away. Yatoro does indeed take it. So we saw the BKB for Nisha, and it's going to be an Octarine Core next for Ace, Shivas. So we're going to see a lot of larger spells coming out of these cores pretty soon. And Mickey, of course, well, I say of course, goes for, I mean, is this, would you call this a hybrid build right now?
I feel like it's always a hybrid build if you have Yashikaya, right? Like if you want to commit fully in the right-click direction, this is a skippable item. So, yeah, it's hybrid, but it definitely is hybrid if you go Blink. Then you're not even playing into the right click fully after the Ashikaya.
You think they'll have enough physical damage in this game?
I think that's Daedalus is probably fine.
Marl right on top of Tofu again. Dunzo.
It's just getting out of hand.
Yeah, the map is in control of Spirit now. 8K lead.
Being down against Nature's Prophet in Dota history just feels so bad. Like, it's...
It used to feel worse, though, to be fair. The 25 towns.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, if we want to remember the worst part of every hero, then that one was definitely Prophets.
Yep, I would attest to that. Ace. He finds Rue, but I think this might be the other way around. It has to use the BKB because Yatoro has shown up. Laurel as well. Gets off the Timber Chain to the low ground, attempting the TP, but the curse cancels it out because the high ground is Lacquered. Not 2 shots Rue, but he survives. Laurel does take out Ace in the end, and now Mickey on the run. Deafening Blast to hold Yatoro at bay. Remember, he does have the Aegis. First round, not the pop. Gets the cold embrace, and he does get taken out. So that's life number 1. But Mickey taking a ton of damage from Laurel. Now he has backups of his teammates. The Washbuckle in the end for Laurel gives him enough space to get away. This might be a full reset as Laurel going in really deep to kill off the SF. Some balls on that young man. So 2 cores dead for Liquid. Was definitely not expecting that.
The classic Giga Chat, TP in 1v3 under the enemy tower to kill the Kara and just walk it off.
Insane.
I mean, he kept track of the abilities. There was nothing left. There's nothing countering your BKB in this game. If you just BKB TPing on Prophet, you know Shadowfiend doesn't have resources to fight you back. What's going to stop you? There's no BKB piercing stun. There's no inherent save for the guy you're going on. So, yeah, why not just dive them?
Nisha trying to split these waves. Wait some time as his backdoor protection will not kick in at times. The tier 2 goes the way of Spirit. No longer with the Aegis, though. I can see the Hydra's breath on Yatoro as well now.
I can't believe Nature's Prophet gets to be the 8th pick of the draft between these 2 teams. That's actually just mind-blowing.
You've been talking about this hero the entire tournament.
It's so good. And it's against Mickey, who's also incredibly skilled at this hero. They rated Shadowfiend higher. I don't mind that. If you think it's better, I think they're like on par. But then the fact that they didn't ban this going into the second phase, you've seen Yatoro, you've seen Satanic, you know Mickey himself, how good this hero is. I don't know. I don't think you let this hero through in the second phase to any of the specialist teams. It's just too good for me. Yatoro showcasing it here.
Yep.
525 CS at 30 minutes.
How does that compare to Satanic, would you say?
Close, I think.
1,000 GPM?
Maybe Yatoro watching some replays. Must be weird being the guy everybody learns from for like 3 years, and now maybe there's somebody you can learn from for once.
I think Satanic at around this stage of the game had about 900 something GPM. So
I thought you were going to say CS, and I was like, sure, buddy.
maybe if there was a
that's for the next patch.
Playing against Enigma and who else?
Broodmother.
Broodmother. Yeah.
I have intel. The next patch, the map will be even bigger.
Oh.
We'll have 4 lanes, and yeah, Prophet teleport starts without a cooldown at the beginning of the game.
Oh, that's nice.
So then maybe 900 CS will be obtainable.
Okay.
Meteor gonna wipe out this bottom wave. I mean, you're just playing for time here on Liquid, hoping that you can get to some point of critical mass. If we do go late enough, I think they scale incredibly well.
Nice job from Boxy. Forces out the Rolling Thunder. Didn't have any vision there, but the smoke popped, so they just assumed that being a waste for Spirit. But still, with that 13K lead, pretty comfortable at the moment. And of course, as usual, Sinner, we need to talk about high ground defense. They have an Invoker. That is maybe
it's good.
Is there a better hero in the game than Invoker for high ground defense?
If I had to pick one, it's him.
Does he still have that axe with tornadoes?
The Twisters, yeah.
But usually people go, well, it depends, I guess, on the game.
People don't really buy Ags.
That's true. Ags is, if you have a really good Cataclysm setup, which they do not, then maybe. But yeah. It seems this current shard on him has overtaken the Ags, which people used to get for the Tornadoes. He's going to be spotting against the Tornadoes. Speaking of, has to pop the BKB. Yatoro's there. The right clicks are just fearsome. And Nisha falls to the ground. Buys the Octarine in time, but still another death to his name, 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out, Yatoro's actual net worth to damage ratio here is insane because he has bypassed Pike. This is an item you almost always see Prophets buy because they need mobility, but he's just so overwhelmingly powerful in this game that he's been able to go for the Hydra's Breath. And
wow, they already have every shard? Really?
Yeah.
At 32 minutes?
So Shadow Demon
bought it.
The Shadow Demon did buy it, which I'm super happy to see because I just think it's incredibly good, this game. The first one they found went to Wyvern, right?
Yeah, that's
the one I would suggest not buying, so it checks out.
Wow.
You could have not bought the Prophet one, I guess, but
he's got enough of all these guys.
This is never an issue for Prophet.
I mean, you talked about how it might be more valuable to just get the gold anyway, if you only have 1 shard left.
Yeah, if your Prophet is...
because he's farming so well anyway.
Yeah, you're effectively giving gold to your teammates by buying your shard, right?
Yeah. Yep, has that 25 talent. It actually takes the remove teleportation. We've seen the other one. His arrow will be dodged.
Very close.
Ace looking for the opening. Blinks right in. Root taking a huge burst damage. Stuck inside the brambles. Now has to use the curse, but dies shortly after. Right click now onto Collapse. Mickey. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet right clicking. Ace able to get the BKB off and trying to retreat with the Timber Chain as Nisha has half HP as well. Collapse no longer has the Stampede as the Ice Wall will block them off. But he still gets the blink into the hoof stop, and that is a lot of damage on Nisha. Has to use the BKB with such a small amount of HP inside the pit. Attempting the TP is fine. Still at heavy cost. They're going to lose Boxy as well. So both supports, a bunch of BKBs down for Liquid.
Yeah, worth keeping in mind, that fight started with a free kill on the Wyvern. So effectively a 5v4 afterwards, and Liquid still cannot come out on top of a single fight this game. The rich get richer. Yatoro now almost has a butterfly, so it's time to replace an item. I'm guessing you just get rid of your treads already.
It's interesting because I know that Mickey is going for Daedalus now, but I wouldn't say he's hitting particularly hard with his build. Collapse, not able to find the hook stomp in time. Yeah, we'll be going for the butterfly for that evasion, so we'll see if Mickey chooses to go for an MKB at some point. Because without him right-clicking, I guess Alacrity is what he's really banking on.
Yeah, that is an X factor for the game for sure. Invoker is...
But nobody else is
the Alacrity talent, though.
Yeah, so Butterfly is just, it feels like almost a hard counter to this SF in theory, because it's the only one that can be right-clicking on Yatoro.
It's good. I think this has been... Through Yatoro's career, one of the things that impressed me the most about him has been his itemization. I think in plenty of games, he's not been afraid of doing something outside of the norm. Not that this in particular is anymore, but just has always had a very good understanding of what he needs to achieve with every item purchase. And I've said this many times on casts before, I find itemizing on hard carries really difficult with all the options you have and with all the problems that different games present. Having that reference for what to buy, even at the elite level, you see players make, I would say, clear mistakes in what items they buy, but it's very rare that it feels like Yotaro did not do the right thing. Yeah. Except this teleport.
Oh boy, Arrow not going to be there because of the BKB. There's an alacrity on Tofu of all heroes. Laurel still looking for a connection. They're inside that Moonlight Shadow, though they actually do find Nisha in the end, and he just gets destroyed by the Stampede. Yotaro gets the last right click. And again, Invoker down and out. Can Liquid fight without him? I don't think so.
What I was talking about there, Shannon. Yotaro's itemization, having BKB this game, genius.
Yeah,
just absolutely
really unusual.
Stellar itemization to have BKB for a situation like that. All right.
Now Roche number 2. The Belch comes out. This will be a freebie for Spirit.
Another great item for Yotaro here. The Aegis of the Immortal. Good pickup.
Yep. Good choice for Yotaro.
Backpack is BKB. That's a good choice.
Well done. Really glazing him today.
So he's going for Axe next. I mean, you're at the point now where you're just full luxury territory.
We get rooted. Boxy trying to scare the big bad Yotaro, but obviously that Aegis not gonna bite at all.
Well, hello.
TP's right into the Timbersaw. Will have to force his BKB TP himself.
And then he teleports somewhere else.
That's right.
To get mana at base, and then he's going to teleport bottom and start hitting the tower.
He'll be back. Double Siege Wagon for Spirit. Plenty of time on his Aegis. Claps with the hoof stomp onto Tofu. The Rolling Thunder from Lauren creating a good amount of space. First only on the one, though. Nisha will get off the BKB. You can see a little focus on the belly. In the midst of all this, goes for the Requiem play. Not doing, he does a decent amount of damage, but he has to fight for it. Not me, gets the kill. It's going to be a trade for Collapse, though, as Spirit trying to do a soft reset. They lose their support now. Barrick's still up and running. Yotaro gets clipped by the arrow and the tornado. Is this life number 1? Nice force staff, and the load is coming out from Rue. Will help Yotaro survive, as you can see Tofu now trying to keep these pesky Spirit players out of their base. So far, success. Tofu is dropping quite low. 4 health, all right. Will survive. Boxy very deep in the midst of this. Is Root attempting to get away. Looks like Yotaro will be just fine, but Laurel not so much. Bramble after Bramble. Out of mana now. Gets off the blink at the last moment. He's actually going to get out. It looks like it. As Yotaro came back, apparently, just to beat TP in their face, which creates enough space for the Pango to get away.
I can't believe that worked for Mickey. That's so insane. He offensively piked into Requiem, and somehow they actually hold there. I was about to say this. Yeah. All right. Well, step number 1. This is, unfortunately for Liquid, this happened so fast after the Aegis pickup that Spirit definitely have a second attempt in them for this bottom lane.
Yep. And they had the banner the whole time, too. I'm a little surprised they didn't use it there. But we'll have it for this second attempt.
Yotaro probably shouldn't be the one holding said banner. Probably not. A little bit of inventory management issues. You should offload this, outsource the banner to a teammate.
Oh, they have a shield rune as well. As he consumes the Aghanim Scepter and is going for Moonshard next. Does not have buyback, but not worried about that with that Aegis. Obviously, Boxy will be run into. And Rolling Thunder looking for a connection. Ace gets off the Timber Chain with the BKB. Yotaro joining the party as well. They get the bash, though. The right clicks will come. Nice tornado. Keeping Yotaro at bay, but Nisha gives away his position in the tree line, attempting to go away, but no. He gets cursed in the TP, and Laurel's going to be there to finish the job.
No buy.
No buyback, 80 seconds, and this is 5 versus 4. That's not even including the Aegis.
I'm afraid no buy means bye-bye for this one.
I do believe.
Really, really difficult now. Holding without your primary high ground defender for a full minute When all 3 lanes are pushing in with a Nature's Prophet and a banner. Good luck.
Just go to every lane, push them out, and now the pressure is on Liquid. Tier 3 tower, Dunzo, Roche banner still up and running. This is going to be at least a set, if not more. Laurel getting in a little bit deeper, swashbuckle to the low ground. Not going to find his mark. Still 40 seconds for Invoker. You would think this is going to be 2 sets because they did a lot of damage in that bot side. See if Spirits stick around. Still a minute on the Aegis. And Prophet TPs to the top side, so wants to go for the building that is full HP, it seems. Get gone on by Ace. A good amount of damage gets that Satanic, though, getting a very respectable amount of HP. The Whirling Thunder not nearly enough, and Ace will take a tumble, and he does not have buyback. So now that Niche is coming up, the rest of his teammates aren't even alive, and this might just end up being Mega Creeps now as a result. Surprised they didn't wait. Either way, Spirit in firm control of this game now. That is the second set in their favor. Mickey looking for a cheeky spot to get this Requiem off. It's still on cooldown for 5 seconds. As Yatoro looking for the full megas in favor of Spirit, and he'll get it. 32K lead for Spirit in this game number 1. Looking extremely sharp.
Yatoro's GPM. What the Enjoyers out there? 1100.
Wow.
That's
pretty good. Yeah.
Is that a top 3 of the event? Games, but this is definitely up there.
Tornado Sun strikes a lot of damage to Lar. Will get the roll up and gets cleansed as well and goes inside of the cart, which is going to be brought back into Nisha's face. Apparently gets off the Yule though. Now Laurel put in a precarious spot and will die. Will drop the gem as well. They'll kill off Foxy though in turn as Rue getting saved at the last moment by the destruction. Yatoro, he just fountain farming at this point. Still 20 seconds for Ace to come back. There's a double buyback on the Liquid. Arrow shot. Arrow though. Do they have the Requiem? They do. The reckless damage coming through as Mickey's going to get the kill with the lack of that. They're able to get the kill now onto the center in all likelihood. That's a death Requiem though for the Shadow Fiend. Does have the buyback if needed, but this is enough dead for Spirit that Liquid should be able to hold on here. As Collapse attempting to TP out, very ambitious. Will be falling to the first damage of Ace, so Liquid technically hold on.
You must have kept really good track of Invoker spell cycling to think you can TP there. Oh, it's funny. Well, Liquid, they do hold. They find the first kill of the game onto Yatoro's Prophet, 8, 1, and 15. It's an arrow that does him in, and I think Shadow Demon could not disrupt because of the immediate follow-up Requiem. You're going to see the replay here. So Laurel they're just a bit out of position, right? Another great curse from Rue here is just going to kill the Mirana, and they want to follow up.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah, so now he doesn't have it, and Yatoro wanted to follow up on Collapse's Stomp. They were hoping to kill Shadow Fiend, didn't happen, and this arrow and this Requiem really nicely choreographed by Liquid. Man, the fact that Mickey dies there is actually so close to surviving too.
Well, they're going to do as much damage to buildings as they can while these heroes are dead, but unfortunately for Liquid, it's still against Mega Creep, so this is a slow push.
They're going to get 25 on Timber for this, so that's a bit of an upgrade.
Mickey always looks
SF is 25.
Remember, this is Elimination Series. Yeah, Tofu close to that Aghanim Scepter now, 100 away. The push. But still, Mega Creep comebacks are few and far between. Normally we see it when it's Megas versus Megas. That's the Mega Creep comeback.
I thought you were going to say normally we see it when it's Megas versus Liquid, because that's the one time it happened this tournament.
Yeah, that's true.
I believe they were the first team to lose against Megas in the last 3 years of TI.
3 years, really?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. That's obviously a great stat to have for Liquid. That feels really good.
I mean, what do you talk about here if you're Liquid? Like,
I think you need to strategize how you get on Shadow Demon. Find a way to envision a way of setting up a fight that you can somehow take it on your terms to kill the support. Going on Yatoro first is just not going to work. He's way too tanky. He has way too good coverage between the two defensive supports, plus the cart, Stampede, all of that. And that's where, at this point in the game, it would feel really, really nice to have like a Blink Hex to just be able to start a fight. Nobody has it though. You don't have a blink targeted stun. You don't have an immediate obvious hero to frontline with, except Timber, who Spirit largely in this game has kind of been able to pretend isn't real.
Yeah, that's
Ace
that's
just
pretty
hasn't
accurate.
really,
Actually, yeah.
he hasn't really been able to do all that much. So, yeah, Nisha is going to be the one trying to fulfill that task here. He has the gold for the Hex now, would come at the expense of having buyback.
There's a chance, Liquid fans. Technically speaking, it's a great Ace Ventura.
That 1% is because of Liquid Yandex.
Actually, no, that was Dumb and Dumber. Sorry about that, Cinderin. I know you're
Liquid
big.
Yandex Dumb and Dumber?
No, of course not.
Uncalled for. Dumb and Dumber is you and me. Guess who you are?
Dumber. 28K lead here for Spirit. I assume that they kind of chill a bit. They wait for these buybacks. So, and I say wait, farm up those buybacks because they haven't really used them, and then go for the Roche to finish the job. And for Liquid, I cannot see a scenario where they come back here if they give up Roche.
No.
Do you agree with that?
I would agree.
But it's so difficult to just leave your base at this point of the game. I don't even know how you contest Roche.
Yeah, the issue is I also can't see a scenario where they win the Roche fight, so it's a little bit tricky right now that both enemy supports have Eon Discs. That was the thing I was talking about. They need to get on the supports and kill them. Well, they can't. They don't have a Purge either. So
what if they bring all their couriers to the Roche pit, try to hide them, and go for the item steal? What do you think?
I like it.
You don't need your couriers.
No, it's creative.
It's something.
But yeah, leaving your base, when you Mega against Prophet, have you ever seen that hero lose against Megas, or with Megas?
I don't think so.
This is like the worst hero in Dota to play against when you have Mega Creeps on your team. They just non-stop push.
It used to be worse, though. Remember, Cinder.
It could be worse. It could be worse, yeah. The good old talent.
All right,
Plus
well.
Ironwood Tree.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's favorite.
Oh, man.
So Spirit have Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard on the Pango, and Roche Banner again. And Roche Banner at this stage of the game starts to get really scary, especially with the Mega Creeps. You can put it relatively far away. Look at the damage that these Mega Creeps take. Not much. Toro leading the way, going to the tier 4s. Laurel opens it up with the Rolling Thunder, finding a couple connections. Nikkei not using the BKB, blinks out instead. The Meteor coming down. Toro getting pretty low, looking for the cart connection. He's going to get disrupted instead. The arrow's going to keep the Centaur in place. Toro wants to preserve his life number 1, but he gets bursted down by Ace. So Aegis is down and out. Nice start for Liquid. Oh, Timothy not coming back. The Requiem comes in, putting Toro in a precarious spot. Has to bop the BKB with the Satanic as well. But Nikkei will fall. Now the right inside the Nisha. Not quite enough. Trying to get away. Is good arrow. Arrowed again. The disruption to save. There's the curse coming out of the meantime. Getting 3 members stuck. Toro still stuck with very little HP. Finally will fall. Does have the buyback. And obviously can TP back into the fight as well. Ace extremely low himself. Has to Timber Chain back to the fountain. And now the Ancient fully exposed as the tier 4s are out. We'll see if Yatoro wants to expend the buyback or not.
Man, they killed him twice.
Roche Banner still up. This feels like the time to use it. They're going to get the hoof stomp connection onto the Timber Saw, though, to start this out. Still Yatoro not using that. They actually had a complete lockdown on this Timber Saw. He just gets bursted down to the ground. Still, Yatoro available to come if he wants. It's the buyback now onto Ace. Trying to reset for Spirit. Timber Chain onto Laurel. The dodge the tornado. Gets the bash off the shield crash on the Mickey. Attempting to get out. Does blink away safely. Not going to be so lucky. As there's the buyback now from Yatoro. He's going to go for the throne straight up. He's going to actually go for the fight. Looks like he's coming for the fight. Is Ace. This will be a huge kill because this would be a dieback onto the Timber Saw. Nowhere to go. Hoof stomp and dead for 2 full minutes on this core. That's 2 dead, in fact, for Liquid with no way to get back in the game. Arrow going to be dodged by Laurel. Might have to reset a bit for Spirit. They can use these creeps to their advantage. Yatoro back into the fray, though. Right-clicking now the Ancient, the hoof stomp onto Mickey.
Time is running out.
The deafening blast coming in. Yatoro continuing to go for the buildings now as he should be able to finish this himself. There's the curse of last moment. Finally, fortification comes out for Liquid. But Yatoro left to his own devices. Mickey comes in with one last Requiem. A good attempt, but it's not going to be enough, as he will fall to the ground, and Spirit
surely will be able to take game number 1, and they do. GG's our call. Entertaining game with these two teams. It feels like every time we watch these teams, they certainly deliver in the entertainment factor.
Absolutely. If your stats enjoy out there, just to give you the conclusion, Yatoro ends the game with 1,121 BPM.
Nice.
So eclipsing the 1,100 in a stellar individual performance. And I gotta say, all of Spirit in this game played exceptionally well. Every single one of them showing up in good form today. I loved their draft. I love what they were able to do around the mid-game portion. And yeah, Liquid, they were struggling to string it together.
That's right, Sheeper.
Thank you very much, Sinner and Sunspan there. We talked after the draft. We knew it was going to be difficult for Team Liquid in this game. We knew there was a lot of focus on the early stages of the game where we needed Mickey to do well, especially, and we thought maybe with getting first blood, that would be a great step in the right direction. But Tiga, that was far from enough.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Yatoro's GPM was 1,121. That's now the third highest GPM of any player in a tier 1 or tier 2 match in the history of Dota. It is absolutely incredible from him, but of course, that aside, everyone on Spirit just played extremely well. I think they were really methodical how they played the early game, taking that safe lane tower, moving towards the mid tower, and then they kind of went a bit quiet, just hit the creeps, they don't have to overplay, wait for when they're ready, and then they'll kind of slowly progress the map to Liquid doing literally nothing.
Yeah, I really liked how Spirit played the early game with bringing the Nature's Prophet to kill Mickey in lane. Whilst I don't think we expected they might have done it multiple times, they did it once and then took the tower. But the important thing after that was they placed a ward in the farming line at the bottom of the map. So they knew it when Mickey was just farming up and down there. I don't think they went to gank him, but it was more like we know when he's there, thus he cannot join fights on like the mid lane, for example. So Spirit played really nicely with their vision and pressure early game.
Yeah, and I think the Winter Wyvern, we talked about briefly during the start of the day. This first pick for Team Spirit worked out so well.
Yeah, in a lot of the team fights, you could see why I was happy. If I'm a Wyvern, I'm playing to SF, I could always have a lot of opportunities to get a good cold embrace off. The curses were great. I think this is a hero that has risen up in stock by so much during the playoffs, and I'm expecting maybe the hero is going to be banned as well. You have to consider maybe if you want to ban it. But overall, I think Liquid's downfall is because they over-budgeted on the cost. They have too many cores that need to farm, and as a result, Nisha, he was punished in this game because he couldn't really farm Ancients because Timber was taking the Ancients, and he constantly had to take the dangerous waves, and he got ganked, and Timber can't really help him, in the early game. So they were very, very defensive. They were very passive from the start, and they just have very, very little control over the course of the game.
Yeah, especially if you do compare that to Team Spirit, who just seem to be on point almost time and time again. Team Liquid, they fought valiantly at the end of the game. You have to. It's lower bracket at the International. You have to fight till the bitter end and hope that there is a mistake that you can still make your way back from and with. As we do take a look at the scores at the end of the day, Toro did die twice. First death was only at like 41 minutes, so we'll forgive him for that. He had a near flawless game there. For me, though, I'm having to give this MVP to Rue Rhea because he played a phenomenal Wyvern.
Yeah, I think Rue's ability to disengage these fights when Liquid wanted to go in or be aggressive or try and make moves was so pivotal. I really love these supports. This IM build, especially having Blink for your best positioning, having Force Off to help protect your allies, but also Eon Disc. Not dying is the most important thing you can do on a support. And genuinely, when games this TI have gotten to a spot where both supports can have Eon Disc, I feel like it becomes impossible for the other team to play because this is the highest priority target. Wyvern, every single fight, was getting off the right ults and the right heals to make it so that Mickey could do 0 damage.
Yeah, and also you can see from the inventory, right, him having only the brown boots, not the mana boots, mana boots are quite expensive, right? So being able to understand like when you need to buy them on a pos 5, like in certain games you need to help your cores as they're farming, run through the jungle, give them mana. But with Winter Wyvern, having that Blink Dagger as quick as possible, being able to play around it is going to really open up a lot of these engagements. So again, you don't have to default buy items. Like you can just change it up based on game to game, and that is a good example of, again, many Wyvern players just skip it, but
I feel a little attacked.
Yes, that was a call. That was not a call of what the pros did. I was just reminding you guys that you don't always have to default buy items. Sorry, Shiva.
I mean, that's why I didn't really like the last pick on Timber, because they didn't have the right hero. They didn't have a hero to deal with all these supports. That's why I suggested Mars, which is not a very common hero now, but Mars would have given them a way to find the back lines. Because with their heroes, the Invoker, the Timber, and the Shadow Fiend, I mean, you can maybe say Ultra late game, the Invoker can blink in, or if he has blink, or somehow find the back line. But over the course of the first 20-30 minutes, every fight, Wyvern got off like a very, very big ultimate in every single fight.
Yeah, and we would have loved to see Invoker have more impact in this game, but let's be real. I feel like maybe Laurel had Nisha's number a little bit. To break that one down, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Cheever. Yes, the Pango Laurel, he played amazing this game, and I wanted to show some small details here. Sometimes in a Dota game, the smallest little margins make the difference. It could be 10 mana, it could be a couple extra kills, but what Laurel does as Pango is he's using his skills to do a long-range attack, and if he can get 2 creeps, kill the Forge Spirit or harass the Invoker, that's a really good plan for him. So he's trying to consistently use his mana in ways that benefit him. Now, here's probably the most crucial part of the game. 4 minutes here, this rune is about to spawn, which means that he's going to refill his bottle, and if he does so, he gets a bunch of mana. And unfortunately, the Cold Snap was a fraction of a second too late. As a result, Laurel's able to get his rune. He's able to refill his bottle. He ends up getting back to the mid lane before Nisha, and now he gets access to both water runes, which is a huge amount of mana. And with this mana, he now gets to use his skills multiple times to harass his opponent. He did miss that swashbuckle there, but he gets a shield crash here, and he's going to end up pressuring the creeps and going under the tower. This clip's going to be a bit of a long one here. So now he uses his water rune. He's bottling up now. He gets to use swashbuckle to harass Nisha. He gets to use the shield crash, but he doesn't have enough mana for his next spell. So watch what he does. He uses his last bottle charge. He uses a clarity. Nisha sees this, says, I need to stop that mana regen or I'm going to die. And he uses Cold Snap from long range. But he got just enough mana here. And as a result, ends up getting a solo kill in the mid lane. Crazy good play from Laurel. That all cascaded from that water rune earlier. And the pressure really didn't stop because the same thing kind of happened here. Eventually, Nisha does go for a kill on Laurel. Laurel gets stampeded away. His teammates come and back him up here. But as a result of that earlier advantage and Nisha not quite having full mobility yet, he ends up getting pressured, killed under the tower. This pressure that Laurel put on Nisha was really, really big for the game because it meant that Nisha was not impacting the game as much. And so much of it cascaded from that early kill due to the water rune fight and due to this early pressure by the Team Spirit support. So excellent play by Team Spirit to get ahead and not let Nisha control the game.
Thank you very much, Bert. It really is a butterfly effect. When things start to go wrong, it can go wrong way further down the line because that one mistake that was made very much earlier. We're going to take a look at some of the fights that happened after that laning stage started the way it did for Team Liquid. As Winter, there was one fight fairly early on that you wanted to highlight for us.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about like how the early game was quite very, very passive from the Liquid side because they had very, very greedy farming costs. So this is like the best thing they could do. They brought a lot of heroes. They see Team Spirit invading and trying to control their jungle and take the bounty rune, so to bring numbers. This is something that I think they did really well in the early game, making sure that they defend and they at least have access into the jungle because Nisha was constantly getting pressure, like Kevin mentioned. He couldn't really farm very well, so he needed the help to come towards his side of the map so that he can actually farm. Because he's not getting any Sunstrike kills based on the heroes. That's not really a good setup for Sunstrike. So if he can't get to farm the jungle, then where does he go?
He goes to the fountain. That's kind of what happened. No, it's definitely a rough one for Anisha's Invoker in this one, which was not just his fault, but it was the draft coming together in a little of a poor way, some might say. And there was another fight, Rhea, that happened a little bit later.
Yeah, this fight is actually initiated by Liquid in that they smoke up for it. They enter the jungle and try to take this fight, but this is the Wyvern impact we talked about. Instantly, this ball of heroes have no way to initiate because of this last pick Timbersaw that doesn't give them a way to fight. So this Wyvern ult catches 3 heroes, they instantly kill Morana, and then it just becomes Mickey doesn't know what to do. He wants to hit Lal, who's able to get his roll off due to this Wyvern stall. But then when he starts clicking him, Wyvern then just heals. And then he continues to, through his BKB, hit the healed Lal target, which doesn't have any impact. Ace is also caught in the Wyvern ult, isn't able to have any impact on the fight. He has to use his own BKB, also then hits Lal's Wyvern heal target. So but it felt like the Wyvern had caused so much dysfunction at the start that they didn't really they weren't able to find an actual target to go on. And then when you have Nisha on the side who was a little bit more out of the fight, then Yotaro just TPs on him and kills him. It's like no one can do anything when the matchup is this skewed and you don't have an easy way to start your fights.
I see an overarching trend here, and I'm sure you guys at home see too, because we got on one side, you got Invoker, he needs someone to play with, he needs someone to set up Sunstrikes, and he needs someone that doesn't steal his farm. Simple. I got already one thing in mind, you do too. And then on the other side, you know, we got a great team fight, but not everybody's able to come together. We can't start the team fight in the way we want to. Who normally starts the team fight, T-Gov?
All right, so just to be clear, all right, it's not Ace's fault, all right? I'm going to show a graphic of Ace, but just want to put that out there. I feel like he was kind of put into a really difficult position in the draft because they made him like, they needed to find a hero for him to try and pop off on. At 30 minutes into the game, he had the lowest damage of his entire team. So sure, maybe he could individually play better in this Timbersaw game, but with the setup of this draft, going for the Shadow Fiend, then the Invoker, double range support, having the Spirit ban out the Tusk and the Clockwork. Of course, the Bane already banned out in the draft. Like, there was no natural support to kind of amplify this aggression. There was no way to bring life to the game. And then Ace was playing a Timbersaw. Sure, a very good hero for him historically, maybe not in current years, but it's just like, it just didn't feel like the correct pick after watching the game, of course. In the draft, it's like, sure, if they play really well and they use the supports and contest runes and they play through the map, then and they make space for SF, sure, they can play this game, but none of that happened. So in the game, they didn't play to the standard of how complicated their draft was. So I feel like in the next game, they have to tone it down. I don't want to see carry into mid pick, double range. I want to have just the classics, the initiation, the information that Winter's asking for, the ways to find the Winter Wyvern, the ways to start multiple fights with different options, because it's so scripted how they must fight. And Spirit, when they see the script, they will read it and outplay you. You have to make it more complicated for your opponent.
It's the support though. I think the hero that you suggested during the draft before Undying, I think when they had SF, maybe they needed something that's more stable in the early game because the Mirana just kind of doesn't really protect the SF at all. It's a nice hero. And in the games that I felt like Mirana was very impactful was when he had a very, very easy way to set up his arrow, like with Bounty, with Bane, for example, or SD. And I think with the Dark Willow, is just that doesn't really feel like the support duo kind of worked out for them. So I would like to see them maybe change that up and try to figure out what works better.
Also, even Rebecca's son, the Aegis looks so exciting. It's the next match. I just want to talk about the items. I'm like really excited about it, but the match is about to start. I don't want to take away that hype.
You're good. The match is soon starting. But first, we need the players in the booth, Rhea, and they will take their spot once again. Team Liquid in the lower bracket, no stranger to being with their backs against the wall. Team Spirit, this is the first match they are playing in the lower bracket, and let's be real, that first game didn't look like they were playing in the lower bracket. They had a great time, a comfortable time, one of the all-time highs for the Nature's Prophet of Yotaro as well, and he's of course looking to replicate those results, so everybody at home knows that it's not Satanic's year, it's his year once again. And to do that, he needs to choose the right items, Ray.
Oh my God,
you can talk about the items. That's all good.
Okay, the reason I was getting hyped is because when you talked about the Timbersaw, I wanted to criticize his item build a little bit. Because if you look at what he bought, he went for the Sanjin Kaya and he went for the Blink and the Heart and the Shivas. He built to be so tanky. And when I feel like you don't have this correct initiation, I would hope instead that he would buy a Scythe of Vice. Because having the ability to Blink Hex would actually give a setup for his team to start getting kills. And something that I thought was so nice in response to that was because Yotaro had a Wyvern and a Shadow Demon to play with saves. It meant that he didn't have to buy a Hurricane Pike. Typically, we see these Dragon Losses turn into Pikes because another 4-stuff on the team. Always good. Instead, he gets to buy the Hydra's Breath. And the reason this is so nice is because when you attack with it, it does 2.5% of your opponent's max HP as damage. So when you're playing into a Timber, it's like you don't have to worry about his armor because you're doing damage with this Hydra's Breath, and you don't have to worry about all these tanky HP items because you have Hydra's Breath. And I just thought that was a really nice result of the draft and the itemization of this game.
I mean, would you have liked it if he gone for Gleipnir so he can at least have a way to set up for his team, like for the Sunstrikes?
No, I think he built perfectly, and I think he's the best player in the world, Winter.
Okay. There you go. He's the best player.
All right, but this...
Oh, wait, you're talking about Timber Saw?
Yeah, Timber.
Yeah. I was like, who's
Sorry, I
buying
got
Gleipnir?
confused.
Why is
Yeah.
Profit buying Gleipnir?
I don't know. I mean, we could go back a year in time.
I just stay quiet. I was like, all right, I'll let them do that.
No, you're right. Gleipnir could have been good, yeah.
For the Timbersaw.
Yes,
For the
yes.
Timbersaw. Well, we took a step back, and it wasn't just a Timbersaw. It was how they set up the entire draft. So that leads me to believe that at the end of the day, going into this game too, Blitz is going to be like, yo, guys, that was on me. No worries. Don't sweat. I got his next time around. Because going into this second game of an elimination series, you have to have your head on straight, and you have to know and be comfortable that you got what it takes and that you got the tools in the draft as well.
Yeah, if they want to keep the same draft order, if they do want to play the Shadow Fiend into Winter Wyvern, I would probably just move towards not taking Invoker on 13. Like, put the Mirana there if they want to. If they really want to have these type of heroes, let the draft breathe for a little bit longer. And then when you open through the later phase, getting the 2 response picks to the opening of second, then you can go for it. But I just don't think the double core and give Spirit, like, all the information in the world. Like, that is the scariest thing to give to Spirit.
I actually think the problem was in the second phase draft when Spirit removed Tusk and Clockwork in the second phase draft. And I think why they didn't go for Undying was because Tofu doesn't like to play the melee heroes, and Boxy doesn't play. He doesn't want to play Undying. He plays the melee heroes he plays is Tusk and Clock.
Yeah.
And Tofu only plays one melee hero, Trian. And that hero is probably not going to be probably not going to be available. So I think that is an issue that they need to look at. If Meke is playing a range hero, how do they solve it? Do they want to pick the melee hero earlier, or do they have a replacement? Because I think they don't have a replacement. That's my theory.
Are we in a world where they get so afraid of this concept and they start not first picking, like literally first phasing with no cares of anything else? Like, we're taking our task or clock, just to be able to get the range combos down the line.
They need to secure the system. I think the system is very, very important for them to be successful. They need to have like a melee plus range combination, and they need to have the lane setup that would benefit them. The last time out, they have the Mirana and SF. That caused a lot of problems for them. Sure, maybe they could have adjusted some of the bans to accommodate that, but I think there's just too many holes they needed to plug there, and it was very, very difficult for them to do it.
What do you think about the alternative of a Centaur pickup instead of Invoker? Because I think that makes the offlane a lot more stable than having to reach this last pick. And
yeah, you get a Helm hero, so he creates a distraction as well, like the Timber, but at the same time, he's not so greedy. You know,
he has a stun.
He has a stun.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
He has
TI
a stun.
analysis, guys.
He's lower budget, and they could actually give more space to Nisha. You pick his Invoker, you need to be able to give space to him to farm.
Yeah, it sounds also simple, and we're talking about this obviously now in hindsight. Going to the booth, I think both Maposhka and Blitz will have thought about this to try to 5-hat each other and be one step ahead of the curve. Let's see who is one step ahead of the other as we head into the next one.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 2.
For this second game, we got Team Spirit on the Radiant side and Team Liquid on the Dire side. And it's a full swap because Team Liquid also has the first pick that was in the hands of Spirit in game 1. It is also overall last pick for Team Spirit here. So we'll see what answers Liquid has. There is already quite the change in this game because in the previous game, we saw both Nina and Ember removed from the pool, and both for now are still in. The Winter Wyvern made it in as well into the bans, that is. And that also means that the Bounty Hunter is no longer
It's gone.
It's gone. It's right now removed. Shadow Fiend also still removed. So definitely quite a big development here.
Yeah.
One thing to note is
These are
Slaughter
cool
still
bans.
in.
You need to pick your supports. A lot of the supports are banned. Like out of the first phase bans, 4 or 5 of them are support heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, I find this is pretty impressive from Liquid to come into this game and go, you know what, this is what we're going to approach the bans with, because we're making a case for a good Winter Wyvern game, or the fact that Bane, of course, is a staple. Shadow Demon getting promoted all the way to first phase, I don't think was in contention.
No,
but
I don't think anybody thought of that.
With the Wind Ranger pickup, you can see it now obviously makes a little bit more sense, right? But still, 3 supports into Wind Ranger.
Wait, I don't see it how it makes sense. I'm sorry. Why does it make more sense now that we see a Wind Ranger?
Wind Ranger walks in, you just disrupt the person that she's going on, and then now her focus 5
Oh, you said
PTB is
Shadow
going
Demon.
low.
Sorry, I thought it was Shadow Fiend you said. My bad.
No.
My bad.
Shadow Demon.
Different shadows.
Like, yep, cool, right.
I like this Wind Ranger pick as well because a hero they have left in is Lina, who has been famously first phase. But I really like Liquid taking Wind Ranger as an answer to Lina because she is able to just go in with BKB and focus fire Lina and just destroy her. I see Liquid do it so often. So I think it makes the first pick have to be different from Lina. We see Centaur instead, which we also considered last time we covered this matchup as unfavorable for Wind Ranger, yet Liquid still made it work.
And they have a choice to move it to Boxy if they deem that this is not really that great. But yeah, but I think Liquid also did one game that just didn't care. You know, they had the Tusk and Win. I think they just let it lane against the Centaur.
I mean, Spirit could also force the draft here by banning the Tusk of the Clock and then taking it out of phase. And then we still have the same question that we're looking for answers.
I mean, they can only ban, I guess they ban one.
They ban one, pick one,
and
right?
pick the other
so
one.
it's like you ban Tusk, pick Clock, because into Wind Range, you don't really want to just take the Tusk, right? So it's like, yeah.
That's a very good plan, I think. If you do that, it's going to put Liquid in a very uncomfortable position. Where, okay, maybe they have to pick the Undying, or maybe, I don't know, they have to figure some other replacement, which will
But it causes them to have to think about it, right?
Yeah, and they have to play out of their comfort zone. And the recipe right now where I feel like Liquid really wants to get is somehow a melee hero on Boxy, and he can be the 5, and Tofu can be with Ace.
But also, as we've seen, like you already said, if these things happen, if Spirit really invests so heavily into the double melee supports that we're mentioning, Wind Ranger just goes support, draft goes in a completely different direction. Because it's the Wind Ranger compared to other heroes.
But at the same time, then what is Tofu going to play, you know, with a +4? If Boxy is playing the Wind, what is Tofu going to play? Because he doesn't really have a very good pool of heroes to complement Boxy's Wind.
I think you could potentially just go more aggressive and you take like the Hoodwinks, the Witch Doctors, the type of hero that just they play the lane and they go do something.
He has to do that, but the synergy won't be as good.
We'll have to see where they go with this one, as there is only one ban this time around for Team Spirit to address. So if the Clockwork and the Tusk are both so in as they are right now, only one will be banned maximum. We do have a bit of a couple bans coming out from Team Liquid. They ban out the Slaughter and the Pangolier. Slaughter so far has only been played by Team Spirit. I don't know if they have some flex in mind that the Centaur could still go elsewhere. We know that Laurel could still also play the Slaughter if needed. Pango, of course, we saw Laurel on that one.
All of Liquid bans are heroes that Spirit will happily blind pick to progress the draft to then get you with a later, stronger pick.
I mean, it's also to protect Invoker. I think they just really like Nisha's Invoker, and they're always trying to set up for it. And yeah, I mean, you gotta be thinking about it right now. So Spirit, you have 2 options with this ban base. Either you do the support ban, or you have to ban one of Nisha's heroes.
Yeah. So because of course the Wind Ranger flex, so with the support bans for Ember and Talina.
So Liquid probably gonna pick up one of the melee heroes right now, like the Clock or the Tusk. But it also depends who's going to play the Wind. If Mickey wants to play the Wind, then I think they'll pick one of the melee heroes. But if Boxy is playing the Wind, then they're going to do something else.
Always exciting, guys. Second phase, end of draft. Nisha can pick Puck. Yay! I've said it so many times this season and every other season of competitive Dota. Yeah, it's looking fine as well as an option for Nisha down the line.
Yeah, you can have his pick maybe by that time around. There's more information on the board from what Team Spirit wants to do with that Lina, as there is still the flex potential, putting the Lina either in the mid lane or on the safe lane.
Yeah. Mickey has experience playing Wind Ranger into both of these cores. Looks like we're going to play with a Tiny instead. Has we seen Tiny on any role other than
I think
Barry
mid?
this
I think
tournament?
somebody did it mid. I don't remember who was it.
At least for Liquid, it has only ever been carry. So Liquid is just making a statement that they want to play a very pick-off style game, a skirmishing game. Like they're going to step up into the lanes, try and just get an extra little bit of net worth, and then translate that into like one cheap item on each hero, and off we go.
does also mean that I think we've locked in Wind Ranger to be in the hands of Boxy, with the Mirana taken up by Tofu. We have seen Nisha play Wind Ranger once and it didn't go well. And I think if we heard him talk yesterday about how he wants to have comfort when going in the lower bracket and how he won against Falcons yesterday, then I think you don't give him Wind Ranger. But
The
it's still
option's there. That's the best part.
Spirit is just building a really scary lineup to try and gank, because at any point you have to deal with the Stampede, the Centaur Axe, then you have Cogs and Hookshot. Like, there's so many little ways. 2 more heroes to be picked as well. So Liquid, their play style is Moonlight Shadow from the Mirana, go with a Blink or some Silver Edge on Tiny to find a hero. If you don't 100-0 them, the counterplay from Spirit is still exceptional.
But this is where it feels like you have last pick of the phase on Liquid, and you can respond to a ganking lineup with something like Underlord, with something like Dawnbreaker.
They need
heroes
it, yeah.
that react.
Exactly. Like, that's the hero I want to see on Ace, because it will overwhelm the fight for Liquid to give them a good window of the game.
Well, with that in mind, let's just pick up the Rubik now so that the Underlord won't be picked and they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
I mean, you could do that. You definitely could do that, but I think it's not as solid as something like a Willow. If you go Willow, the whole Willow, okay, Hoodwink is fine too. It's a lot more solid. Have a lot of damage. The lane's very strong. I mean, with Rubik and Centaur, the lane is just a little bit weaker compared to Hoodwink plus Centaur. Like, Hoodwink is just the best support for just securing your laning phase, and Team Spirit here, they have a very, very stable setup. And Hoodwink with the Boomerang plus the Lina, that's insane as well. And Liquid, they need some team fight right now. You guys mentioned Underlord plus or Dawnbreaker. I think those heroes definitely give them team fight, or something like a Tide, like would help them.
I was about to say maybe the Tide, where it's like, maybe it's not as like explosive in like global potential as the other two, but it's more, I will just walk to every fight and I'll just soak everything that Spirit has. Because Spirit, even though their lineup looks very scary, there is a little bit of time that needs to come online. And guys, of course, like I said, when it's second phase and Puck's available, you take it at the end of the phase. Otherwise known as 18 Puck.
Spirit needs an answer against this Puck. The support is the Clock, the Hoodwink, they're not great heroes. Somebody has to buy Orchid. Lina doesn't want to buy Orchid. Centaur does not want to buy Orchid. Yeah, so they have to figure out if they can actually slot in a hero to deal with the Puck. Can be a mid hero, can be a carry hero, but Liquid so far, they're happy with what they have.
Great. They could play on Spirit. They're so versatile. That's the fun of this team. Night Stalker, I was going to say. We've seen Lal play. Would have been a nice.
Be nice.
There's also still Dragon Knight in the pool if they want to play that. Simple Blink Stun on Puck.
Yeah, they're the big two, I'd say. And Slardar's already been banned out on the earlier phase by Liquid. So yeah, it's like Slardar, Night Stalker. Then if you really want to get desperate, then you can talk about like Void Spirit, but you're getting
This is, however, Team Spirit that very much was aware that this Puck would come out. So that I'm sure they have something prepared against it, and they do have the overall last pick. And with the flex potential of the Lina, there's definitely still quite a bit possible there. Potentially some cool pocket pick will come out. On the side of Team Liquid, we're in a similar situation as last game, as we need a hero for Ace. And I would love to know what kind of boxes Ace's hero needs to be able to tick this time around, considering they kind of missed the mark with the last game pick.
Yeah, I think it's awkward now because you take Puck, which is, great. Nisha is someone you should prioritize so he doesn't get banned out, but you're probably going to lose your Dawnbreaker and your Underlord now, which I think were the two best in slot.
Yeah, but they probably felt like he had 3 options. Like we mentioned Dawn, Underlord, and Tide would be like the obvious option. So maybe they feel like it's okay if they ban 2, they're going to get 1, but whereas for the mid picks, they feel like Puck is probably the best one. So they decided that was what they wanted to go for.
Yeah. Also, it was so respectful. I just double checked. Yeah, Nisha hasn't played a single game of Puck this TI. So
really,
yeah, he decided, you know what? Potential elimination game. Oh, fine. I'll play Puck if you need me to.
The Dragon Knight that you mentioned, Rhea, will be removed from the pool as well.
That's it. We've ran out of heroes.
That's it. Good job. Pack it up.
Of course, there is the old Huskar and snipers if the lane beat the Puck, but again,
not really.
Players these days, they just exactly, bad for the lineup. You just farm the double counts after the lane, you lose your mid tower, you sacrifice a little bit of tempo, but then you eventually just have the better lineup because they've drafted themselves into a win.
I think there's still one more, the Shaker. I don't know if like Shaker's something you would consider. Yep. I think Shaker's decent into Puck, it's not that bad. You have that lockdown. You can always stun him from fog, and then you catch him, you kill him with all the echo. You can instantly disable him, and it's good in the lane against the Puck as well. So I think that would be a decent option overall.
It's kind of gone untouched so far, but what do we feel about Io?
Yeah, this series does not care Io.
I know it's obviously not great into coil because you're going to partner with someone, but also if you're able to have core items on Io and then sustain through coil, especially with your Lina who's going to get jumped on by a tiny Wind Ranger Puck, I think it could be an option.
Yeah, it is an option because against like heroes like Puck and Storm, Glimmer Cape is just OP against them. So picking up a hero that has sustainability is a pretty cool one, and they go for the Lycan. Ace is Lycan.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice. The Wolf Bite on the Tiny, one of my favorite combos in the game. And it gives them a very, very fast-paced lineup. They have a lot of vision with the bows. You can hunt down the enemy supports. Clock and Holdwing, they hate playing into summons. They don't really do much against the summons. So this is a very, very nice pick.
It sounds like they rounded this one out maybe a little bit better than the previous one. Of course, there's still an answer coming from Team Spirit that now
a Shaker
it needs
just
to
got
solve
better.
way more.
And you not just put like Lina to mid and you take like your Toro Terrorblade and then just like you play the macro game, just keep skipping the waves, like you just survive and then.
Or like Sven, do you think?
Yeah, Sven's okay too. There's also a Naga pick, which is kind of like a Lycan counter, but I like the Sven a little bit more.
The carry pool feels way nicer here than the remaining mid pool.
I'm looking at the mid pool and it's like, sure. Okay,
Nice
yeah, they do go for
quality,
the
yeah.
Terrorblade. So yeah, they want to keep the game alive. They want to try and eliminate Team Liquid from the International with a Yatoro Classic.
But they have a Puck problem.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Like, who's going to kill the Puck? Maybe the Terrorblade can itemize an Orchid.
You think he does Mantle? Yeah, Mantle
I'm
Orchid.
somewhere down the road, but that's going to take time. Like in the first 20 minutes, Footwings Bushwhack is the only thing that can reliably maybe set up a kill or two on Puck.
Will Team Liquid have a more solid early game than previous game?
Yes.
I mean, it's hard not to.
1,000,000%. Like, game one doesn't even exist anymore. Like, this is infinitely better from Liquid's draft.
Infinitely better. How much focus is Nisha gonna get if we're saying that, like, you know, Laurel is gonna have to do well against this Nisha Puck? Is gonna get help from the side lanes to cement his victory there?
Lina always does well. You're gonna really want your Clockwork to hit 6 because the most reliable way of killing him is probably hook shot into Lina stun, into then like a cog back. I think you have enough damage at that point to kill him, but then you need to make sure that Clockwork is helping with like stacking and then getting the XP from that, making sure you secure your Wisdom Rune because these levels are going to be absolutely 100% the most critical thing for the Spirit to survive.
I just like the fact that we have your Toro Terrorblade. We have Liquid on heroes that feel like they can come alive in the game, and it isn't going to be a kind of stompy, slow one like last time.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I like that. I have a back and forth here for game number 2. Of course, this is elimination on the line, and it's Liquid with their backs against the rope in this one as Team Spirit is one game up. Let's see how Coach Blitz feels about how they did in the draft.
Thank you so much, Sheevert. Blitz, what a dog you are. Tiny Lycan LGD combo here. TI-10 flashbacks. Is this on purpose or is this actually just good for the draft?
We wanted to pay an homage of sorts. I think it's exciting. I'm assuming that the Chinese fans aren't watching the stream, so I don't want to give them like PTSD or anything. But yeah, you know, it's just like a throwback.
Speaking of a throwback, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but 9 years ago on this very stage, the manager, coach of Mineski was in your exact position in this exact booth. And you know what he did to make his team come back? He did 10 push-ups on the stage. Now, I'm not saying you have to, but could you beat him for good luck for Team Liquid?
Did they win the series?
They did win the series. You have to do more than 10. Will you do it? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Put him on it. Come on, Blitz. 1 for Nisha, 2 for Team Liquid, 3 for everyone else. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, come on, 9, you got it, 10, 11, 10. It's a tie.
It's 11.
Okay, it's 11. It's 11. All right, let's go. We got first blood. We got to get in the game. Team Liquid will come back. The curse is broken. Let's get into it.
Very nicely done from Blitz. I have to say, we've seen the first blood already for Liquid. So, I mean, that was after. Or, sorry, the first blood was before the push-up center. So I don't know what's going to happen now.
Yeah, I imagine now. Well, they didn't win on the bounty runes, so maybe he shouldn't have. All the things that have happened since have been in favor of Spirit, which is bounty runes and nothing else.
But the good news is Mickey is the one to get first blood on the position 1 Tiny. So off to a very good start for him.
Yeah, and I agree with the panel's assessment that this will be a better game for Liquid. I think last game, I think it was just the level of execution required and the margin for error was really narrow. I think this has more of a natural feel to it. You've got a better balance between heroes going in and following up. You've got better overall lanes, I would say, on paper, and you don't have to worry about the profit this time, which was ignored in the draft. Yeah, I just want to say,
when I looked over at you during the draft, you're like, they're gonna pick profit.
I was like, there's still Hoodwink, there's still profit, and well, we got one of them. It's going to be Rue, position 5 Hoodwink this game for the side of Spirit. And a different archetype hero for Laurel here as well. Lina and Pango, completely different games. Pango very much up in the face of the enemy and setting the tone for the fights. Lina is more of a ranged assassin, so they're going to need somebody else to play that role, and that's why Not Me is on a Clockwork this time instead of the Shadow Demon. So Spirit making sure to maintain their draft integrity and the overall read they have on what makes lineups function right now. Also, I can't believe that this was was that true that this is the first game?
Boxy in a bit of trouble. Looks like he'll be taken out by Yatoro. Pops the Fairy Fire, but falls nonetheless. Rue getting chased by the Wolves. Should be able to survive. Go ahead, Cinder.
Didn't it surprise you that this is Nisha's first game of Puck of the tournament?
You're kidding.
Wasn't that what they said? Did I misunderstand? I thought they said he hasn't played it yet.
That's crazy.
This is maybe his best. It's in contention for his best hero of all time. It's probably between this and Ember, right?
I think it's still Puck.
And yeah, sure, the hero is not quite where it used to be right now. I think it's not as good, but it's a really good Puck game. Winner was harping on this quite a bit that Spirit have no way of killing this hero. Yeah. So if Nisha gets off to a good start and this game goes into the favor of Liquid in the mid game, I think the Puck plus Lycan is just going to run down the supports super easily in the fights, and eventually Lycan will transition into making Tiny an absolute monster with the Ags. So I'm pretty hopeful for Liquid here. For the side of Spirit, though, like T-Gov was pointing out, perhaps the idea with the Terrorblade pick is twofold. Obviously, you're good against Lycan, but also maybe you just play the map differently. You just constantly split pushing waves with yourself, with Rockets, with Lina just killing them from the tree line, with Hoodwink, and perhaps this whole Puck play together with Lycan doesn't really come to be all that often. That might work out.
Yeah, the crowd was actually really excited to see Terrorblade pick.
I think they love Yatoro Terrorblade.
They just love Yatoro.
It's a classic.
He'll pick whatever. But yeah, this is one of his strong. I mean, I don't even know what I would consider his strongest heroes. The Bushwhacker is going to find its target onto Ace. Slowed up. Metamorphosis. It's enough. Yatoro's on the board now. Well, he already was, apparently. This is his second kill. Off to a very good start for the Terrorblade. And your thoughts on, other than the Lycan Ags into Tiny combo, Lycan in lane, how should he be doing?
He should lose. It's a hard lane. You're playing into Terrorblade Hoodwink. So the thing is, what Lycan can always do, you can pull the waves with Wolves. It's obviously a huge problem that Boxy died at level 1 on Windranger. I would say that should not happen in this lane, so they must have made some sort of misplay to get to that position. Now that he has Windrun, that is unlikely to happen again, but the damage is already done. Yatoro's lane is... This lane is all him. He can't lose from this position. Damage down to Boxy again here by Rue, really pressuring him out.
So then with that in mind, the other side of the coin, with Mickey getting that first blood, how's his lane supposed to go in that 2 versus 2?
It's a good lane for the Mirana in particular. You're playing against 2 melee heroes. So Mirana that's super easy to navigate. Tiny with first blood advantage. I still think they will struggle to really box out the Centaur. I think he's still going to get a good amount here. Tiny doesn't have high enough consistent damage in the laning phase to really get through a Helm of Iron Will Centaur, which Collapse has now picked up. So that in turn means that Not Me is free to make some other moves if he wants to.
Bushwhack again going to set up a kill. Man,
really?
Hoodwink is absurd in this tournament. The fact that it's being ignored occasionally is crazy. Bushwhacks have been very, very effective in all stages of the game, too. It's not just like in the laning stage.
Foxy
winning in some cases.
Foxy cannot be happy with this so far. This is, I think if you asked him, he would say he shouldn't have died in this lane, and now we're up to 2 deaths in 5 minutes. Taking a beating here, and obviously Ace is suffering from that.
I mean, you can kind of look, hold that thought, as Liquid have 3 members up in the top lane. Blood Grenade into the power shot onto Not Me. Will pop the Lotus to try to stay alive. Collapses a nice hook stomp onto 2. The tree does hit Not Me, but he is going to walk away from this.
Any power shot attempts? No. And serve the
And
mana.
looking at the CS between the carries,
And looking
as
at
Ace
Ace.
again going to die. So another kill for Yatoro. 3 kills on the board. Has 50 CS versus the 29 of Mickey on Tiny.
It's pretty ironic to throw Lycan into the wolves, but that's literally what they're doing here. This is ugly. I kind of liked the pick. I knew this lane was going to be hard. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. He is bottom of the net worth of the course.
And what about catch-up potential for Lycan? Is that a thing?
You can jungle. It's all right.
Getting very aggressive. The Arcana is going to be taken by Not Me in the top side of the river. Nisha going to take a full Laguna Blade. Acorn shot attempting to get the Illusory Orb. Is burning away. Even the Rocket Flare not needed. As Tofu looking to take more damage in the tree line. Another Blood Grenade. So much damage over time. Going bowling. Doesn't need it. As Not Me will get the kill with the Blood Grenade. A 6-1 advantage for Spirit. They're on fire, no pun intended.
Brew is owning. There's no other way to put it. He's found all these kills bottom. He somehow finds a puck kill in a game that we talked about. They have almost nothing to kill puck with, but that's the exact way they can do it. The Bushwhack Laguna plus Dragon Slave. And then the Afterburn gets the kill, the slow burn, excuse me. Man.
Nikkei getting pressured now in that safe lane just by the Centaur. And we're getting close to, it is the 7-minute mark. In fact, Yatoro looks like he'll get the Wisdom Prize. So this is going to be 2 for Team Spirit. Starting to snowball against Liquid.
Not even that. The name of the game so far is Spirit are getting kills they're not supposed to times 3 or 4. And now they also get both Wisdoms. So this is the type of early game that I frankly could just not have imagined them getting. That sets the terms for a very strong mid-game timing. Look at the net worth discrepancy already. This is a Terrorblade who's up 1,500 against the enemy carry at 7 minutes.
Foxy again getting Bushwhack. This time has the win run, so will survive the onslaught. But yeah, exactly. The fact that Terrorblade, I mean, kind of gets off a slow start sometimes, but this is a completely free lane. He's getting kill after kill. Yatoro just having the, I mean, if you have him on your fantasy, like I do, by the way, Syndrome, just shouting him out there. Could be a very good 2-game series for him if he can continue on this trajectory. Especially with the fact loaded T say that this is the 3rd highest net worth of all time.
GPM.
Or GPM, rather.
3rd highest GPM of all time in Pro Dota, I believe.
Oh,
yeah.
Not even just TI.
I think it was in all history. Pretty crazy game. Wonder how many of the top 10 are Alchemists.
Yeah, a lot of them, I'm sure.
It's the tower here.
Tier 1 for Yatoro. And it's Boxy. Out of mana. Has to pop the Lotus and will survive. So that's all he will do. Yatoro, 5.3k net worth already. You can see Ace just suffering the consequences here.
And the thing that's especially crazy about this is that when you're doing this well on Terrorblade, it gives you the luxury to itemize differently, and you can see he's going for the Orchid that the panel was talking about as a potential solution to Puck here. I talked about it last game. I think Yatoro, when it comes to itemization, is exceptionally good, and you know he's making that the call here that is going to be the one problem he has to solve. The rest will play itself. See if it's going to work out for him. It is obviously it comes with a risk. Like when you're buying Orchid on this hero, if you don't find good use of it, sure, it's fine for farming, but Terrorblade is a hero that scales insanely well with stats. And by buying Orchid, that means you're not getting a fast scatty.
You think that it is worth the risk? Because we've seen games, like even with Nisha playing God tier on Puck, where I know he's already died this game, but we've seen him lose games with 0 deaths. Sometimes you can just kind of ignore the Puck at some point in the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made that if Terrorblade's this farmed, you just go Scotty, you get Butterfly, and you end the game. Like, that is definitely something that he could have considered too. Teams don't seem to really bulldoze the base at 30 minutes all that much, though. But I would agree that was a potential angle here when you're doing it this well. Might have been able to pull it off this time, but we'll see. He also hasn't bought any of the components yet. It's currently on the idea stage.
Yeah, well, he's also in the mid lane.
Nice
pushback.
pushback.
Somehow, man, how is that in range?
Who needs Chasm Stone if you can play like you have it?
I was going to say. I was going to check if you had Chasm Stone there for a moment, but Yatoro joining the party, and this will be another tower for Spirit.
That must have been max range.
Yeah,
that was super.
Or it's bugged.
Yeah.
That's why the hero's been so good at TI.
All right,
travel
another
for Laurel. He can go everywhere he wants. So with that in mind, if he does complete the coil now, power shot, this will be a support kill for Liquid. Anything on the board at this stage is something that you just have to take advantage of while you can, because this is going to get worse if you don't pull things back here. But from Puck's perspective, what itemization would you prefer him to go if the Orchid comes out? Like Yules, you have to go BKB in this game. BKB on Puck feels real bad.
I feel like Yules is quite reliable, no? There's no immediate follow-up out of the Yules that's going to ruin him. You can
sets up LSA.
Oh, you should be able to phase, right, every time.
Yeah.
So I think Yules is fine. The times that it's dangerous is if the enemy has something that, like, Disruptor Fenix.
Laurel. Okay. Taking a little bit of damage from Boxy. Bushwhack misses this time from Rue. Let's force the numbers out. We'll take the Laguna Blade. And eventually they will find
really nice spell casting. Just beautiful. Double bowling hit, a nice light strike array off the first knockback. Spirit are in form. This is really, really solid from them.
And that's usually the case when they go to the lower brackets, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
the secret to beating Spirit is not letting them lose.
That's right.
Upper brackets, so they can't learn anything, and then you beat them in the grand final.
Yep, that sounds like a great strategy. Ace just trying his best to get back into this game, but it's going to be a struggle for a while. Has the helm now, of course. And how fast do you go Ags? I mean, I feel like after the helm, he is going to upgrade the helm, it seems.
Yeah. He might buy Ags second item, though.
I was going to say, like, is this the game to go second item Ags?
His BKB will be that impactful, for example. I mean, AC is definitely good to have for Tiny in the team, but I don't know. The thing about this that's tricky for me is that I don't genuinely know how good the Ags feels when you get it for Tiny at, let's say, 30 minutes versus when you're 5, 6, right? Like, because it depends. You're sending 4,200 gold into another hero. So with AC, you're boosting both of you, and with Ags, you're boosting only him. So he needs to be confident that by turning Tiny into a wolf, he can take the fight to Terrorblade. I don't know if he can.
We're going to find initiation onto Boxy again. Seems to be in the thick of all of these kills for Spirit lately.
Not often to see Boxy going 5 in 13 minutes. Having a really rough day in this game.
Spirit will group up to take another tier 1, so they'll have the set for themselves.
Yep.
Toro didn't even have to come for this, as he is just completely free farming. Has the Manta, gonna go for the Shard, get that Demon Zeal, and then if he stays true, will be the Orchid.
I love looking at Toro's quick time. You see what it says bottom right?
17.
He's queued up so many items already. He's like,
oh yeah, he's ready.
It's a mind map. He's got the order. I wonder what he has after the Scotty. Currently, it's Shard, Orchid, Scotty, and then I guess Butterfly or BKB.
I mean, do you really think he's going to opt for BKB this early, Cinderin?
No, I mean, it's the order, right?
No, I know.
Get them in order.
I know, but
you mean
even
after
then,
Scotty?
Yeah, even then, of course. When you're up by this much, absolutely.
The thing is, it has to be annoying for him to redo his order, right? He has to put in 20 items every time.
Yeah, if you put in 20 items, you're less likely to change the order. In fact, as again, Boxy in the thick of it, able to walk it off thanks to the win run. As Mickey joins the party this time, Ace in his Lycan form. Nisha gets off the coil onto 1. It is a very important one in the Lina. Pushback coming up, and it's not enough to Stampede too late. Nisha gets the kill onto Lara, looking for the hook stomp. Nisha in the tree line gets stunned up. Do they have the damage? Do they have the control? It doesn't look like it. He's finding the distance, and Foxy getting bounced around by these cogs that are just all over the place. Another beautiful pushback onto 2. Finally, Foxy will take a tumble, and now Tofu taking the right-click damage. So Avalanche coming out from Mickey with the toss to follow, but the hook stop is there, and now Mickey all alone, and Yatoro and company should be able to finish him off as these cogs just continue to rain upon Liquid. The bowling is out of control right now for Not Me. And they get the rocket flare kill on top of that, Root, trying to survive. Nisha going for the last right click. It's not enough, though. In fact, it is.
It is.
Nisha.
Witchblade will do it.
Indeed. Does Witchblade apply the damage at times he misses? The hook shot comes in from Not Me at the last moment, but Nisha going to take the rocket flare. Laurel is in there just in time. Beautiful coordination. The blood for he put off the box. He will die for it. What is happening this game?
Oh my God. I was just going to say, I wonder if we're going to get a replay of that fight. Mickey just said, Foxy, that you're not surviving a single fight in this game. You just tossed the Wind Ranger into the fight. Like, what is happening? Just literally completely sacrificed his teammate for seemingly no benefit. I don't think there was any shackle shot follow-up. There's just nothing. He comes back alive, finds a blood grenade kill, and well, Death taxes at Foxy dying in every possible engagement. So he will take another tumble, 1-7 now. Crazy fight, and worth keeping in mind that Liquid did manage to kill Laurel to start this. Yeah. So with him off the board, you would have thought Liquid could maybe get a better total exchange than that, but he might have what it took to finish off the Terrorblade afterwards. Now Collapse getting backstabbed by a pack of wolves.
Indeed, they get the Avalanche to start things out. Arrows coming, clean kill on the Collapse. Yatoro TP's in very deep. The tier 1 is actually dead. They're going to try to chase him out. There's other reinforcements on the way. I believe Laurel is coming. Yatoro at half HP. Nisha trying to get the connection. Gets the coil onto 2. Looks like they're going to try to snap it. The silence comes out. Yatoro snaps it after the fact. He gets Avalanche and killed off. Big mistakes from Spirit. They will trickle back to base. That was a very, very rare mistake for Yatoro.
Liquid really needed this to happen.
Yes, indeed.
That is going to stabilize things in a big way. They kill 2 cores and a tower and lose absolutely nobody. And as you pointed out, it was Yatoro's choice. He could have canceled that TP. The Centaur was already dead.
And he broke the coil like just as it was about to expire. Very, very close call.
If he waited just half a second more, he might have been able to walk it off.
Yeah, possibly. Liquid given a gift to come back in this game because it was spiraling. Toro obviously still with a pretty big net worth advantage. This sets him back a little bit. Shadow Blade there from Mickey.
Gonna get Ace his shard now. So upgrades the wolves. It summons 3 wolves and they get the hightail ability. This is a major upgrade and a major issue for supports a lot of the time in particular to deal with. But obviously, just in general, more scouting power, more pushing power, better utility. Really feels good shard to get. Now let's see what he queues up next. I think this is what's going to be telling. I think it's going to be AC, but Max is definitely a possibility. Oh, clock is
annoyed. Has the hook shot. Yep. Even the bushwhack being used.
And the bot tower is gone as well.
Yeah. Farvon the Dreamer gets the kill on the tier 1. Looks like he'll continue to dream. Stays alive, just barely. Good old Farvon.
I'm trying to remember where that's from.
Artifact. Where else would it be from?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that is the same model.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's not as recognizable because it's a green card.
Yeah.
He's purple in this game.
Yeah.
Great trivia for you guys out there.
Thank you, Squidward.
There's Laurel about 600 from his Aghanim Scepter. And Liquid definitely have stabilized now. But again, like in terms of pace, which team is going to be happier with the progression?
If you asked Spirit's coach before this game if he would be happy with a 2K lead at 20 minutes, I think he would say yes. But with the first 10 minutes, he would say no.
Yeah.
So overall, it depends if you're looking at it through the scope of theory of what this game should look like right now, or what it could have looked like with the way Spirit started the game. I still think they're in a good position.
This is the Orchid reveal. Unfortunately for Spirit, you can see Nisha on the opposite side of the map right now. Very far away. But any kill is a good kill.
Has queued up the AC. So any Ags hopes for the fans out there to see Tiny turn into a wolf.
Some of my favorite memories of TI.
Delayed massively.
Well, Ace might be the recipient of this gank, although I believe Mickey is going through the gate. It's going to meet potentially.
Oh, he's trying to solo the Torn.
Okay, doing it quite nicely, I have to say.
Got it.
Indeed. That's a nice steal as Boxy gets Gale Force as well. Nami's blocking the path, though. With the cog, gets off the hook shot. Oh, unfortunate, and Nami going to get chased down in all likelihood. Not that many reinforcements. Well, I say that, but Toro is kind of close by. Not sure if he wants to fight, though. Yeah, they get that kill. Laguna Blade finding a target. Looks like Tofu will take it home. So it's a 1-for-1 for supports. Spirit now on the run. Nisha, who gets silenced as Orchid reveal, but the Yules comes out. He realized that was in his inventory already. The Shackle coming out as well. Oh, really low as Lou gets bursted down. And Yatoro run out of resources here pretty soon as Nisha is going to be A-okay. Did he get that like roughly the same time the Orchid came out?
Yeah, I think so. There's barely been any opportunities. That's funny. Boxy finds a sick two-man Shackle, immediately dies.
Okay, he's out of mana. Orchid on him. They have the vision. Stuck around too long. That's a big kill for Spirit.
Yeah. Just about to say, a great sequence for Liquid getting the Tormentor into 2 kills. But with the Tiny as a collateral damage on the way out, doesn't feel all that bad for Spirit anymore.
Pretty even game now in terms of net worth. I wonder what Dota Plus thinks of this game. Maybe it knows something that we do not. Is that really?
It
80-20.
I think it doesn't like Lycander. In these
That is extreme. That
too
cannot
soon,
be
too
right.
Soon,
That
you
cannot.
can't say that. That's too soon.
I don't understand. Dota Plus has not been wrong though, Cinderin.
No.
Not on our watch at least. Nisha. With the help of the Wolves now. Clockwork is getting a power shot. That's the hook shot to a teammate, still getting pursued by the Wolves. And they're going to try to continue on. They get the coil off, but there's the silence onto the puck. Finally, the Yules comes up. He's already at half HP for Nisha. They get the hook beautifully timed as Nisha will fall. Not expecting that at all as Spirit get a huge kill again. And the Triceratops, an even bigger kill. A dinosaur hits the deck.
Oh, that one's an artifact card too.
That's right. Horn of the Alpha?
That's right.
Well, technically, they come out with Horn of the Alpha. It's not the actual card. True. The Thunderhide pack is the... God, I'm a freaking nerd.
That is really impressive.
Oh, just as well as the Dota names, apparently. You can also sing the artifact song for you if you'd like.
Wow.
Doggy, something.
I don't remember it like that, but...
something doggy.
I was about to say they've remastered it, I guess. I don't know if you'd call that a remaster.
That's the new age version. Laurel. This is the beauty of having these wolves, though, is all the vision. It's almost like having a pseudo bounty hunter in your game.
Yeah.
Except he's not giving you track kills at this point. Toro apparently very confident with this 3K lead. I mean, Dota Plus is very confident in Spirit right now. Hey, if this goes late game, how would you match up the two teams?
I think it's pretty close. I think Terrorblade is a pretty strong contender for this game, even super late. But Puck is a late game beast. He is a dead hero. Yeah, I think it's anyone's game if this goes truly late. There's just so many variables, so many heroes that scale in a fashion that you wouldn't think was possible a few years ago. Centaur becomes a complete monster in late game. Lina scales in different fashion than she used to. Hoodwink is a late game powerhouse too. So Spirit have plenty of options. And then on the other side, you've got the Wolf by Tiny, Puck, late game beast.
Oh,
get this for free.
Liquid. Have to go for a rush, but the collapse is in the game. Collapse feed right on top. Nisha actually snatches the Aegis, so Spirit technically gets the kill onto Roche. The focus now onto this big bad Terrorblade gets broken. Gets the Sunrise for the last moment onto Mickey. Has to go to the high ground now because the right clicks are not enough to kill off Yatoro. Laurel giving some space as Ace. Have to be careful what you try to bite off here. Illusory Orb right on top of the Terrorblade. Yatoro now in a lot of trouble. Getting bursted, getting right click, getting to the high ground now. Has Reflection at his disposal. Nisha, can he continue the pressure here as Ace is going to take the Reflection? Yatoro still staying alive, and finally Nisha finishes the job. Big kill for Liquid, but they've lost 3 heroes. Not me, with the cogs down to slow up onto Boxy. Didn't even bother with him. He's died a million times this game. Nisha takes the full LSA, though. Do they have the damage? Push up, yes! The Aegis is down already. The Liquid would likely break things up, I would assume, as Nisha might be able to get a kill on the way out. Essence Ring will keep the Clockwork alive a little bit longer. Nisha taking out Laguna Blade. Ooh. It gets off the phase shift. LSA is going to miss, but Nisha gets touched up on the other side. It collapsed, helps find the kill again onto Nisha. Said they could not kill this Puck. He has 4 deaths in this game.
Spirit are clutching up so hard.
I cannot believe how long Yatoro lived.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is starting with Collapse going for the Aegis. Imagine if he steals the Aegis too.
Yeah.
Like, at the very least for Liquid, he only got the Roche kill.
That's very uncommon for him, by the way.
Yeah, he just tends to get those through.
He's found, killed off.
A little something the other way, inconsequential kill compared to everything else we just saw, though. It's so important in a situation like that for Nisha to get out. He has to scale in this game if Liquid want to have a chance. Lycan is not it yet. He is about to get the AC. That will be a bit of a help. But Tiny just doesn't... This hero doesn't have enough output to kill this Radiant lineup until he gets multiple additional items. So Puck has to offer that support. And Nisha's damage build is being delayed by having to buy Yules against the Orchid. So he could have had a Parasma now and maybe another 1,000 gold if he gets one more kill there and lives, but not the case. Another dead. Triceratops. Not me will bag that gold.
No, there's the AC for Ace, and I think now surely is the Ag.
I don't know what else he would do. I don't think BKB is going to matter enough.
I mean, he'll probably get that after, I would assume.
Maybe. I'm trying to think if there's something else. I think Scythe could be an interesting idea as well.
I mean, funnily enough, a BKB just to not get sundered, because you're going to be up close and personal, in theory, might just be worth it.
Yeah, at the same time as Lycan, it's... You kind of have to play around that too. Or you're hasted permanently with your ult, so you can hit him with everything else than your hero.
There's smoke on both sides. Roche is not even remotely close to spawning because it was taken away, the Aegis rather, for Nisha pretty much right off the bat.
No objectives to claim at all.
Smoke pops through in the tree line. Spot Nisha. Nisha gonna open things up for now onto the Clockwork. Not me in a horrific spot. Has the hook shot away to a teammate.
Oh, good coil.
Coil onto 2. LSA not gonna hit any target though. And already the Clockwork has fallen.
And with forced meta too.
Well, that's forced Lycan ult as well, I suppose, and the Moonlight Shadow. But yeah, Liquid biding their time.
Between those 3 abilities, the most important and the longest cooldown, of course, the non-ultimate ability, Metamorphosis.
That's right. It's effectively his ultimate, though.
Yeah, I would argue.
It used to be his ultimate, way back.
Very long ago, yeah.
We're old. Yeah. He used to have a life drain ability. It was like a crappier version of Pugna Drain, and it did not require channeling. That was weird.
Yeah, well, he's had both. He had the version that Pugna has where you have to stand still.
Oh, really?
That was the original life drain. You stood still and just drained 20 health per second per level. Yeah, the game has changed. Then he was able to move with it, which was insanely broken.
Yeah.
The first version. And then eventually
Nisha, LSA to... Oh, he dodged something there. The LSA dodged completely somehow. He uses the Yules, but he's surrounded and killed off. So regardless of the beautiful dodge from Nisha, still dies. And I did not think he would die. I thought even if they lost, I think he would have died 2 times before this game started.
5 deaths.
5 deaths
is too many.
Crazy.
It's just too many. Didn't account for that counterplay though. They have coming out of the Yules, they've Stampede. So they can stand on top of him and he will instantly take damage when dropping. So he can't Yules into Blink, he has to phase into Blink. But phase obviously was unavailable because
he dodged LSA with it.
Yep.
He collapsed. Yeah, very close to the BKB, and then it'll be Aghanim Scepter afterwards. And this seems like an exceptional Axe game, actually. Lina or Terrorblade would love to be in the cart.
Yeah.
In terms of AoE abilities, there's a little bit from Liquid, but nothing too crazy. As Liquid again will take Tormentor, so 2 in a row. Mickey getting the shard.
The old facet.
Crash landing.
Yes. Yes, sir. Not exactly all that impressive, but
well, if he
take what you can get.
If he tosses Boxy in again, it'll do a little more damage, right?
Yeah.
That's good. He's basically tossing a corpse anyway.
You can see Boxy bought Blink Dagger in anticipation.
Toss him and then blink out? Yeah, that's pretty hype combo. Okay, let's look at Laurel's inventory. Going for a Shiva's right now. Has the Arcane Rune bottled.
Recognizing that this game has overwhelming physical damage between the Lycan and Tiny, so opts for some armor. Like a pretty solid choice here. You know, also, the nature of your supports is quite different from last game, where they had 2 saves between Cold Embrace and Disruption. Now you have neither. So your cores kind of have to fend a little bit more for themselves if they do get jumped. And yeah, best way to do it here is by armor. Along with your BKB. I've been very impressed with Laurel's Lina this tournament, by the way. I was saying that I think this team works best when Laurel plays in the enemy's face and plays an initiator role, like Tango, Puck, Ember, these types of heroes. But a couple of Lina games I've seen have been definitely up to the level of his other heroes and showing some nice versatility from Spirit. It makes it a lot harder to ban against them if Laurel can start shining on this type of heroes too.
Yeah, it's not just about having a big hero pool, but having multiple archetypes.
Yes,
heroes.
exactly.
Big.
And they're doing a really good job. That's what I want to commend Spirit on is, okay, you're not playing Pango, therefore we are drafting other supports, like keeping that consistency in making the lineups make sense, which I personally found that Liquid broke in game 1. I thought their lineup was too one-dimensional. This one is way more well-rounded, but unfortunately, so far, they've kind of just been outplayed. There's only so much you can do with the draft.
And something we have not mentioned yet, but Yatoro has a Shadow Blade, of course, and when he gets this Silver Edge against both Lycan and Winner, I mean, they cannot run away from you anymore.
It ruins Lycan to get Silver Edge. It is so bad. Capture move speed at 200.
Ace 300 from Ag. So we are going to see the Wolf Rock hybrid, new species here in Dota.
Yep.
Not so new, actually. What was that, TI-10? First time that we really showcased it to the world.
That's actually quite long ago, isn't it?
And we're old.
Honestly, quite surprising that Sir Slack's idea has got to stay in the game for more than 3 months.
Very true. You're bound to get something right. Putting all that garbage out into the world.
Was Pocket Ricky also something you talked about? Or
I'm not sure about that one. I just remember he had another crazy one for Ursa that involved a lot of Cubs.
But Gabe takes and gives, he gives and takes away. See, Slacks obviously lost his favorite version of Techies.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'd rather have that.
Yeah, he would probably trade half the hero roster to have that back.
All right, Roach attempt for Spirit.
It's the Axe, though, on Lycan.
And will roar, because technically they killed Roshan. They didn't get the Aegis, though. So this... Fast. find a clockwork, but I think Spirit take this every day of the week. They have the Aegis on Yatoro.
I'm trying to get out. Good Gale Force.
Yeah, with the silence coming out from Nisha, the coil as well. They'd love to burn this Aegis right off the bat. The power shot in addition. This time he's not going to walk out of it before it ends. He gets harpooned back into Avatos. He's dead. That's life number 1 already. So again, the Aegis expiring right off the bat. And Liquid can be relatively happy with that.
Oh, they're not done yet, I think.
Looks like it. Yatoro just trying to get back to base. Amalgamation's up the deep. Gets off the Manta style. He's at half HP. Still has his Sunder available. There's the BKB from Mickey. The Avatar as well. Looking for any target. The Sunder not going to be there. Yatoro bites the dust. Big kill from Liquid. Foxy likely to be the sacrifice as per norm. That is just the rule of engagement for Liquid. If you fight, Foxy shall die. Rocket, hook shot misses though from Not Me. Cogs onto the puck. Nisha has plenty to get away though, it seems. Illusory Orb. Okay, actually do clip over the LSA, but the Eon Disc does proc. Attempting to run away, gets the phase shift up, has the Blink Dagger again. The hooks up again from Collapse. He's on top of this all game long. Forced that to keep Nisha alive though, but now Mickey in a horrible spot himself. Trying to get away, already at half HP. They have the vision. The double edge is there with the LSA to follow. This is a dead Tiny. Mickey drops to the deck after saving his puck's life. Nisha trying to kill off somebody. A missed hook stomp from Collapse this time. That would have been another kill on Nisha.
Yeah, Nisha better not die after his Tiny bailed him out.
That would be very sad for them. It's Ace in that Lycan form now. The hoof stomp is going to be there. Kill off the creeps. Ace still in the jungle, but Terrorblade starting to die in these fights, Siddarin. I'm trying to think what he would want to buy next. I mean, Bloodthorn is obviously the upgrade for Orchid, but what do you replace the treads with? What's your final item? Do you want Satanic?
Don't you want BKB?
Oh yeah, true. He still doesn't have.
I feel like that is worth it at this point. I liked his build up so far. I think the Orchid was debatable whether that was the right choice or not. They found a couple of kills on Nisha. It doesn't really feel like the Orchid has been maybe 1 or 2 of the kills actually specifically because of that. And it comes with the added benefit of making Nisha buy Yule. So you're kind of just trading net worth, right?
Yeah.
In that sense. So it's even if it doesn't kill him, it does stifle his scaling on the hero. But yeah, I would personally think BKB would be nice to grab here. If he had better defensive supports, I think you could play without it entirely. But he is indeed eyeing up the Bloodthorn plus. Is that Satanic?
I mean, it must be Satanic. It feels like he needs lifesteal badly. And honestly, the Dispel from Satanic is pretty good this game as well.
It is.
I mean, really, when it comes to... They do have good lockdown is the issue for Liquid, though, right? They have, obviously, the Coil. I mean, that's just a mini stun, but the Avalanche is the big one.
That's
Get avalanched into Shackle Shot.
That's definitely the challenge here, right? Is that, if you have Satanic, I think Liquid is starting to reach damage numbers where they can 100 to 0 you in a chain stun. And since you don't have any reliable saves yet with Collapse not going Ags.
Actually dodges the LSA. Okay, dodges a lot here. Nicely done. Yeah, only time will tell.
Maybe they're just, I guess he's going to rely on Collapse saving him with Ags. And they'll overlap their next timing of items where he's going to have Satanic Bloodthorn and they're going to have Ags Centaur. I think Collapse will be his protector.
That's fair enough.
There's Satanic now complete.
Tofu. This time they find him. And Nisha, oh boy, again, is this going to happen? Down the Essence Distiller. It's off the Yules with the orb. But LSA finds him and he's dead again.
Oh yeah, you better tip him. That's frame perfect LSA out of Yules.
Disgusting. Filthy human.
That is so much harder than it looks.
Oh, Mickey getting chased back to his base. Spirit, obviously no Aegis to work with. 16k lead, though. They're going to poke it. They're going to try to force this buyback. Metamorphosis from Yatoro. These tier 3s are melting now. Roche Banner was still available to them. So this tower is certainly going to die. Fortification comes out, and they do aggro the creeps.
Yeah, they're going to give them this set. I think it's way too crippling to buy back puck here. The economic damage.
Oh, hook shot.
They're not done. They want to go for some kills now. Going to try to force this buyback from Nisha. Getting really low. Okay, they're going to kill off Not Me.
Oh, I can argue he killed off himself.
Yeah, kind of. Still no buyback from Nisha, so yeah, will be the set of barracks for Spirit. They don't lose that much.
Wanted a bit more than he could have there, but they still get what they came for. The lane is gone, and back to controlling the map we go.
It's funny how small Mickey becomes when he's a wolf.
Yeah.
Just tiny.
Yeah, if he could,
his name is Tiny.
If he kept his relative size as a wolf, that was terrible.
I mean, I think that should be the case. Yeah. Oh, you're true. MKB from Nikkei. Very cool.
Not a common pickup on Tiny, but feels necessary. They know that if they want to win this game, they have to be able to kill Yatoro, because what is inevitably going to happen is Spirit will look for the next Roche. And if Terrorblade has that near its high ground, you have to somehow find a way of killing him twice, or you're losing the entire base. So not really many great itemization options aside from this.
And Yatoro is officially 6-slotted. So I would assume a consumed Ags would be next for him to get the fear. Extra uptime on Metamorphosis as well. Just a feels good Ags, but typically is reserved as a luxury for the hero.
I assume on 25 he takes the meta talent.
Then
as well.
again, you usually do have Blink with that build, right?
Yeah, he could get a Swift Blink later.
Replace what with it?
Swap it in, I guess. The classic late game carry conundrum. It's like, which of my... I have one of everything. Which shall I choose? Or you could...
I mean, Refresher also excellent on this hero.
Yeah. Do that.
Collapse. He's about 80 gold. One more creep here. We'll give him the gold for the Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have Workhorse at his disposal. Of course, Collapse, I want to call him the original pro player to go for this Aghanim Scepter way back in the day when this was first introduced. When it was actually
worse.
quite bad.
Yeah.
He would still buy it, and that's why I respect him. The only reason I respect him is they find a connection onto Mickey. The LSA with the Laguna gets off the BKB with a Harpoon. Do they have the vision to chase this? Collapse coming in with the Stampede and the BKB as well. Nisha has the coil at his disposal. The Huston finds him. Collapse gets the kill, and that is a huge one because Mickey does not have buyback. Do they have the connection now onto the puck? Eondis does proc. This time he does get the blink off, getting the Waning Rift as well. Nisha has died so many times this game, but it seems that he will survive this time. But I don't know if their buildings will survive Sinner without their Tiny for a full minute plus.
Lena even has an amp damage run, so she's also getting like a truck. This is stupid fast pushing.
This is going to be second set, and I don't see why they stop.
Immediately.
They're going for Tormentor while this is all happening. Tofu has his shard. Inconsequential at this point.
Good fantasy points there.
Yep, that's right. As they're going to get the full megas. So Spirit in complete control of this game too and this series. Do they try to finish it right here, right now? Why not? 40 seconds still for the Tiny. And look at these buildings absolutely melt. Tier 4 down. Second one will bite the dust as well. And Liquid going to have to try to fight this out without their Tiny, but Yatoro just focusing on the barracks, already at half HP on the Ancient. No reason to switch targets. If they're going to try to burst him down, the cart is coming. Doesn't have the BKB, but he's inside the cart now. They destroy the Marana, they destroy the Ancient, and Spirit will move on in the international lower bracket. Liquid eliminated.
Man, they look scary today, honestly.
Yeah, they're in form right now.
This is probably the best series from Spirit so far that I've seen. Especially, I think the thing that's especially impressive to see is just how, on an individual level, everybody had like stellar moments in this game. And it wasn't even that long of a game. It's just so many.
Yeah, this was quicker versus a lot of the games that we've seen at this tournament already.
You could pick any player in this game and you can look at their POV and see 2 or 3 like super high skill plays that they pull off. I want to give a special shout out to Larl in this game. I was blown away by his timing on LSAs, by his overall navigation of fights. And it's a very, very good sign for Spirit because it means you don't necessarily have to have that insane pop-off performance from Yatoro, who had an insane lane this game, made a couple of slight hiccups along the way, didn't matter. They still smashed them in a very quick win.
The last two champions are now out in Falcons and Liquid. Spirit, or two-time winners, will continue. If they look today, they can win the whole thing.
Yeah,
for sure. They
I
are
agree.
a huge threat. I would put them as a favorites with everybody that's currently in the lower bracket. I don't know
I
if
would
you
agree
agree
with
with that.
Yeah, I would.
The Laurel completely out of control in this game on the Lina. I mean, Yatoro ends up with only 6 kills, but he got the ball rolling to start things. He got a double kill to start the game, essentially, and there's no looking back. Other than that one little misstep, I suppose, where he gets killed off, and that gives Liquid an opening in the game, but it wasn't enough. The Spirit will take this series as we go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。现在在我身边的是来自 Team Spirit 战队的 Collapse， 以及我们可爱的搭档主持 Sir Slack Action。
Hey, everybody. Yes, absolutely. Collapse. So good to see you. In interviews earlier this year, you said that you were losing confidence. You had to take a break. And now on this stage, absolute MVP of that series, you just came back stronger. What motivates you?
Collapse 在之前的采访里，你也说过你曾经失去过一些信心，也休息了一段时间。是什么样的让你能够重新站上赛场，然后又重新发挥出这么好的表现？
I mean, 5 hours of sleep. It's like the only motivation. I just want to sleep now. Like need to end faster.
5个小时的睡眠就是我的诀窍。对我来说的话，我现在就是非常想睡觉，这也是为什么我一直想很快的去结束比赛。
A man motivated by sleep. Did it feel like you were dreaming? I mean, you're on the main stage of TI. You see Tiny Lycan again. A lot of Chinese fans. Did it bring back any memories for you?
你有没有想过，现在其实是没有做梦的感觉，非常梦幻，因为你站在 TI 的舞台上，很多中国的粉丝们在欢呼，然后你的对手选到了狼人跟小小。
I mean, a lot of flashbacks, I would say. Only Magnus missing. Yeah. I don't know.
很多回忆涌入我的脑海中，不过我想的话，好像少了一个英雄，叫做马格纳斯。
Yeah, we don't say that word in here. That's not allowed. We don't say that. All right. Last question for you, Collapse. Now, you are one of the only people left in the building that can get the 3 Aegises. I mean, your coach, Yatoro, it's up to you. And now, with that legacy in front of you, I want to know, how much would that mean to you? What would it mean to be the greatest Dota player of all time?
那现在的话，其实只剩下你的队友 Yatoro 还有你的教练 Miposhka 有机会能够3次举起不朽盾，所以想问一下，这对于你们、对于你个人以及团队来说意味着什么？
It's a good question.
Thanks.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't thought about it. Like, I just want to meet Prevision again. Team Vision. Yeah. Because like with every series, we're just getting closer and closer to the win. Victory.
好问题，其实我之前也没有想过那么多。不过对我们来说的话，我现在只想再次跟 Vision 去做一次对决，因为每一次被他们击败，我觉得我们的比赛内容都越来越接近了。
Well, I want to hear it right now then. Vision, are you coming for him? Are you going to beat him? Is this one going to be different?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
我想问一下，那如果真的能对上 Vision 的话，你们有信心吗？下一场比赛会更接近吗？你们能战胜对手吗？
Right in the camera. Come on, give it to him. Give it to him. Yeah, baby! Woo!
感谢 Collapse 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的分析。
Yeah, Collapse, the undisputed MVP of this game we just witnessed, and it is Team Spirit that move forward through this lower bracket. And they do have a very long day potentially, as they will play in the final series of the day, and potentially for Team Spirit, the choice is, as we talked about earlier, the choice is maybe a little nap while their coach prepares for all the Dota 2. Of course, a lot to break down here with this series being done. And overall here, Rhea, we talked about the puck needing to carry it all, needing to set the pace and the tempo for Team Liquid. It just didn't happen.
How can it happen when we have the best hoodwink performance of all time going on in the bot lane? Yatoro is literally farming the enemy's Ancients at minute 9. He is pushing your mid tower down at minute 10. The calamity that occurred in this bot lane meant that Team Spirit had everything they needed to come mid and pressure this puck and shut down his game all around this hoodwink.
I mean, not only that, it's like when you entered the game, mid-game, Lal and Collapse were both just incredible with like their initiations, understanding how they're going to jump, who they're going to jump. When they're going for the puck as well, you had yours into LSAs from the leaner, and then when that was not maybe connecting, then Collapse was like, no, don't worry, I know where Nisha's going, and then he goes for the kill as well. So I just feel like Spirit, they had Liquid's number in this series, and they played so exceptionally well, and you can hear it from Collapse. They are improving series after series, and when you say that for a team like Spirit, at the International, you have to be very afraid if you're to meet them in the next round.
Yeah, I think both games Liquid had the same problem with the off-lane hero. I think this game is a very good example of why Lycan isn't really popular anymore. I think before I came to the event, I thought like Lycan maybe would see a lot more play. But this game, it showed that why Lycan has not seen a lot of play. It's easily countered in the laning phase. It's a very good helm hero, but you generally don't get a good enough start, and you get bullied in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, maybe next to Collapse, we should also highlight another MVP in Rue that just was very instrumental, not just this game, but also the previous game where we did name him the MVP. He had a killer of a series. Maybe Tiga, he just performs a little better with less sleep.
Yeah, I'm trying to work this out. So, like, do you want your players to sleep now? Because when they play the next series, then they're going to have sleep and not be starved for it. So maybe you keep them awake, and then they play doubly better
because your brain goes into survival mode.
Yeah. So it's like, because like right now, so they'll be too comfortable for the next series.
I want them to sleep so they cannot fight me when I'm deciding the team strats, you know. They'll just wake up, this is what we're going to do. Okay, let's go.
Maybe not 5 hours. Let's meet them in like 2.5 hours.
One REM cycle.
Yeah, there we go.
That's very clear, very specific. Of course, have to wait and see what the teams are going to do. It's up to them. It's up to maybe each player individually as well. I'm sure different players need different things. And there's one thing for certain, though, is that there's one team that does have all the time that they want to sleep, because elimination was on the line with this series, and it is Team Liquid that is eliminated with this one best of 3. They could not get a foot in the door. They did not get a win this series, and they go out. They go home here on top 6 at the International. And of course, for some final words about Team Liquid, we are going to head over to Boxy.
Yeah, thanks. I'm here with Boxy. Boxy, commiserations on the loss there. Not even Blitz doing push-ups was enough here. He said that your draft was a throwback to a draft that LGD pulled off against Spirit. Was that something you all had agreed to? Was it part of the plan all along? How did that come about?
选完阵容，教练 Blitz 说有点梦回 TI 时 LGD 对战 Team Spirit， 这是你们意见一致的决定吗？
A throwback as in like going back in time to an old draft.
Who played this draft?
You guys did.
But before?
LGD.
I don't think we meant to like copy some old TI strategy. I think we looked at like the heroes we liked and we picked them. And in the end, we didn't play good enough and we lost.
我觉得我们没有刻意去复刻任何之前 TI 的阵容，我们只是选了我们喜欢的喜欢的阵容，我们没有打好，其实这也是我们自己的问题。
It felt very unlucky for you guys to have to bump into a Spirit team at this stage in the tournament that seemed like they're sort of accelerating. Do you feel like this was just a team that was perhaps a little bit ahead of you in the meta and the play style of this tournament at the moment?
很不巧遇上了状态回升的 Team Spirit， 你觉得他们对TI 的版本理解有着更深的理解吗？
I think game 1 maybe we didn't really like how the game like played out because we had a hard time jumping and killing this bungle. I think game 2, I don't know, I died a lot. And they played well, but we also didn't really manage to like find a good flow and play aggressive. And I think like the game could have looked different if we managed to make some nice attacks and like get our tiny really fat with the Lycan Axe. So yeah, I mean they were the better team today.
第一把可能有点，第二把我也不知道。其实我觉得我们稍微状态好点，把自己打的阵容该打的打出来，可能小肥一点的话，我们是有机会的。我们没有打出我们该打的进攻。
And Boxy, obviously, we've enjoyed watching you guys throughout the season and here at TI. You've got a lot of fans around the world supporting Liquid. Is there anything you'd like to say to them now that you guys are out of the tournament?
我们非常喜欢看你们比赛，然后也有很多支持你的粉丝。最后有没有什么想跟粉丝们说的？
Yeah, thank you so much for watching and supporting us. It's really like cool to be here at TI, and it wouldn't be the same with everyone cheering us on. We're a little bit disappointed in like how this series went. Obviously, our fans might be too, but we keep trying really hard and stick with it. For here in Shanghai, I think it was a really cool experience, and the crowd was really like energetic and loud. So I really missed being at a LAN with like a nice audience, and that was really cool. So thank you guys.
能站在这个舞台打比赛，其实是很酷的。如果没有你们的话，现场就不一样了。我们很享受在 TI 的比赛，也非常感谢支持我们的所有粉丝。可能这一场的赛果不太如意，我们的粉丝也会有一点点失望，但是我们会继续努力，我们也会做到自己的最好。现场如果没有你们的话，真的很不一样。
It's all about the highs and the lows when you're competing. And for Team Liquid, they might feel like they're ending here at a low, but being top 6 at the International is still quite high. And we are going to live through a couple of the highs Team Spirit felt when playing this game number 2. That's the flip side of the coin, of course, because Team Spirit was having a great game and all they are looking for is eyes on the prize, and they want to beat Team Vision next time they see them. Maybe in the lower bracket, maybe in the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But this game, a very cool game from them, as we're going to relive some moments. Winter, you want us to look at a fight that happened fairly early on, around the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, it was a very, very cool play. I think it was by the Clockwork. Like he managed to like kick his cogs twice and he gets a kill on the puck. I think it starts off here. It was a very, very long fight. They were defending their jungle in the safe lane. Lycan pops his ultimate. He's trying to invade with the puck coming in. I think he has a shield rune. And they were still somehow able to kill Nisha right at the end because the Clockwork made a very, very cool play. And he was just constantly focusing on trying to bounce and burn Nisha's mana off.
It really was searching for the answer to the puck, which we thought was going to have a free game, but it didn't feel like a free puck game.
He had a free game at killing Clockwork. That was the main thing, right? Like he had one job, and that was to make not me feel as sad as possible.
Maybe this fight right here caused Nisha to be like, this puck.
That's my target, but no. I feel like, yeah, Nisha, he kind of did his job. It was more like the clutch moments, unfortunately, Liquid weren't able to capitalize on. There was a Roshan fight where Mickey doesn't get the toss on the Terrorblade, which allows for the Sunder to go off. There was a couple of fights where maybe the supports or Ace could have connected a little bit quicker. Like, everything was just going slightly wrong for Liquid, but that's because Spirit was playing so well at how they're progressing the map, moving around. They put so much, pressure onto Liquid that the mistakes started to form because of Spirit's formation.
Yeah, I think it just all started from the lanes, like the Footwing hero I think Rue just played a fantastic Footwing from the laning phase. He landed so many pushbacks and just kind of made the game so difficult for Ace especially, and Boxy.
Smiles all around for Team Spirit as they will get to play again later today. Another elimination is going to come your way. We're going to have one best of 3 between Boom Boys and Enigma Galaxy, and this is a series that some of you might remember very well because last year at the International, in the opening round of the playoffs, these two teams went head-to-head. It was a 3-game series, went all the distance, and it was Boom Boys that knocked down Enigma Galaxy that still managed to get top 6 through that lower bracket. So they're no stranger to this lower bracket, and I'm sure they're looking for revenge in this one. Also, on top of that, it is tomorrow GPK's birthday. I'm sure he would like to play maybe some grand finals on the birthday.
I have no idea if anyone's going to know this stat, but has there ever been a TI winner on their birthday? I swear that's never, I don't remember ever us having to talk about, wow, it's his birthday.
Happy birthday, you win TI. That's a nice present.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe he likes to keep his birthday secret like people on the panel.
Yeah, good point.
GPK, incredible player. I think watching him and how he plays is beautiful. Look at his score line in all of these matches. Even during the losses, it's like 1 death and 3 deaths. And the 174 is, of course, an anomaly, but it's Vision. What can you do? They were very dominant in that game. In general, this guy is just so stable. His itemization is so solid. Like in his Viper game, he had so much impact without even having to buy like the boost of travel. Like every mid hero feels so mobile in this meta right now, and join every single fight. But he was doing it on Viper without that additional help. So this is a guy who has tried his hand at TI many times now, and I think it could be their year. I really think Boomboy's innovation in their drafting is something that can give them an edge over other people if they can just remain consistent in their gameplay.
Yeah, the consistency has been seen throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, they are a team that, on paper, the individual players and names are some of the highest caliber that you can get from the region and even internationally. I think they're one of the few teams that they need their drafts to go correctly, and then they'll be able to outplay anyone. But if the draft is slightly wrong or there's some little thing going slightly different, I think sometimes they crumble a little bit. But I honestly feel like right now in their form, the way that they fix themselves against Ironwing, they are to be potentially matching Spirit in the energy of like improving every series.
Yeah, and keep in mind that their road so far at this international, they lost in the first round to Team Vision. They did manage to take a game off of them, and they have grown ever since. Yesterday also a 3-game series against Ironwing. This series is proving to be an exceptional battle. But first, we need the teams.
Enigma Galaxy!
Enigma Galaxy is back on stage. It feels only like it was a couple of hours ago that they were right here fighting against Team Yandex, where they were dropped to the lower bracket. But this team is just powering up during this playoffs. They have some epic team fights, hoping that we get more of that against their opponents this morning. It is none other than Boom Boys, the team that they will face in a second.
Boom Boys!
This team seems to have found the recipe to stability. They have been so good throughout the entire year, consistent top placements, and they managed to get their time and time again. Their main struggle is breaching that top 3, breaching that top 2, and making it all the way to the grand finals. Will this be their year is a question we are going to have answered maybe within this very best of 3 series. Their opponents, as mentioned, Enigma Galaxy, they also have long series. They also seem to be very fond of having these long games and long series with 3 gamers on the board. And it is quite surprising to see these two go head-to-head at this stage of the tournament. For Boom Boys, as said, maybe not so surprising for them as we are expecting it from them. But for Enigma Galaxy showing up here at this international and delivering the way they have, Tigov, that was not in the cards. Anybody that did their diehard prep to see how Enigma Galaxy would do before the group stages, they would not have had this.
No, it's like a fever dream, honestly. So since last TI and their incredible placement, they of course had roster shuffles and absence from a lot of tournaments. They played 12 qualifiers, only winning 4. Their best placement in the season was only 5th to 8th when it's kind of a tied position. Their average position in tier 1 tournaments that they did get to was in the bottom half of the tournament. And then it's just like exceptional to think that they get to this TI And now they're here. It's like, again, and also the Dota that they're playing in the upper bracket, the IO saves, the Storm Lotuses, the Enigma Black Holes, the clutch play from everyone, Sumo jumping around on Necroforce like he doesn't care. Like, they are playing some incredible Dota as if like they were meant to be at every tier 1 event. They should have been at top 6 in every event. But again, the year, it wasn't like that. They're playing good Dota right now, and that's all that matters.
So what's the secret sauce? Is there secret sauce, Rhea?
I think it's the shuffling of players around 1,000 times and playing musical chairs, and now they found what fits. You have like this beautiful clutch factor from Lorinov on the mid lane. I think everyone's had their eyes on him. You know, he's playing his Nature's Prophet, especially is a sight to behold. I also believe that GH is also playing things like the IO support, right? Everyone's kind of transitioned that to a core, but you still have this team playing things like Dazzle and IO, which give them a different angle to the current meta that seems to be throwing some people off. Simultaneously, you just have the king.
The king, Winter. So, Mail, you wanted to have some extra eyeballs on him, as if he doesn't have enough.
Yeah, I think he is one of the key reasons why the team is doing really well. Like, he's been part of the team for a long time, but I think in this iteration, they finally figure out how to use him, because the safe lane feels more like his old style of playing mid. Because Sumail, when he was really at his peak form, he was a lane dominator. And now the safe lane heroes, they dominate the off laners. And some of the safe lane carry heroes, like the Tiny, the Shadowfin, they are heroes that are very fit his style very well. You win your lane, you run around the map, you kill heroes, and you can play very aggressive. And a lot of the mid heroes at the moment are kind of like heroes that he doesn't really like to play. The style doesn't fit him. So the safe lane is where Sumail is very comfortable at the moment.
And it also just complements the idea that when you look at Enigma Galaxy draft, right, there's always layering of tankiness or survivability across all the heroes. Like, you've got the Underlord with a Dazzle, and then Clock and Alk, and then you've got in other drafts like Largo is buffing up with Moranas. Like, there's always little ways, and of course the epic IO Storm game that we saw in game 1 yesterday that I still is fresh in my mind. But like, all of their drafts have these layers of, we're gonna take a fight, we'll kite back, and we'll outplay you at some point because we have one spell or one piece of utility that you don't have. And I'm really excited to see what Nigma will draft today, because that is an aspect that maybe not other teams will lean on every single draft. But every draft that Nigma brings, they have some cool little teamfight outplay mechanic. And it's not always, I have a stun. It's other ways that you can win teamfights.
Like black holes.
And other things.
Like bigger black holes.
Okay, they only had one and they won. So
and it
maybe
looked epic.
So they need 2 today.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Divine Llama is really clutched up in that match.
He did.
Like, this player, I think, has received a lot of criticism, you know, due to fluctuating results over time. But honestly, I feel like this guy always just manages to claw his way up to these beautiful performances in the end. We should put more stock in him.
Yeah, I think he is maturing, I think, over the years from playing. I think when he started out his career and previous TIs, he kind of choked under the pressure. Let's just be honest. He didn't perform to the stage. And I think at least yesterday, he kind of proved to people that with time and not giving up and consistently trying at the things that you love, you will be able to achieve what you want. And I think Divine is a good testament to that no matter what happens in his previous parts of his career, today or yesterday, he is able to perform and hit a level where he's playing with the team and pushing the team forward.
Yeah, he's also changed a lot, I think, in the last 2 years. Like, previously, I would see him as a player that he needs a lot of priority. He's a polarizing player, so you need to dedicate the draft, like some resource from the support in early game for him. But in his time in Nigma recently, like, I think he's shifted to more of a team player. He doesn't really mind, oh, my team is sacrificing me, they're helping Lorinov because Lorinov is more important in the draft. It's fine, you know. I think before he couldn't really do that. Whenever he gets sacked, he just doesn't really know how to come back into the game. But right now, he knows how to come back in the game.
Yeah, it's also something trivial where, like, during the game, like when he gets killed, right? And I've cast him a million times throughout his entire career. And it's like every death, he'd have some like massive emotion, or he'd slam his desk, or he'd go like, you know, like, and he would do it. It's because he loves the game so much. But that level of emotion in the game, it's honestly like at a detriment to your performance. And then at least yesterday, like, he's doing the okay sign with the black holes.
Very mild.
Yeah, very mild. Like, he's reacting, but it's not to the, like, where his teammates are going to be looking at him like, bro, chill, the game's fine. Like, I think he's shown that he's calmed down immensely, and that makes a great player. Because, like, as much as we love the energy and showing character, Dota is so complex, so complicated that, like, 5 seconds, 2 seconds where you turn off your brain and show some like other emotion, you'll forget what's happening in front of you. And it has hurt Divide multiple times in his previous games. So I think, yeah, maturity is clearly the big indicator for Divide this TI.
Maybe the most mature person on the side of Enigma Galaxy. I'm not going to say Samil, guys. I want to talk about Kuroki because historically, Kuroki, obviously great player when he was playing, and then at some point he fell a little off. But every LAN he showed up to did really great. And I think that is something that, as a coach, this is his first international as a coach, he is able to instill those vibes onto his team. And I think that's super impressive.
No, 100%. And I believe I've seen some like behind the scenes footage from Nigma as well, where RMN, the old coach of Nigma, is also now back here as well at TI.
Yeah.
So you kind of have like Kuroki plus RMN both in the mix to try and make this run happen.
We're going to see if the miracle run will happen with Boom Boys taking on Nigma on the stage here in Shanghai. Only one team will survive in this best of 3.
Nigma versus Boom Boys. Game 1.
For this first game, we're going to have Boom Boys on the Radiant side, Nigma Galaxy on the Dire side. The first pick goes the way of Nigma Galaxy. The overall last pick, therefore, goes the way of Boom Boys. We got a couple of bans on the board already, starting nice and even. And there's one hero we haven't really touched upon too much, but we talked about GH playing it yesterday. But something everybody should be aware of is that the IO that I'm hinting at is also very much a hero Boom Boys likes, especially in the hands of Kiritich, Rhea.
Indeed, the Kiritich IO. I think this hero goes really unpunished most of the time when I see it played. I think the way teams have kind of tackled it instead is sort of addressing the rest of the team and trying to shut that down and gain more of a map advantage. So IO doesn't really get the chances to relocate in. Because at least when we covered the games of IO before, it felt like they weren't like blocking the camps or invading his like farming space. His IO was being allowed to get items. And Hero is terrifying in the late game if he gets there, but it seems like teams have other ideas of how to shut it down.
Yeah, but it does feel like if you're in Boom Boys shoe, you want it to be in the pool. Because if Nigma picks it, it's going to be a support. And I feel like the support IO is just not really a big deal.
Did you watch game 1
of yesterday?
Were you asleep?
You know what? No, you know what the team heard this? Like, Winter, we're going to prove you wrong. Goodbye.
They proved it wrong yesterday.
They'll do it again here. But I must admit, this Winter Wyvern is popping up left, right, and center. This is also a hero that was used to great success against Nigma Galaxy by Yandex in the 2 games that Yandex won yesterday.
Guys, all I'm just saying is a support IO is more beatable than a core IO. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. Sure. That's a spin. That's a spin. All right.
I mean, if
You're media trained.
if we do want to be a little bit going towards that, it's not like Nigma were in a good position in that Yandex game. It went to 1 hour and 14 minutes, and it had to be a really heavy comeback that relied on multi-hero black holes. The IO is nice, but I
no, sorry.
But I do agree. I think IO is weaker as a support, and I've much preferred Wyvern throughout this tournament. I think in terms of like healing and then just all the utility,
+1.
Yeah, Wyvern is fantastic. If I had this trade, I would be happier as Boom Boys.
That's fair enough. The stats are very much there to back you up with that as well. As we are done with our first phase of picks. So there's only 1 ban left for Boom Boys in the second ban phase, and they only get the 1. So maybe here you want to remove 1 strong pairing you don't want to see with that IO, or potentially you want to remove something else from the pool that will counter something you're planning on picking. They'll go for the Necrophos, which is probably both a strong combo with the IO and maybe something they just don't want to face.
Oh my god, Ember is still in the pool.
Yes, he is.
I also feel like Nigma, because they do play the support IO, the combinations you have to think about are the divide pairings. Like, does he want to play an Axe or a Slaughter, or something to utilize the IO to chase down the lane to apply a lot of pressure to Kiritich, a player that has been having incredible net worth in any game that he plays. So I am looking towards Kiritich to maybe protect him a little bit, just because of the pressure that is inevitable in the laning phase.
I mean, I like the idea here from Boom Boys. Against the IO, you don't really want to split up and play the map because he ganks you. So you want to set up in a way where you are strong as 5, you know. So with Willow and Wyvern, you have very, very big team fight, and it's gonna mean that most of the time you'll be easily gathering as 5 and you push down towers, and that's the type of game you want to play against IO.
And so if you see relocate, it's like I put Bramble down, I put Terrorize down, I put Curse. Like you never want to make any move if you know the supports are there. Yeah, very, very good response to IO.
I mean, usually the counters to Wyvern and Willow are like heroes like the slippery mid heroes like the Parks. I think you guys mentioned about Ember still in the pool. Yeah, so those heroes are going to be very, very good selection here for Nigma Galaxy against the Wyvern and Willow.
They'll get the combination of the Mirana and the Centaur on their side.
They didn't want to reveal too much because they only see 2 supports. It's very difficult in a draft to then try and pick anything too flashy on
But
mid or
at the
carry.
same time, I think whenever I'm drafting, when my opponents pick 2 supports, I generally feel like the counters to supports are usually the mid heroes. I would want to pick a mid hero that's really good against their heroes.
But you close the phase here, so do you really want to give GPK suddenly draft value, where it's like normally you force GPK to reveal his hero, then you counter it. Like it feels like you're giving a bit too much. So Devi's happy to sacrifice himself in this position.
Yeah, he is the person. It's probably the best person to sacrifice among the 3 cores here in Nigma. Like, usually, I would say that their mid pick gets a lot of protection, you know, for Lorenov.
No, for sure.
We get treated to the Miero Axe on the side of Boom Boys.
Yeah, again, the hero kind of speaks for itself. We've been seeing it utilized with Wyvern, with Willow just throughout the entirety of TI. For a curse, you then have the cool to layer up. So not only do you have the curse duration, you then get, cool, it's awful, plus Dark Willow, the laning phase with the Bramble spam, the Shadow Realm spam, the Battle Hunger spam. It's just really, really oppressive. So I kind of like the aggression from Boom Boys. It's kind of like pressure through the lane, through the off lane. Wyvern will protect any carry, and then you'll stabilize the game to have to do what your cores present themselves.
I think it also pushes their tempo slightly faster than Nigma, right? Because I don't remember the last time I saw a Centaur get like a second item blink. It feels like every game they want to buy like a Lotus against your Willow, or they want to buy a Heart to tank up more, or they want to buy the Axe for their ranged core. With Axe, I imagine we'll just see one item into a blink, and then they can start making plays with the Willow, with this Invest Bomb, and just move a lot faster.
Yeah, Axe is definitely a lot cheaper compared to Centaur. You don't really need to farm as much. You especially enable your support, so you can run around with them. You have a BKB piercing disable, and you're very strong in the lane. So it puts a lot of pressure onto the opposing team. And I would say that for Nigma, they most of the time would really prioritize Sumail getting a good lane. So I think this Axe Willow, like just picking a strong lane by default, you don't know what hero he's going to play, but just picking a strong lane, so ensuring that he's going to get pressured is a nice way to approach Nigma.
And that's where like the Axe is like, it kind of stops the Clinks pick, the Wind Ranger pick, the Nature's Prophet pick, right? Some of the big ranged heroes that Sumail's been leaning on. And then when you look towards like the melee options, you don't really want to pick them into like the Lifestealer, like he's playing some Fen or whatever. Okay. Lorenov mid Husker?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the reasons I was like, oh, they haven't picked Ember still was because I thought, I wonder if someone wants to Huskar the other team as soon as they take the Ember.
But why do they need to pick it here?
This is where they can protect it with 2 bans.
Yeah, but I feel like if they wanted the Huskar, it doesn't really indicate they were going to go for the Huskar with the picks they have. And probably they would be able to get Sumail his hero and still get the Huskar.
Yeah.
But right now,
there's nothing that's exactly. There's nothing screaming Huskar.
Right now, you could probably say that the chances of Sumail getting what he wants is significantly lower because you see the 4 heroes and they kind of tell you that Sumail wants like some kind of like, I would say like melee hero, another frontline hero, and they are going to get banned. 2 of them are going to get banned.
What if this is his IO debut?
Sure.
I don't think we shouldn't count it out.
No, yeah, I'd like to see that option because again, the Huskar just feels like you're picking it to go to GPK. We don't have enough bans for your heroes because we've looked at other options. Therefore, we're picking this just to shut you down, and we just want to stop your hero pool from excelling, right? So I feel like it's more maybe like a draft pick rather than it's perfect.
No third hero because they are assuming that okay, we have 2 bans, we can ban 2 heroes that can play against Huskar. So it's probably Sniper and Viper.
Yeah,
so they are saying that there's no third hero for GPK.
No, but it's more like they didn't want to think about Pucks and the Storms and the Embers, right? because like those three are very scary in the game. So if you pick a generic sumo hero here, you ban two, then they're gonna get one of the other big playmakers. Maybe that was the fear.
I guess, but I think there is a third hero. I think Wind Ranger can be a mid hero against Huska. It'll be
For
okay.
sure.
All this is being talked about right now by Boom Boys. They took so long for their first ban in the series. They go still for the banning out of a Samil hero in the Alchemist.
The melee hero that would enable the IO here. I don't know if there's maybe Tiny would
into the,
but it's bad against lifesteal.
Yeah, but good into axe, but bad into lifesteal.
Yeah, there's no one nice pick they can get here.
Do you not think they can just pick some overwhelming physical damage like SF and then just rely on Centaur, Cart, and IO to be able to survive them through the call?
Yeah, they could. They definitely could. But the lineup is very wonky.
Yeah,
you have
yeah.
you have SF and you have Huska and Centaur. And it's going to force the Centaur to buy a very early dagger to play with the team because no one else can.
Do you not just want to not buy a dagger and just like ball up with like your minus or armor auras?
But you got to be able to kill heroes to progress on the map. And they don't really have a way. If the Centaur doesn't have dagger and you have SF, Huska, and Centaur, it's very hard for them to get kills on them.
Like smoking, clearing out an area by like walking and pushing them out and then taking like Roshan and then just using the Aegis.
Yeah, it's important to kill heroes because if you don't kill heroes, it means the map will not progress. They're going to be pushing the waves against you and you have to go back to deal with the waves. But if you push the wave and you pick them off, and then that creates opportunities for you to then go for the Roshan or get the objectives. So I would say it's very important to have a very simple way to just kill heroes on the map.
Didn't people used to buy Blink on Huska?
Yeah, they do.
They do.
I'm looking towards like, I mean, he's not really played it since like 2022, but like a Doom or something like this for Sumo. Like into the lifesteal, into the Wyvern, you don't care, but they go for the Wind Ranger. And instantly, Boom Boys don't even care, just locking in the Shadow Fiend.
Is that a mid Shadow Fiend?
Yep, it is.
Oof.
Taking a step back into the past.
I guess Nigma was thinking maybe the Wind was also a counter to the Huska, so they banned the Viper, they banned the Sniper.
Yeah, and they take the Wind.
So how does Shadow Fiend versus Huskar do? Because it's
been
a long time.
Yeah, some years. Well, I think it does really well. You are one of those heroes that can actually play in the lane and can kill him. It's not a common lane, but I do feel like there's a lot of potential here. And you have to, the downside is you have to be careful of getting ganked because SF is very susceptible to ganks in the mid lane.
I'm also I mean, as much as Shadow Fiend's going to have Raze to clear the waves, there's also a world that Huska gets good lane position, gets like level 3 Burning Spear, 2 points in Burning Spear, and holds like a decent time when he's like playing around the Raze cooldown. So I think Huska honestly can also just win the lane if GPK overplays himself or does something weird or there's some gank, but the snap picks at the end, very interesting.
Very volatile lane for sure. This is going to be a very spicy mid lane here. I expect a lot of kills happening in the lane.
And a lot of people rotating there for mid on the support duo. How mobile in the game is an IO?
I think it's reasonably easy, right? Because you can just TP from any position and then your tether just brings you right into it.
Yeah, it just depends on how the lanes go, right? Because if Sumail's under a lot of pressure from the Axe and the Willow, you can't really allow the IO to make any move. And if Omar's having to pull waves with the Vi or something because Lifesteal is chasing him down, then everyone's gonna be locked into the side lane battle, whilst also there's a Huskar Shadow Fiend situation. So yeah, the lanes in this game are gonna be incredible. But Boom Boys, when they win games, it's because they are one of the best laning teams in the world. And I feel like they have the type of setup to be really obnoxious to then come and help the Shadow Fiend and amplify him in some way.
Yeah, if you look at the 3 heroes against 3 heroes, Io, Mirana, and Huska, like how are they gonna land the arrow and compare that to the SF, Dark Willow, and Wyvern? That looks a lot more scarier.
It's looking scary, looking entertaining from our perspective, though. I think we're going to have quite the treat here, especially if it's going to be as active as my panel makes it out to be. Back and forth in the early stage of the game. We'll see how that transitions into the mid game and then who comes out on top. But before we see all of that played out, we are going to hear from Kuroki, who's with Slangs.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Kuroki. Kuroki, it is such a pleasure to see you guys in this tournament, still kicking so much ass. Are you proud of the boys so far?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about lanes. It seems like that is a big part of this game. We have so many strong heroes, so many strong lanes. Do you think you came out ahead in the matchup?
I mean, we have Husker mid against SF, so that's spicy.
Spicy? I need more than spicy. Do you guys think that he is going to be able to take it? I mean, that's a dirty Huskar right there, but GPK could screw it up.
I have confidence in Lorna.
All right. Good to hear. Is there any particular player that needs to do well in this game to get you guys a victory, or is this a team effort here?
Well, at this level, everyone just needs to do well.
All right. Did you say anything to the boys before coming here today? You have been under this stress. You have seen this before, and a lot of guys in that booth have, but some of them are new to it. Any famous Kuro speeches?
I mean, mainly to keep their calm.
Keep your calm, carry on. There's no more calmer man than you, my friend. Thank you so much. We hope to have a fantastic match as we throw to our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a man of few words, but a lot of ideas. Kuro, the legend, inspiring some confidence, which is what you want to have in this like high tense, emotional game potentially. We're already potentially going to have a
trading some blows there already, it would seem. Yes, yeah, keeping it a little bit low key. You know, he left it all in the booth. Right there, okay? He came out very early as well, I'll say. Bulk was still in there. He's talking a lot to the team, pacing back and forth, describing, what was going to happen. Kuro, he just gave them the, all right, guys, relax. I'm heading out there. You guys got this. So he's putting a lot of faith here in this Huskar pickup. And talk about faith, sending GPK on the Shadow Fiend bid versus the Huskar.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, everybody has said it's going to be a little bit spicy. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens. We'll see how it plays out, but this is definitely going to be one of the lanes to watch, the main one, I would say. A little bit of a missed raise there, but it's important too, right, to sort of reiterate. This is what these teams have been working for this entire year. Both of these squads have been hungry for a victory. Boom Boys have been here so many times. Top 4 was their feeling last year, trying to push it further forward. And, I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, it's been years in the making for this squad.
Yeah, we live our lives by TI in Dota. That's how it goes. You base your whole roster, your seasons, your identity of how you perform there. And last year, both of these teams were in this situation. They're coming in to this point in the lower bracket. Boom Boys, they got the win last year. Enigma, they did not. They weren't able to progress any further than top 6. So, yeah, that is the question. Who has got it here today? A very late night, it's worth noting, for Enigma Galaxy as well. I think that, coming into the series, you're sure you're feeling that on their side. Unfortunate way to go out. Like, despite losing that series, they did have some incredible plays, which certainly showed their potential. So I hope that they bring that in here today.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll be completely honest, I fell asleep after game 1 since we were ready for the earlier games of the day, but we did get to see some of that earlier on as well. And an amazing game number 1 it was indeed. Cold Embrace now onto Kiritich. Devi trying to stay aggressive onto the life stealer. They bite off more Nikachu. Devi draws first blood.
It's a very favorable trade there for Devi. You really don't want to go down on that one. And end up handing that over to the life stealer. I mean, Kataomi, he is the Wyvern OG. You're seeing lots of teams just last series. First overall pick with this Wyvern. People are really seeing the value that it has here, particularly in that laning stage. And of course, whenever you're considering up against these IOs. Even more so in this matchup, since Enigma are one of the few teams that play at support. But you saw why last night. GH, incredible relocate plays to give them opportunities in those team fights that just should not have been.
No, absolutely. And, GH, you go back to, like, their original Liquid days when he was playing and he first came onto the scene. It was GH IO, GH Coddle, these types of heroes that were difference makers. And he came in and won his first tournament off the back of them. It was Star Ladder Series 3, if I remember correctly, way back in the Elden days. Devi, though, going to get chased down, goes for the double edge. It's going to bring Kiritich low. Omar trying to clean it up, but that Cold Embrace, pesky. Does Omar have enough damage to kill him on the end of it? Doesn't quite. Well, he's going for it. He's healing, but it's not going to be enough to get Kiritich away alive. And, well, now Omar tries to ring around the rosy. Not going to happen. Kataomi cleans up.
Needed another moment there. Got some regen delivered by the courier, but it wasn't going to be enough. So he'll go down, take the return of his health and mana with that death. He'll be all right with it. And lots of action on these side lanes in terms of the mid. What has been happening? GPK bullying a bit here with these raises. Obviously, you guys have seen plenty of matches where this Huskar bullies the enemy mid just out of the lane. They have to retreat back to the jungle. Battlefield has quite a bit of tools to deal with the wave, of course, with the raises. And if you're not careful, you might get caught inside of them as well.
Yeah, it's one of those lanes where Lorenov has to pick his moment very carefully, right? If he goes all in, it has to be a kill because there's no running from SF. Especially if you use like the middle raise and then have that third one queued up.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, we have Nero just farming the polywalks. He's in, grabbing the bounty runes, waiting for the waves. He has kind of just quit on the lane at this point. The IO, and maybe just too much sustain and regen, and couldn't find anything beneficial. TP's back home.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. Still, a lot of CS at the very least, this wave is pushing in a bit.
Yeah, those are neutrals though. He's relatively low.
Yeah,
I mean not too. I mean he's the same as the Sentinel.
Yeah, Devi also having to take out after the pressure was on him, but now nowhere to go as they bring in a third hero. It seems that Boom Boys also recognize Devi as the game changer for this squad, but barely getting away from him there. Do they have anything else to finish him off? They're trying to dive underneath the tower, but they won't quite get the kill on the Centaur.
Yeah, it's almost as bad as the death, to be honest, though.
You're not wrong.
Like, what is there to do? He kind of just has to run home anyway. How did that? Oh, okay. I thought that was small for a second. He's got to just run back to this camp, farm it up a little bit, and then retreat back home anyway. So Omar takes the opportunity to get some wards down. He's going to TP up top now. So trying to mirror some of this pressure that came up from the Willow. GH is farming a hard camp stack right now. They surround him.
Yep, they find him, and that axe, nowhere to go now, does manage to at least clean up the creeps before he goes down dead to GH.
Right, so interesting dynamics here. We have a Huskar rotating for a kill because he's losing his mid lane.
Yeah.
Not what you tend to see. GBK standing tall with this catapult. The Mirana's not here to arrow it. Omar's getting in here now. Will they tank the arrow? Yeah, you can see. Saves positioning. He knows. He's watching out for it. They get the next wave in.
Goes into the root. The heal is there, though, from GH. And off, able to back away. Omar, now the hit. The good shackle latch and the kill onto Katomi. Omar does not have that much left in the tank, though. The double raise does some damage as Sumail makes that movement in. They're going to stop any extra aggression. GH retreating back with Sumail.
The Shadow Fiend, really a bit of a wonder pick here. Like the way they set it up on the side of Nigma, you saw with the bands of the Viper, the Sniper, and then into pick the Wind Ranger. I feel like they kind of had it all figured out, but this SF was a great call.
And Devi continues to be hounded on this bottom lane. Kiritan, the slow coming from the Wyvern, and the Life Stealer manages to find that kill. This is right about that 7-minute mark, too. So we'll see if Boom Boys decide to contest for the Wisdom Shrine, or if they're going to leave that one and just focus on the farm. Arrow also trying to play a little bit of catch-up on this axe after getting killed with the Huskar rotation.
That could have been an opportunity, but they were even ready to cover it. Omar did TP over to the Wisdom just in case, knowing that Centaur would not be there in time, or else he'd have to waste his TP. Make sure it's there. Katomi did not try and sneak it. And you were likely to see some stacks beginning to form here for both teams, I would think.
Definitely. Way that you can play catch-up for these off-laners. And, you know, I think another thing to sort of mention with these two teams in terms of their road to this point in time, Boom Boys were basically invited to a lot of different events this year. They only had to play in 3 qualifiers. On the other side, Nigma Galaxy, they played in 10 different qualifiers to be able to make it here in this point in time and have really been tested over and over again. We'll see how that type of resiliency is going to be able to make them push forward in this tournament. But, you know, very different paths, even though there were similar results last year in terms of the international.
Yeah, and they were playing in like the hardest qualifiers. They had to go to Europe and play in them. So Euro now rotation in from Lorinov.
Shackle latches, good damage out from the power shot, and another kill for the Huskar.
Desperately needed. He is catching back up to GPK. You know, not typically the way you see a Huskar recover, but he is finding it with these kills. GPK is rotating back. He's under this board that was placed from Omar earlier, but at what point will you actually be able to utilize this vision?
Right. Found again. Punk fakes the hook stomp. Trying to keep himself alive. Will back away some more. And they decide not to chase any further. But I mean, it's just been so much damage. Relentless. Onto Devi, trying to shut him down. I mean, thankfully, at least for the side of Nigma, they've been able to keep the axe pretty much.
Scando, seeing if anyone else is nearby trying to help him, they just bring in GPK.
Omar immediately leaps out. Good. Boom Boys, they bring numbers, trying to take this early tier 1 town, continue to just pull the Centaur around the map.
What a weakness they found, right? Centaur's very close to 6. He's at 5.5. GH had no health or mana on this IO right now as he was kind of moving through the jungle, so he can't do any sort of a play down here. So even though Omar was down here trying to like dissuade them from making this push, they kind of get the tower for free.
Save, hunting Omar. Did have a ward down to spot that movement, and going to be able to find a pick off onto that courier. Save, hit by GH, who has been quietly having a
All right, they have vision on this Slardar. He's still sticking around. They're like, this guy farms pretty slow. We move pretty fast. Can we make it to Divine in time? It's like a tease right now. He's going to get this range group. He's going to get out, isn't he?
I mean, he also has a BKB, so like, he's not going to die.
He's getting away.
He's just going to run out.
They've smoked across the entire map, and he's gone.
They scanned, they see that he left, and now there's not a dang thing they're going to be able to do about it.
Oh, double scans used too. The pain.
At least they're in position to come and contest for Roche, if nothing else. But yeah, this does not feel good for Boom Boys right now.
Okay, but
tell me. Give me something, anything. Need to find something
honestly,
for these guys.
I just clicked the HP pools of Slardar, Ember, and Shadow Fiend, and I just stopped dead in my tracks. They're each like 3K plus HP, like 2,800 on the Ember. They are tanky.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to think, like, can Heritage really burst them down? Like, does he have the damage to maybe have a big impact? And it's tough because the reinforcements are going to be quick.
Yes.
I mean, they don't have a mech like that. They don't have a traditional save on the side of Enigma Galaxy this time, right?
But what's our Crozier check? All right, we're getting there. Oh,
I thought, no, he gave up on it, didn't he? Yeah, he gave up.
Halberd instead? Oh,
yeah.
God.
No, the Crozier was a bridge too far, he said.
Oh, man.
It was 3,300 gold too much.
Well, I mean, he's even with the Slardar in terms of farm.
Yeah. Ish.
That's an Aghanim Scepter done for the Marana.
Gem coming out as well, just to secure their position on the map.
10,000 gold lead. It still could completely turn around with, just a little bit of bad positioning. I think that you can't underestimate how crazy these late game scenarios can turn into, particularly on the main stage TI.
Yeah, and if maybe you get forced into a play with the BKBs being down with Enigma, that could be doing something. Right. Mail again, though, no BKB. Maybe they hit everything perfectly. On the side of Boom Boys, you have the Undying save with this Tombstone. We don't have a similar tool on the side of Enigma Galaxy. Maybe that's what can do it.
Now tell me. It's hanging out by the trees. I mean, Roche is going to move in a minute and a half. Maybe we're just going to sit here until then. In the meantime, Shadow Fiend is getting bigger, by the way.
Yeah, they are not really losing out too much on the side of Enigma Galaxy as the Butterfly is now picked up for Sumail. And with a minute 20, yeah, they are good to head into the pit. All right, Heritage. He has waited, but a sitting rock gathers moss, so he wants to roll.
And Roche roars. They get some vision. They see Sumail, very, very tanky. Roche, half HP.
Heritage calculating, finding his angle.
By damage is there, ready for a jump. They drop down the snakes. Now the walk-in, but he's not going to be able to do much to jump forward. Avatar, and he snatches the Aegis. Heritage trying to put his team on the back, but I don't know if it's enough to carry. It's a hard one to make work. The Requiem comes out and Sumail destroys the arrow. Heritage also going to fall. You can take the Aegis. You're not winning the fight.
You're not getting out of that one alive. At the very least, you remove it for a potential high ground push, but obviously things still going very much in the way of Enigma. Male king of that fight. No concerns, but not having a BKB. Yeah, it gives up the Aegis because of it. That's A-okay for them. They're now pushing up high ground. No snakes available. Chuck the Anaconda.
Building goes down. In spite of the creep wave being gone, they are still going to be able to take.
Oh, and look at Divide down
bottom. Set of racks.
He's stalking GBK.
The hunt wants him. Jumps forward. Crush. Bash. Damage. Trying to get out of there. He's nullified. And they find him here.
He's going to watch him farm.
Yeah, I mean, he's waiting for his Blink Dagger to come back up again. Wants to chase this guy down. GBK over to the side. GH is there. Arrow out. And hello, there are more friends. As GH finds that kill, another set of racks taken while that was happening.
I mean, what can you do? There's no option, right? You're just dead.
Well, as we have seen many times, it appears that this TI is for 3 games on the big stage, barring some type of miraculous comeback for Boom Boys.
One would certainly be a banger of a comeback, but I mean, they had their moment. They tried. They set something up. Did their calculations with the best option.
Was completely alone.
Okay, well, will he get punched?
This is what they need. They've got to get something here. Can they blow him up in time? No! Satanic turn the disarm. Well, the halberd not doing what he wants. As the fear is there onto Miero. A couple more punches saved by the tombstone. But Sumail, the king, he's strong. A triple from Renoff, and GG is called. Nigma push it to a game 3.
If they don't have their tools available, they're not going to be able to win that fight. They needed the coil snap there. Everything else was set up, right? They got the big toss back, but with GBK being dead, they don't have enough to take them down. The BKB-less build from Sumail still makes them very powerful. And he really did the king carry on that one.
An impressive performance and a big comeback in this series. And now for Boom Boys, you can see Save not really too flummoxed by that one, understanding that there's just better luck next time. It feels like, again, the draft playing a huge role in this and really determining whether or not they were able to make the games happen as Nigma tie us up, push us to a game 3.
There you go. That's what we want to see. The Lorinov Ember Spirit having a great time in this game, and both teams getting to play their game. Well, one team maybe a little bit more than the other is Nigma Galaxy. Take this one. We're tied. We're going to a game 3. Like, to be fair, we were kind of expecting to the way the games have been going on this main stage. A lot to break down here with Rhea, Winter, and Tigov. Tigov, this game looked so much more comfortable for Nigma Galaxy. You could tell that comfort was the name of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the roles were swapped this time around. I feel like the game that we had in game 1 kind of was the same for 2, but, you know, Nigma, they were the ones finding the pickoffs instantly. I'm just going to give a massive shout out to Omar. I'm probably going to highlight him later on as well from graphics, but I feel like him on his Shadow Shaman, a hero that we don't see picked up by many other players. Of course, into the puck, it's kind of like a historical matchup that allows you for the pickoff, but the way that he kept hunting around the map, finding these kills, enabling the Essence or the Slada or the Marana or the Ember, I think he played an exceptional game and did such a good job at keeping his team alive in the International.
Yeah, of course. You know, the Shaman just had a lot of openings set up for his team. He was able to, you know, get the towers as well really, really quickly, use the Anaconda, and yeah, created a lot of pressure on the Boom Boys side. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a cool game to see where we saw everything come together for Nigma Galaxy. From the start to the finish, it did feel smooth. It was still not the fastest game, Rhea, that we've ever seen. Still a bit slow here and there.
36 minutes.
Yeah.
It was faster than the average, but it was
Yay.
but it was slow. Yeah, I think it's difficult to push into an Underlord, first of all. It's also not like Boom Boys were kind of getting crushed and had no net worth. I think they were still gaining items, just obviously at a slower rate than Nigma. So you just want to play it carefully and slowly. I think Nigma were trying to place their wards more offensively on the side of Boom Boys map, whilst if you looked at Boom Boys warding, it was very defensive. So they were just stuck in this idea of we have to farm. We're just going to like try and defend our areas and get what we can. And then Nigma did look for those picks, and they did get them, to be fair. They just were a little bit staggered out.
Yeah, Lorinov as the MVP.
On
You got it.
No, I'm not standing for this.
Oh,
Omar,
wait, he got first pick. He got first pick, and
Yep.
that meant
Mhm.
that GPK could choose when he wants to
Okay.
play against December,
Yep.
and he still won.
There.
Oh my gosh.
All right, he's the GOAT. 4-0-10 Shadow Shaman, sorry, my golly gosh. No, this is the true MVP. 31 wards placed, 6 wards destroyed. That kill participation, probably if you look at the first 20 minutes, was like a lot higher, but still, he's my GOAT. No more Korf, happiness and Lorinov this, Lorinov that. Let's give a bit of love to the other lads that make Lorinov look good.
You guys are coping. The true MVP is the person that clicked the heroes, Kuroki.
Oh.
Yeah.
Without him,
We got a game 3 for Kuroki.
without him, none of this would have been possible.
Right.
The draft was very instrumental. I mean,
Yeah.
we saw in game number 1 as well that was part of the reason, maybe the only reason why they didn't do so well. I mean, we got to give them credit where credit's due. If we're going to be critical of a game like game 1 to be draft related, then this one Winter is as well.
Yeah, I think on the Boom Boy side, they had kind of like a very small window. I don't think their draft was like bad or any means. I think everything looked logical. They have some decent heroes in the lanes. They just like, I think, lost one crucial fight in the rune, and everything just snowballed from there.
Yeah, we can take a look at a couple of the moments that we had in the game. First things first, though, if we're talking about supports being MVP, you got to talk about the vision they provide, Rhea.
Yeah, and this one comes not from Enigma Galaxy, it actually comes from Boom Boys. They placed this really nice ward. I think the Observer highlighted it in game especially. They basically placed it on their mid tower. Like typically you'll see people place vision like on the river to catch the runes, but this one was placed on the tower, and because of that, they kind of see Omar's movements behind the tower. You see it get pinged out. This would not be possible without that ward, because usually there's a blind spot between the tier 1 and tier 2. So it's just, I think it's a very cool ward. It's very interesting because it's not that typically placed.
No, you have to place those words, and the little things definitely do matter, and big things matter too. Fights matter too. You highlighted the fight you were talking about just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it was a little bit after that ward. That ward was at 6 minutes, but at 10 minutes, the rune fight, we expected a lot of fights happening because of the runes when you have a Puck against Ember matchup. I think here, the key thing was Nigma, I believe, brought more heroes. The SF came over, whereas Kiritich didn't choose to come. I think they really, really needed Kiritich to be here to just throw a spell, throw a stun or do something, or tank, The Puck, he needed to win this fight. I think if they won this rune fight, they got the rune on, maybe just get some kills, the game could have been completely different. But because Kiritich chose not to come, and Sumil came over to help his team, and that was the difference maker, in my opinion. That started the snowball.
Yeah. And then from there on out, it's rough goings for Boom Boys, with one person in particular that we talked about a lot already. You got one of the MVPs there as well. Seagull.
We're doing it again?
Yeah, you go.
No, come on. No,
You
okay.
got it. You got it.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Do it again. Omar.
Yes.
Hey, see, look, kill participation, 80%. I told you that it'd be better if we looked earlier in the game, and that's why production was like, you know what, let's help this lad out. Let's show bigger numbers for Omar. I've already made my case, lads. I'm not going to try and do it again.
Okay.
He's my goat.
I mean, with that logic, if I'm playing Zeus and I have 100% kill participation, but I'm in the jungle farming. So
yeah, luckily they
is
nerfed that.
all right?
Okay, they nerfed that for a reason, because you fake, pad statting players, we got rid of them. So yeah, we're in the clear.
Okay, well, I'll give another point for Omar then.
Yes, please.
I think Winter actually pointed this out while we were just watching the game together, is that on the dire side of the map, right beneath their base, there's those two camps, right? You know the one Lone Druid always farms in with his main guy? Yeah. They placed a ward there on the side of Enigma Galaxy, and they saw the hero. They can see heroes move through that, so they know where they're going out onto the map. And as a result, Omar is able to go and hunt for Puck at the bottom side of his map, because typically you don't want to be giving up map space by moving all the way back there, but because they know heroes are going down there with their amazing, excellent warding, deck use supports, they're able to go look for that kill, snatch it up, and then continue on their way to victory.
People say it's quite difficult to choke out the map, but it's like once you take the tier 1 towers, the best vision to place is at the entry of the river spots, because when you die, you're not going to TP back to base. You're going to run to the river and then go down, or you're going to go to a jungle camp. So it's like having that type of vision is the best way to choke out the map, to have that type of pick-off understanding and to have the heroes to do it. So yeah, just great understanding from Nigma to utilize it.
Yeah, not a lot of plays for Boom Boys to make during this game. And with that in mind, we're going to find out a little bit more about how Miero tried to play this game as we head over to Purge.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, Miero had two rough laning stages in both games, actually. In this first game as Axe, he left the lane early against a Wind Ranger and didn't really come back, but eventually caught up farming. And we have kind of a similar situation here in game number 2. Miero focused a lot on blasting waves, which normally you don't actually want to do against the enemy carry because it pushes the waves into them. It makes it safer for them to hit last hits and things like that. So you're going to see him using Firestorm. On this, it's going to do a little damage to Shadow Fiend. Some of his creeps are going to get denied, but he'll get some of the farm. He's basically conceding, like, my lane sucks. I know that going into this. I'm just going to do the best I can, and I'm going to try to catch up in farming later. They even had one really good kill opportunity against the Shadow Fiend a little bit later after this, because they had a good opportunity to go for this kill. And this was a decent opportunity for them. If they did kill Shadow Fiend, this would have been great. But Shadow Fiend just has so much more damage than most offlaners, so you just can't really trade with him in most cases. Save ended up getting a nice double kill here with the blast. So that was really good for Save in the lane. But if we see the pressure that comes from the MVP, Omar, he's looking for distables. They're going to have arrow follow-ups. It's very, very difficult for them to respond to this. So the pressure that's coming from Enigma Galaxy is making it really hard for Miero to actually lane stabilize. Now, we're going to jump a lot later in the game. His net worth was much lower. Look at it now. it's decent. He's sitting the same level as Slardar, which is good because he can farm a lot. But the problem is that, yes, he caught up, but at some point he needs to impact the game in a really positive way. He did that in game 1 as Axe, but in game 2, it's a lot harder. And this was the probably crucial point of the game where Boom Boys had spent all of their catch-up time looking for a good fight. And this nice catch from Omar, throwing the shard up on the high ground, spotting the puck, breaking his Aeon Disc. This broke Boom Boys' attempt to a team fight because now no Aeon Disc on puck. All the farming that Miaro didn't really accomplish much at this point for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Pert. Now both teams are fighting for a survival here with Game 3 coming our way very soon. Before we get there, though, we have got a little time to breathe, a little bit of time to maybe check out a certain website where you can get yourself a mini Largo or Rhea,
My Little Roshan.
Not that one in particular. Though, where you're gonna
turn
keep
around.
one.
Invoker wasn't doing well today, so we'll show Snapfire instead. The Roshan is amazing, though. That is probably from the ones. Yeah, it's Roshan and Kura are.
That's part of the Roshan. You took his honey.
I am
pot.
so sorry. I can't walk. There you go. Take it. There you go. I was wondering what it was. I was holding. Yeah, there you go.
I love
Beautiful.
you.
Also, this is a bag. I took it.
Look, what do I have? There you go.
It is a bag. You can.
Oh.
And there's bags on the bag. They have clips. You can actually put stuff in the little orange bags.
You can, but it seems like that actually closes pretty well. So I figured I'd not open it as to not. It's actually a shoulder.
Where's my gem? Give me my gem.
1 second. I'm looking inside. No, no gem.
No gem. Maybe
Not yet. Can't afford it.
Maybe it's one
I
of
haven't
those other
actually. I haven't got enough gold to upgrade the
I
courier.
think it was Saksa stole my gem.
Yeah, of course. Right.
I would like no violence towards the couriers, please.
Yeah, this is the bag strap, by the way, guys, not the guts of the courier, just in case.
Stop! You can get your own. Of course, you'll get not that one, but a
You can get this
fresh
one.
if you go to the perfect world.
Yeah. There you go.
You know where to find it by now. Make sure you check out our secret shop as we are preparing for our final game in the series of this elimination between Enigma Galaxy and Boom Boys. We've seen both teams take a game off each other, very different styles, and that leaves me with a very simple question, Rhea. What's happening next?
Game 3, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened over there, but there was a little bit of a moment shared there with Omar and GH.
That's awesome. To be fair though, after game 1,
practicing.
Kroki was giving quite an important speech. Like it felt like he was like honestly speaking from the heart.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know what he was saying, but
I know.
that
I'm
clearly-
gonna tell you,
Stay calm.
guys. It's my fault. I messed up the draft. You guys are the best.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
But that's the thing. I love the fact that after the defeat, Kuroki stepped up, had a conversation. You could see it on camera. Now after game 2, the win, there's no need for that speech. It's kind of like back to why we're here. We know what we're doing. There's no need to overthink things. It's just calm. You can let the players do as they wish. So it's like you talk when you need to talk, and then you let the players do the thing when it's going well. So yeah, I think it's just you can just see the vibes going well now for Nigma.
And we see Save talk a lot on the side of Boom Boys. Of course, a very experienced voice. He seems to be having a smile across his face also while he's chatting. So I would imagine pretty good spirits there as well. It's not the first time they've been in this situation. Not their first rodeo with the 1-1 on the main stage with elimination on the line. I'm sure that they also got what it takes. Same thing for Enigma Galaxy. One game to decide who takes it home, or rather, who takes it to the last series of the day, because that is what is awaiting for the victor of this third and deciding game. Two very different games have been played so far, and I would imagine that we're going to take the best of both worlds potentially for that third game of this series to decide which one will come out on top. And Winter, where are you going to look to? Because we've seen in that second game, which I think we can learn maybe a little bit more of compared to game number 1, we've seen Enigma Galaxy, they insta-locked that Ember Spirit for Lorinov. They prioritize that comfort. Do you want to see that again?
And I didn't really like Boom Boys opening with the Kotal so much. I felt like that kind of really didn't work out. Maybe they had some other plan in mind and it got messed up somewhere along the way. But they need to do something different here. And I agree with the Ember needs to be higher priority.
But I don't really get with Boom Boys in game 2, right? When you first phase the Coddle, in the next phase, like, why are you going for like, the puck there? Why not go for like the Slardar plus another support that has some catch? You can flex the Slardar a little bit longer between off lane to mid. You then see what's happening elsewhere in the draft, and then you utilize GPK. I feel like taking the puck so early, sure, you see the Ember, but now there's a Shaman and a Slardar to deal with GPK. The way that GPK thrives is like, if there's only one solution to him, Boom Boys can find ways to deal with it, and GPK can take over games by himself. The amount of times that we spoke about his puck just being auto-win is insane. But the fact that they kind of sacrificed him so early because they solo on a Ember, if anything, that kind of, you fall into their trap. Like, so I'm not too impressed with this like early phase puck. Like, if it was later in the draft, sure. If it was on 18, great. But the fact that they put it straight away in the early phase, not my fan.
I want to talk about Devi, who was just on the screen as well. I don't know if this man is a genius or a fool, okay? We've seen everyone being so greedy on the offlane hero builds. I spoke last game about the Centaur going Blink second item and how that was a little bit faster than usual, but he also went Blink second item on Slardar this game. He didn't opt for anything smaller or more team-oriented in terms of like, there's no drum, there's no Echo Saber, there's no like scaling item here, it's just straight Blink. And I think we saw in that game, it didn't always go well. One of the nicest fights that Boom Boys got was when he initiated on Kotal and didn't have the damage to kill him because he had not, built to have that damage. And they got like 2 kills off of that. But at the same time, he is getting involved. He is not taking money from his other cores. It's like, I don't know if this is...
That's Divine in a nutshell.
Yeah, like what is going on?
I mean, he always wants to be aggressive. Like every time you play against him, even when he first started playing Dota, like his enjoyment was like he wants to beat you in the lane. He wants to take a 5,000 gold lead and then just obliterate you. Like the reason why he was on D2 Hustlers leading the charge, bringing them into DBC was because of this mindset.
And you need to know when to do it. I think he's so far matured a lot. He's improved a lot as a player. Like he can be sacrificed. He can be the priority in the draft. And I think he is a totally different person right now.
Yeah, he got overall last pick in that draft, and it showed that he felt comfortable on the Slardar, and it showed that Nigma Galaxy took this one. Let's find out what's going to happen in the last game.
Nigma Galaxy versus Boom Boys. Game 3.
It's over or under, do or die. Deciding game 3 of this lower bracket match, the international. Getting eliminated here. Still top 6, still not bad, but of course, making it top 4 at least for Boom Boys would be rivaling their same position that they were last year. For Nigma Galaxy, it would mean surpassing that same result they got last year. And I know you didn't like the Keeper of the Light first pick, but we get it again anyway. Book says that was not the problem.
Oh, they left through Earth Spirit instead.
They did. Ooh.
I think maybe they want to put Lauren off on it so he can't play his like Embers and stuff.
Yeah, that is pretty much the kind of the bluff Boom Boys are playing. We've seen your Earth Spirit from yesterday. We don't think we're very impressed. And
they don't fall for it.
Exactly.
No.
Well, they also don't care.
Yeah. How does Ember do against an Earth Spirit? I would imagine actually we're going to see Nigma Galaxy banning out their Earth Spirit in the next phase.
In the lane, Earth Spirit does, I think, slightly better. I think Ember is kind of good against the Earth Spirit maybe later in the game when you have the change to catch him and when you have the Mage Slayer. But in the lane itself, I think Earth Spirit is a little bit happier in the matchup. But he just has a lot of damage, so he can win the lane.
Again, for me, I just don't want to see Boom Boys early pick their hero here. I want the Slardar. I still want to see this concept be applied. Like the early phase part, giving Omar and Devi all this information, it just...
I mean, it's not just that, it's like a combination of heroes. Like, what are you pairing with the Keeper of the Light? Was the Undying the issue, or was the Puck the issue?
Probably both, to be fair, and so depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah, whatever it is, they need to come to the same conclusion as a team. Like, what do we do? They're going to make some adjustments here, and we're going to see it.
Beastmaster once again gets removed.
So if they were comfortable with it, they can take the Marana again.
And they probably will. If they won the game, everything felt good.
Yeah, on the side of Nigma Galaxy, why would you change anything? You are expecting maybe a curveball to come out from Boom Boys.
I think the only difference is now they don't have a Shadow Fiend to work towards, and Nature's Prophet's also gone. I think Drow has felt worse, so I'm not sure if I would want that.
Yeah, they'll probably be leaning towards like Klings or an Elk, for Sumil.
Yeah.
I mean, those are heroes that he's really, really comfortable with.
You take the Marauder because if you lean towards Omar's heroes, like a Clock or something, then you are going to struggle a little bit at kind of counter picking, down the line.
Okay.
Hey, there's that Slark.
Sure. Okay, so they go for the Slark that was spoke about in game 1 against the Ember, and that it doesn't need to be with the Eye based on what Vision was doing, and Boom Boys go, you know what? We can do what Vision does, and they're going to do it as well. So yeah, Slark to the mid lane to counter the Ember. It is an instant response, but the difference is picking Puck to Ember, and why I didn't like it was like it doesn't crush the Ember in the lane. Slark, it crushes it in the lane, so sure, you can.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Genuinely. I think it was literally Boom Boys who played it against Aurora in group stage, and they both had the same amount of net worth by the end of the laning stage.
It's a volatile lane, I think. If you play well as the Ember, you definitely have a way to maybe even kill the
But
Slark.
just create those problems. Force Enigma to make Loronoff go, what am I doing? Am I dragging waves? Like, don't allow him just to play a normal game, because that's when they will shine.
And I would say that it's more important for the Slug to win the lane. Because if he doesn't win the lane in this matchup, then he's going to contribute less later into the game. Like Ember Spirit, you get your levels, you don't lose your lane, you can set up for the arrows, you're going to be way more useful than the Slug later.
Does have a 100% win rate, so there's that.
Yeah, I think Aurora through the game that they played against Boom Boys, because they had a really big lead against the Slark when they last played it, and they had a Night Stalker in that game. Like, I think looking at Boom Boys lineup already, I really like the idea of a Night Stalker. It's so good against Coddle, Slark, and Bane. You want to be able to see these two supports because they are extremely position-based. Slark gets his regen from hiding, right? You're kind of exposing all three of these heroes if you can have that night vision.
It is a very good option. Yeah, I mean, for both teams. I mean, I feel like a lot of these drafts, like you look at the hero and go, why is Night Stalker not played more? But
right.
It's probably certain players just aren't as comfortable on it, and maybe the teams that got eliminated in groups, they would have looked at it.
Yeah, and we've heard from Saber that it does feel a little extra bad if there's just one item, the Essence Distiller, that just kind of ruins a large portion of the...
Hey, that's my vision. Why do you have it?
Yeah. Gives a big
Divine
advantage.
I mean, it's just a classic Bane counter. Unit heroes, like Bane doesn't do much, against unit heroes. I mean, the counter is also kind of vulnerable, even though it's not as bad as Bane. But Boom Boys are going to have to address this unit hero in the next pick.
And also, Slark wants to naturally play at nighttime, Bane wants to play at nighttime. So now you have Lycan, so you can play around How at nighttime, and you kind of like, if Boom Boys are playing for pickoffs, Lycan can help
I mean, it's
anywhere.
also annoying because of the Wolf. The Wolf is just going to follow you, and then you don't get your regen as
Whoa.
well.
Use two scout supports in fight. This is something you can use to block ancient camps. It's something you can use to have impact even when your lane is bad.
And the Tidehunter that was mentioned is now eliminated from the draft, as Nick McGalaxy had the same read on the heroes as you would. Actually, you know what? Tidehunter is also a big fish. It would have also fit. That would be nice, but no.
He eats the fish.
Yeah, but he is like also a creature of the depths. Sort of. No, definitely.
So the only thing remaining definitely has to be Slada.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No, which other heroes are coming to mind? Because we want something with the stun. We want something that is allowing Boom Boys to be active early.
I mean, so Centaur isn't like crazy active, but you buy Helm of Dome, you can play on catapult waves and take towers, and then you eventually have this like Heart and Crimson Guard. And how do you kill anyone?
How about an unpick hero, Bristleback? Cotter, Bristleback. Bristleback is great against Lycan.
All that Boom Boys need to do is buy time for Naga to get like 3 items.
We have
So
said
pick anything that can do that.
Miero is the most versatile offlaner of this international, with the deepest pockets that he's actually shown on the main stage. And it will just be the stable Centaur. All right.
He reached very deeply, a whole half
Yes.
a centimeter into his front pocket.
So sorry for the boring one, but it is.
It's boring because it's good.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
safe. Yeah. Makes sense.
The damage on Boom Boys, though, is extremely lackluster. Their entire concept is we are going to outplay you in lanes that enables us to get to our items.
Oh, new hero!
Oh, this is
All right.
nice.
Yeah.
Sumil left?
Yeah.
Harry left?
Yeah.
They're ramping up the tempo here. They see the fact that Boom Boys, they don't have the damage. They don't have the way to like take the fight to them after the laning phase. They need a bit of scaling. So that's where Nigma, they take the carry Leshrac. They have an offlane like an Ember. Like, these are heroes that will just run through the map and try and take over a game.
Do you think they're going to lane swap here and put the Shrek against the mid Slark?
It is possible. I mean, the way that Nigma lanes is like, they could technically do anything because all 3 cores are willing to do anything for the win. So if they see the lane matchup and go, yes, put Lesh into Slark mid, we will win that lane, they're going to do it.
Guys, the stars are aligning.
The stars are like
The stars are seemingly aligned.
they're so cool for this. Honestly, I think Lesh is it'd be so fun to watch.
It's such a great pick. It's really good against Naga. It's really good against Slark. It works with their lineup. There's a save. Like whenever you play Lesh, you want to have a save so that you can play aggressive and you can always be bailed out. I love this combination here from Nigma Galaxy.
If the Lesh goes mid, is there any other lane shenanigans that Boom Boys can do to try and, move their Slark away? Because it's not just bad, it's pretty horrendous, no?
They don't really have the same fun and flexibility as Nigma does. So I feel like it's just kind of like you have what you've drafted yourself now. You've got to deal with it.
Oh, you remember we had the mid Centaurs? Put mid Centaur offlane Slark against the Ember.
Between Slark, Naga, and Centaur, none of them are going to go to the Lesh lane and go, haha, we got you, Leshrac. It's like,
that's true.
There's no value, so they might just have to accept it. But I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, they've got heroes that they want. They got the pacing that they naturally play for.
Yep.
My only concern is like, I'm going to start a timer, and when it hits 30 minutes, the game will get like infinitely harder for them. So I am, unless they have of course, some 20,000 gold lead. But yeah, I am looking for them to just dominate the early to mid game. This is what their draft is for.
So average game time, for people wondering, is like 46 minutes, 55 seconds. You want them to have that, and then they
I need
easy win.
If they get to the average TI duration, I'm worried.
We're going to find out. It's one game in between advancement and elimination. Let's see who comes out on top as we head over to our commentary duo of Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Sheaver. Man, I'm not going to lie, Trent. I was worried. I saw this Slark. I saw the Naga start. I was like, oh, God, this is going to be terrible. And then the Leshrac comes out at the end.
It's very exciting.
I cannot wait to watch this game. It's going to be so awesome.
Yeah, if you are not in the know, it's an absolute classic for Sumail to bring out this Leshrac. And also just has a lot of historical counters to these heroes that they've picked up on the side of Boom Boys. So a really good pick here.
A really awesome one indeed, and out across the map they will go. Let's see what the lane dynamics end up looking like, if there are any of those switch ups.
Yep.
As it looks like he does have Fairy Fire, all the normal things you'd anticipate, and the Naga Siren illusions go out. They find them immediately. Gonna kill them all.
If you are newer to the world of Dota, back in the year of TI, when Sumail won his TI, this was the hero. It was Leshrac. Not necessarily for him specifically, because the hero dominated so much, it just got banned over and over again until we reached that last day. And there became this battle of who can actually play the Leshrac. The forced out ban occurred, and we found out Shiki couldn't play Leshrac. That's am I correct on my lore here, Lyrical?
I mean, I think that sounds about right.
There is deeper lore, though, folks. For when they invented the Dota Plus levels, I was watching some Chinese pubs one lone night in my basement, and who do I see as a Grandmaster Leshrac?
Who was it?
Shiki. They left a scar on that man.
Well, this might be the last time that Shiki is ever mentioned on a Dota 2 TI broadcast, but it shouldn't be.
The king here, Sumail, though, he is back. He is on the Leshrac, and he is taking it to the safe lane. There was a lot of questions. Where's he going to go? Because historically, matchup into the Slark game matchup. It's a very for the Slark the hero through his more evasive techniques of his ulti. But they are going to get the matchup that they had hoped for and learn how to handle the pressure of the Slark versus Ember.
Something to watch for indeed. And this is for anybody that didn't see some of the earlier games. I mean, I'm seeing people all over Twitter and just all over Reddit saying just ban the freaking Slark when you're playing Ember.
Just ban.
Just get it out of here.
What they sound like?
Apparently.
Okay, yeah.
And I mean, we're off feeling like, you know what? We have what it takes. We're going to be able to battle off against it. We'll see if they're correct. Is down at top lane. There's a lot of pressure already being mounted onto Miero and Save. But of course, this is the other thing about Ember as a hero is you mainly just need to get those levels up. So as long as every creep isn't being denied out like GPK is doing, things will be fine.
Yeah, you get a better time here. But they've got their heroes. It's locked in. It's game 3. It's elimination mode. Lyrical, we got to lock in. This is potentially the end of the road here for these two teams.
Right.
And I mean, if Sumail is to believe potentially the end of the road, that player as well, who's to say? But we will get ourselves into this match, and GPK already good start to this 7-5 versus the 3-0
with the wave coming in. This is looking like the counter pick so far is doing a good job. He gets a dignity deny on Lornoff, but boy, it costs you half your health.
That does not feel good at all. Level 3 already on GPK. But this is what they sort of knew that this at least was possible.
So what have they gotten in return, though? They have Slark versus the Ember, but what are the problems that exist in this draft? Aside from that for the Boom Boys, I think part of it would be the Bane, to me, I think is pretty heavily countered this game. He's laning Lycan, which is a bit of a classic counter because you can deal with the Nightmare. You've got summons, so that's always a very handy tool. He's going to be trying to roam around at nighttime, trying to set up these kills like you heard the panel mentioning. The Wolves are going to be keeping an eye on this guy. They will be stalking him through the jungle, and Bane's value oftentimes in the mid-game is almost entirely roaming around setting up Fiend Scripts. So if you have your own tool of vision on the enemy team and you catch him going for these plays, especially when he doesn't know that he's been caught because there's an invisible, some be wasting minutes at a time.
They're having a good time as up top they're moving on to save. GH chasing around the tree, and Miro keeps his buddy alive. That was very close to a kill. Wisely, GH backs out from the Centaur.
Even passing the Matango.
The helper.
Beautiful stuff there. Bottom. Also getting a little bit low here with the illusions following.
And just a lot of summons hidden away. You know, Lycan definitely a hero that we have not seen a ton of at this tournament. We did see during the earlier stages WS play a couple of really good Lycans. Omar now being chased down by the Naga Siren illusions and gonna maybe hope to back out, but they do have a Nightmare here. Throws out one dagger. Now the blood grenade. Trying to buy it. The fear, the catch, and woo, Katomi dodges away from that one.
The Wolves are coming.
And can they eat him alive? Katomi, you gotta run. The Wolves.
Got a Tango.
He has a brain sap too. Doesn't want to have to use it, but they're actually blocking him all the way in and almost.
Omar's back.
Managed to find it. Yeah, the dagger comes out. Katomi needs to run away. I mean, he has no resources at all right now.
Omar had a whip there, but was a little low on the mana, I guess. And, well, he ends up using it now, but maybe he felt like the dagger was just going to get the kill. I think he could have ran after the whip too.
All right, lanes. Mid, not good for Ember. Only 6 last hits.
Yeah, oh boy, maybe we shouldn't have looked away, huh? That is, that's a bad time. Counterpick success.
I mean, it's 3/4 of a level ahead, 18 denies.
And, you know, you're stuck on this 2 points of the Flame Guard for quite a while, obviously. Get all the way up to that level 5 before you can be a little bit more confident heading into the jungle. What kind of tools do they have to actually continue that pressure in the jungle? The Bane, maybe a little bit later on. I mean, the Caudal's position 4 isn't that threatening, so maybe he'll get a little bit of space. I wouldn't mind seeing those camps get blocked out if they find an opportunity on the side of Boom Boys, but seems a little unlikely with the lineup they've got.
Illuminating Blast as Miro tries to run him down a bit, but GH not going to run into any issues there. Hasn't leveled up the arrow, actually. Just all-star storm for the damage.
And you can see they don't have any vision on Katomi for a while. They start scanning their twin gate on the side of Enigma Galaxy. So they're worried about this Bane rotating through. He's going to drop a ward down that looks like a Bane rotation. So they're going to try and set something up here onto Sumail, or not. Back he goes.
Just setting it up for later.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
I mean, it would be appropriate that we're 5 minutes into this and no first blood with these way these two teams have played.
Yep.
It's been very chill. Oh, is this an opportunity?
I mean, they're trying, hoping maybe they force a Dark Pact or something, but I mean, he's 2 points in the Slight and 2 points in the Flame Guard, so Lornoff doesn't have a whole lot to offer you right now. Just the hope of a rune would be great.
Yeah, because it has been, he's hungry, you know. Only 11 Haslets to the 24 denies of the Slark, while Katomi takes out the Observer Ward. So this was the plan. Boom Boys, move in. Shut down that mid-Ember.
Check.
The second part of that plan, get Kiritich items, make him into this, like, impossible to deal with force. How long does that take?
It's kind of a never-ending journey, really. You know, as all Naga Siren players know, there's no like end to the farm and you know, consuming that this hero wants to do. But in terms of being like a full-on force, I think you want to flex that force once the objectives start to come out here. You know, first Roche, first Tormentor, maybe you're not quite there yet. But heading into the second Roche, that's when you really feel the power of the Naga Siren and be like, oh wow, wait, like if she's just left alone, can't really fight. And she's hoping to take over the game around that like 30-minute mark, I'd say.
Wow.
Slow burn.
And towards mid, BK gonna pop the ulti, chasing Lorenov. They force out a TP rotation. Keeping that pressure on. It's gonna be the tower taking some damage as the full wave is gonna go into it. In the meantime, some battles potentially are brewing. The arrow goes down. Sumail takes the first blood here at the 7-minute mark. And in the meantime, Katomi comes in and tries to get, he body blocks him off.
Nice.
Oh, wow. That was so well done. So Katomi be able to dodge away from that. But now GPK comes in. Omar, where you going, sir? Tried to get denied. Not going to happen.
Body blocks.
And Devai, he wants to escape, but there's nobody there to help him. The TPs are not coming, sir. As GPK makes the move around, the lane bleed has started. Although
it's Sumail,
it's moving in, and with that TP, it's enough to force Boom Boys back.
Costly though.
Yes.
Having to bring your carry all the way down here. I mean, there is some farm nearby. I guess no one else on the team can take it, but he's not even level 6 yet. He is just going to straight up run back up top.
That feels bad.
Yeah. Not what they were hoping for.
This is what you got to do is learn off. Like, just don't give them an easy way. Cut the waves. Try and find something for yourself. Find a better life.
Got to get a little bit creative here. I mean, net worth-wise, not the worst, but yeah, that one really hurts. That's how you get back into it, right? Picking up some of these runes. Obviously, the mid-Slark, not having the bottle, not as concerned about runes necessarily, so Bottle happy just to make sure that you were stealing that one away from the Ember Spirit. Out there by Save. How do you feel about Save being back on the Coddle again?
I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest. I really like him on either the Save Heroes or something like his Rubik. That starts to feel pretty good. But so far, it appears to have been working and setting Nero up for a good time. Also building up those stacks.
I think Coddle is very Rubik-esque in some ways, in the sense that there's a lot of items you can build on this hero, and the Aghanim Scepter some games as well becomes this like dominant team fight control, especially paired with the Naga Scepter. The AoE, just security that they can have in one space is pretty ridiculous. Much like Rubik, like knowing all the enemy spells as well for the spell steal, I find Coddle is very similar too, because in the middle of a fight, you want to be tracking these spells for a good shock, you know? Like, you don't have to, like, talk to your teammates, you know? The fight's busy enough already. We got to keep the crew to turn a fight. That's all really important to get the most out of these heroes.
Katomi there interrupting the Ember, who was going in for some pressure. But this is a nice move. As Lorenov has level 6, they're ready to start pressuring and taking down that tower. Devai has had a very good game so far.
Yeah, this is the Lycan hack tech of taking the Dark Troll Summoner. It is by far the best creep you can get on this hero because of the Feral Impulse, and you can knock down a tier 2 tower so quickly.
Oh, nice slight dodge there for Lorenov.
Okay, he's gaming.
Able to do some good stuff, and you can't deny all the creeps.
And look at the Dark Trolls. They're running in mid here with the Lycan.
So this is, you know, granted, Ember feels real bad to be him. The rest of these heroes seem to be having an okay time, and in fact, as they wrap around onto Save, Blinding Light back up in a moment, and that's going to keep him alive. But then Devai just decides, I'm going over to the towers. They do lose GH.
And this is the cheese of this hero. Summon some Skellies, have a Feral Impulse, and just knock down tier 1s and even tier 2s. They will bring enough heroes to drive him back, though. Of course, with the Keeper of the Light, you think, oh, he can defend these towers, surely, but it's just a very cheap play for Devai.
And in the meantime, Sumail goes up top. It is going to be a deny on the tower from Nero. But you notice, I mean, there are a lot of ways that you could have gone. Centaur has obviously been very strong this tournament, but going into this Helm of the Dominator, he's not going to be providing a ton. It's going to be on GPK to really run this game, it feels like.
Yeah, you're not looking for an 11-minute Helm of the Dominator. This is not a good Centaur game so far. You want this thing out like ASAP. You want to be pulling waves. You want to be a total nuisance. Not the best game out of him thus far, but scaling later of this Centaur, it certainly helps a bit there for the Slark in terms of just slightly better fights. And that tool is always going to be available, and it is a consistent way to initiate into these fights heading later. Yeah, I would like to see him, as the panel mentioned, maybe reaching a little bit deeper to his pockets with so many heroes that he's able to play. But at the same time, Ember's been really good.
Yes.
You know, you can see it scaling later. It has a certain element of security that you know that later on in this game you can become this beast. I mean, we saw Collapse earlier. It just dominating every single fight on this hero once he had the heart.
And you know, there is another element to this, the psychology of like the last game potentially of your tournament like Sigma and playing on this timer and like the pressure to keep things moving and to keep trying to take objectives. Will they succumb to that? Will they sort of hit their timings appropriately? How is that going to play out is the other thing to watch for. Is it's going to be a shield rune taken for the Ember now. And he's going second. First item, Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, he is trying to find a way. I mean, this is kind of a funny thing that can happen with Ember sometimes. I remember back here in Shanghai in like 2018, we had the mid-1 first Aeon Disc Ember.
Right.
You know, running around the map, just trying to make plays happen because he was just so countered in some of those games.
Omar, not a great way to get out of here, and will be leashed and killed. Save takes him out.
Up doing a similar thing, trying to find an item that lets him play the game. And you know, if you think about Leshrac as a hero in terms of when this hero often looks successful, it tends to be with some sort of a defensive tool. Right. They are going to have that escape back. That's pretty good. It's a very new age thing, obviously, because Ringmaster is one of our newer heroes. But it does do a lot of those same tools that, you know, it's very similar to like, you know, Oracle going for the ulti, the false promise or something, because that damage is still going to be pumping out from the Leshrac despite being shoved into the box.
Have to watch and wait. They're going to be able to take these good fights. So far in this series, Boom Boys have seemed to be very good at dodging when they don't want to engage. And we haven't seen either squad really able to push that tempo as of yet.
And I'm farming. Getting a little nervous, I gotta say. I think Boom Boys pulling their tier 1 tower was huge. It has given them some very quick TPs back to the mid lane. They're keeping this pressure into the dire side of the map, partly because of that. I think had they succeeded on that earlier push with the Helm of the Dominator and Divide to take that tower down, I think they would be in a better spot right now. Again, Lorenov in here very deep, farming up these waves, feeling pretty confident himself.
He's got to be playing this one as best
Shadow that was spotted. Smail was on the wave.
See, respecting it. Boom Boys back away to their side of the river.
Yeah, it just forces Kataomi Miro to just run them on back.
Yeah. No, it's true. And I mean, now with these Boots of Travel online for Lesh, there is some interesting dynamics that you can have with like TPing onto the wolves too.
Yep.
And Sumil can just sort of like power farm for now and then eventually join in those fights.
He's doing his best Spectre impression, essentially. I wondered if maybe there would be some sort of a similar tool coming out here for the Boom Boys, like that Dawnbreaker or something last. But they're, I think, a little bit more inclined towards the just like slow it down a little bit state. I don't think they're trying to necessarily like rush for a bunch of kills. I think they're going to be more objective focused in that regard. But this is a pretty free looking kill.
Easily done. GH goes down. GPK building up those stacks on this Slark, running the game. 4 stacks of the permanent Agi so far.
Lorenov has done a good job of finding this farm. He has not opted to dive into that Ghost Scepter. You know, it has been queued up for a while. He's going to pick up the shard. Okay. Delaying the game a little more. Getting some extra charges. Oh, Muro. Keep an eye on what the dire side are up to, just running his creep through here. Now moving into this mid tower.
I mean, he getting into this hard is going to be very hard to bring down. The damage. I mean, look, that's a play right there where if it doesn't hit, it tells you something about how they're feeling. Yeah, maybe a little bit anxious to be making these moves. GPK easily gets away from that one.
They're very dependent on their Ember to set anything up, and unfortunately, that's part of the counterpick here of the Slark, because it's not just the laning stage, it's this mid-game where you have these classic Ember Mirana combo. Slide into the Searing Chains, into whatever stun is following up. Slark's getting out of there. He's going to press one button, and the follow-up's not going to hit. He doesn't need a friend to get a 4-staff or something to bail him out. He can just take himself out of the situation.
Now tell me, finds another, and this is just a little bit of a bait, trying to force some TP rotations, which are then canceled.
Looking for a Moonlight Shadow as well. They do get that mid tower finally, though, pushing it with the dragon here as it battles against the centaur and the wolves.
Renoff finally gifted a good rune. GBK up the Stampede after a bit of a jump onto Sumail. Sumail liking what he's seen out of Omar. That nightmare is not going to turn into anything.
All right, well, the Hightail is out and online now for the Lycan as the shard gets delivered to Device. So this gives the Wolves a lot more power, and that potential for the TPN from the left track that you mentioned becomes a lot more real.
I mean, this is the moment right here where I feel like I would want to see Nigma making some type of a play, right? You just get an amp damage on the Ember, and granted, it's got the Growth Scepter. It's not exactly like the fighting item that you want.
Not the intimidation that you're hoping for, is it?
No.
Oh, he's got the Ghost Scepter, guys. Look out.
He won't die immediately. Net, now the reel in, finds the stun, backs away. They do get some damage out from Device. Starts to hit into Katomi. Chase forward, amp damage there, but the song already used. And the TP away. This is why it is so frustrating to play against this hero.
TBK was still showing on the wave down here. Is there any way he can't get out here?
They're hunting. Trying. He does have ulti TP. So rooted, but if they're able to bring in the Lesh in time, now he can't TP if Lesh finishes in time. The arrow is there anyways. They find and kill GPK. Devi with the tip.
I mean, that's just a pure greed tip right there, right? Like there was a song, there was time.
Yeah.
And he stuck around for a little bit more farm and thought, oh, I can waste their time. I mean, how many times have we seen that, right? People chasing, wasting that time, and these slippery heroes still escaping. GPK not successful in that one, and that one hurts.
And if Nero comes in right now and shows on this wave, now Sumail shows first. So they can't make any play there. But has the Sanj and Kaya done? Omar is trying to build into a Blink Dagger. Again, elimination games. You think you're safe on the Slark. Not so.
Yeah, this 5 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, this nighttime has been so pivotal this tournament because this is where you can gain enough of an edge that makes it so the enemy can't fight you with the Tormentor or can't fight you with the first Rose, or you find the little holes in the vision to get in and drop some wards. Sumail leading the way here.
With Miero, they also have Wolves. Tries to get it. The Fear not quite going to connect. That was almost enough for a kill. And now GPK coming in from behind. Does have a Lotus. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive, though? The damage is out. The silence is there. The heal comes in. And now the arrow dodges away from it. They bring down Sumail.
There's no escape act in time.
Omar not able to keep his buddy alive. And the Tame the Beast will not matter.
Tried to max it like crazy. I think he had a Lotus as well that they got through that, and then the Lotus.
And they find another GH next down.
What a response here, bringing in Kiritich. A mistake maybe from game one where they weren't able to get him involved as early on. This time he shows up. He has an Orchid, and Sumail is out of it for a while. Because until he is a BKB, he's going to be very worried about coming back into a fight. And that goes for the Ember too, obviously. Like, he cannot afford to get Orchid. He just got gripped up to his death. An Orchid being these fights, this game is not for him right now.
Kiritich. Anna was talking about getting 3 items, but him being involved that early definitely spells some issues. By the only one not to die in that last little battle. And he too is trying to, after the Helm of the Overlord, go in for a BKB and then the Nullifier. But will it come online quickly enough? Now a 5k gold lead here.
Arrow's going to have that heart in just a moment on that Centaur. And I don't think you have the damage to deal with him, and then everything else is left there from the Boom Boys.
Okay, this Mage Slayer, the Diffusal Blade. Definitely an issue. Now nearby, GH. Back out. But yeah, I mean, you can see some of the ways that this stuff could work, and it could look good for Enigma if you get everything working together in concert, but it feels like slowly and steadily this Boom Boy roster kind of has what it takes to control the game.
Yeah, it's worth noting that, a historical counter that Lashrak was to Slark, Mage Slayer didn't exist back then.
Yeah.
And Mage Slayer, obviously, it reduces all damage that you're dealing, so it's going to reduce that pure damage. It's going to reduce that magical damage. It is just by sticking on top of that Lashrak. And that's where the escape action really comes into play, too.
Yeah.
Just removing the possibility of attaching that debuff.
Again, I think right now it's tough, right? Because like on the one hand, for Nigma, you want to go in and fight. You want to try and sort of punish this Naga Siren, but you know if you make that move, you're missing out farm on the map. Well, the rest of Boom Boys is farming, and if you make that move and you don't have your BKB, she just songs TPs. Like the fight, the ganks that you make have to be so perfect.
Yeah, their draft relies on Ember starting these fights, and Lernov is still just in catch-up mode.
Yeah.
He's got his Ghost Scepter. He's not ready to be the front face here, so they've been trying to do it through Omar, and it's just unreliable in the end to go for these whips into the Wheel of Wonder. It's incredible when you hit them, but every single time it's not a guarantee. It's a straight up question of just like, is my support going to hit this? Like, are they going to walk in the right way that this ends up working? Very, very hard to make it consistent.
And damage denied. Thing that makes the game a little bit scary at all. Boom Boys are going to try and shut down, not give them the ability to take that fight. Now, this is going to be a completed BKB on the way for Divide. And when BKBs are there, that is another way to make sure the Naga Siren does not TP out.
Radiant are scanning.
Really tough.
Smails is getting there as well. I mean, he's kind of nervous. Like, look where Omar is sitting next to Smail right now. There is not a Radiant hero for miles, but they don't know. I mean, he's just camping right next to him in their river, just sharing all the farm together because they're not sure what Boom Boys are up to. You know, you're hoping to have vision control and a really good idea of what the opponent is up to when you have this Lycan on your team, but part of it also means dealing with the split push that a Naga Siren provides. Yeah. And that's also going to take some of your resources. So they are able to get the Tormentor here, even with just a couple of heroes. The Mirana nearby will device solo
not what you want to see in the grip in the BKB. Just to add insult to injury. Can they even kill Katomi? He does have a smoke if he needs to use it, but they're not going to need to. GPK tips him back.
That's deserved. Let's be clear. He earned that tip right back his own way on Divide. He was nearby, but wasn't able to help his bud. So he will get the shard rewarded to him, but mid lane, Miro forces a zip back out of Lorenov, and a smoke now coming out here from Boom Boys. They want to keep the ball rolling.
This is not what you wanted to see out of Nigma Galaxy at this point in the game. 2 kills. Almost nothing done in this match in a series that has been a whole lot of nothing for one team or the other. And now you're taking a look at 71% chance. Feeling it. Dota Plus for the Boom Boys.
That stop and no chance for the save.
Got him.
Okay, gets the last touch.
Tough stuff indeed.
This Slark pick, it did exactly what they had hoped. It has just, like, Lorenov is 24 minutes in and just still trying to find some place in this match. 0-1-1. They haven't been able to do anything on his team because he is the one who needs to set it all up.
Oops. All right. You ready for this? The TP. Oh, they're dead. Wait, no, they're still alive. Okay. Arrow goes
Roche
out.
is close to moving here.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. They might actually be able to hold this off.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not going to finish it right now.
Okay. So with the Wolves coming in, I mean, there is that TP onto the Wolves potential for an Aegis steal.
Lyrical, she has a heart.
You're not wrong.
2,700.
That is, oh man.
Like, I don't know.
Heritage is definitely farming up a storm. And it does not feel like there is anything right now that is worrying Heritage.
Look at the positioning from Nigma Galaxy. They're smoking behind their tier 2 right now.
They need to find a kill. They've got to get something. You can't go out like this on the main stage. They're trying to find somebody, anybody. Now,
Omar
GK
using the smoke to get a good defensive Roche ward. So if the fight happens down here, they have this vision kind of onto the bottom half of the pit. Mel waiting, prepared to answer the bat signal here.
Make sure once he TPs, there's no resummon on those wolves. That would be
That
real
would not
bad.
be good. Aim for the big creep, maybe.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
Go for that.
Bounty rune gets taken, and Roche hit the other creep with the vise.
Problem is there is no rush for Boom Boys.
Yeah.
I am not in any way concerned. I mean, they have gone for the Aghanim Scepter on the Slark next to just continue his domination over this map. You have to be very concerned about his ability to just lock you down and force you into a bad fight when he picks this up. Naga Siren is just going to keep on scaling and scaling. Now, she is the infamous vacuum. You know,
Yes.
she sucks up all the farm into herself, often denying a lot of this gold from her teammates, and often leaving the XP just into the ether, thanks to the illusions. So that thing has hurt the Slark a little bit. GBK is a bit behind. He's only a little bit ahead of Lorenov, but obviously with the Naga Siren, it doesn't matter too much. So when does the counterplay of the Leshrac matter versus the Naga? And to me, that's like lately. It's like talents have to be fully out for the
Aghanim
Leshrac.
Scepter.
Yeah, like it's got to be everything. I mean, he's going Shiva's Guard, which is great. Obviously, just any chasm buildup is going to be very good on the Leshrac. So eventually it does loop back around a little bit, but it comes down to how big is the lead at that point.
Good vision here with these wolves. They walk into the sentries and now they see him. GPK taking out that vision.
Right, there's still no answer to this Orchid right now. So Lorenov he can't come into this fight.
Yeah,
it is coming right now. The BKB's on the way, on the courier.
Okay.
So they can delay this a little bit, but
it's not going quickly.
But there's still the song. They got to find some answer to this.
I mean, the BKB is a pretty good one. Roche gets hit by the arrow. GPK over by the wolves. Boom Boys.
Galaxy, only 2 kills this entire match. It's their fight.
I mean, listen, if they get an uncontested Roche, I don't see how they really deal with the pressure that's coming.
Doing too. They're setting up. They want them to walk out here a little bit.
BPK breaks the smoke, steps in.
Ults up.
Outgoing. Ults out. Roche down low. Roche is low. They're running into the pit. Divide this go from the arrow. It's perfect. And now the BKB is used. Sumail on top of the Aegis. GPK there too. They find the stun, the Wheel of Wonder. How much damage they have? GPK in some trouble. He's hypnotized. Pull back in low. Not low enough though. And with Kiritich holding the Aegis. Enigma, Galaxy, the hopes, the dreams.
They're trying to They got both supports for now, but
oh,
get out.
Divide, you're in trouble, sir. The stomp is there again from Miero. And Divide will eventually drop. BPK cleans that one up. Kiritich, you're too strong.
Yeah, heartbreak on that one. Even has to leave the Shrine of Wisdom behind. The Wheel of Wonder, they tried their best. Thought they might have had a moment there, but the damage it's just not there. It's not enough to deal with the Naga Siren at this moment. She's a little bit too big. Hearts on 2 of their cores. And Leshrac just can't match that damage yet.
Death by 1,000 cuts. The Naga Siren. Forgotten. No wins so far in this tournament. I think they pick it 4th or something like that. And just a backbreaker of a pick.
That Slark was chewing them apart right there. GBK, he might have been a little bit lower on the net worth, but he has now caught back up quite a bit, and he was just non-stop right-clicking that fight. He's got the shard, he's got the Aghanim Scepter for the multiple pounces. Once the fight starts turning in their favor, you're not getting away.
They gotta try and hold this one out somehow, some way. For Enigma, and for Boom Boys, just don't throw. That's the only thing you gotta be worried about.
I mean, how's the high ground? Real bad. He don't like hitting buildings. Then Naga Siren, it's a little meh. Illusions obviously are not the big tower pushers they used to be. However, they're very good at killing heroes, and it's really easy to make the enemy base when there's no heroes. Particularly if you get like a Blink Dagger play into the Naga Siren later on. That's how you just end this game right now, I think.
Oh yeah. Also, I mean, potentially, if you get this Katomi Aghanim Scepter done, find a grip onto anybody, and it's hard to deal with.
McCarran is also going for a sight. That's the other game, right? You just sight people with no Bloodthorn plus sight. He already feels strong enough defensively, offensively. He just wants to trade and actually utilize all his skills. He's going to take down Divine's Courier. No Aghanim Scepter for you, sir. He's only 250 gold away. Now he's going to wait 2 minutes.
That is super annoying. No chance there for that one to work. To be honest, it's not even like the greatest heroes in the world to go for the wolf bite, though.
It is interesting. I mean, the movement speed is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the lifesteal aspect is not going to be very fantastic with an Ember or a Leshrac, is it?
No. I mean, so Sumail getting this Bloodstone, it does make a difference. I think that eventually that late game Aghanims is going to be there too. I'll also say one of the things that has been at times Boom Boys sort of failing has been really putting the pressure on and trying to end games. There have been times where they sit back, they wait for the next Aegis, the next Aegis, the next Aegis. They give too much room,
There's a chance that Nigma could potentially pull things back in that super late game scenario, but as of yet, not seen that from Boom Boys.
I mean, they're getting some very good securing the game items right now, though. We're hitting like level 20 talents on the Naga Siren. The BKB is done for the Centaur. The Scythe is coming out soon as well. So they look like they're aiming to put this one to bed. They don't want to be done here on the main stage for today.
I mean, this does not look like a lineup that wants to have to deal with going super duper late game. The Tame the Beast is not going to happen. And Kiritich hits. The silence is there. Diffusal Blade saved for a moment. Mel thinking about throwing out something there. They kill off the catapult. Good Manta dodge. Backs away into the stomp. Sumail lives through it. Lotus Orb out for a moment. Kiritich continues to hit buildings. Divide creep is forward. Now Divide getting punched and pummeled by GPK. Lorenov rooted for a long time.
Right, the creeps are coming back into the moment. Backdoor now down.
Couple more slights. They slow down, but again, eyes on the prize, taking down these melee racks. They finally get the Aghanim Scepter done. Again, put into the box. GPK backs away. Now the jump. They find no stun.
Right. He's biting the Ember. Here we go. Let's see some slights.
Ember wanting to change. I mean, this just does not feel like it's going to be doing enough. They've still got Song if they need. He's got Aegis for another 30 seconds. They pull back in. Stomp there onto 2. Omar, where's the save? They don't quite have it. Sumail, BKB out. Good damage onto Miero, but this man has a heart. He is so taken. Now the connection, the leash, Divide, gone. No buyback. Boom Boys smell blood in the water with all these fishies. They want to keep chasing. And a building to fall. As Boom Boys want to put the exclamation point on this game.
Sumail's going to buy out here. He gets the Veil. He's desperately trying to find damage for his team. They got to clear these illusions and have a hope at killing this Naga Siren. Now the Aegis is gone, but there's a Bloodthorn there ready to tear you apart if you get too close.
You need something. They need anything at all just to try and stop the push, but the push will not stop. They have a coddle behind this. The stun is there. They don't even need to run at Sumail if they want to, but they can. The root, the control. Boys, are they finally going to back? Doesn't feel like it. Arrow actually out connects GPK. Brought somewhat low.
They got to throw that wheel just defensively, trying to keep them alive right there. I mean, they're getting silenced on Omar. They have to trade over the Lotuses. They're playing so well to get their spells out, but it's just a little bit more time that they're buying for each other. And save, yeah, definitely getting the value out of the coddle in this game, keeping up this pressure. They will finally take a second to reel in their aggression.
I mean,
get a few more spoils.
It does feel like with the just like keep spamming mirror images in and hitting buildings, but I guess a little bit wary of pushing too far too fast.
Yeah, there's some cooldowns, like BKB on the Centaur is down,
Yeah.
Just take a breath for a second. There's no massive rush here. Get the creep waves going in your favor. But big upgrade. Lorenov finishing the Aghanim Scepter.
I mean, you need to take everything that you can get, but everything doesn't feel like enough. Nigma need more items. They need more time. They need different heroes, it feels like, the way this has been going. But level 20 there for Sumail.
That's big.
Is this going to be enough with the Bloodstone almost done?
It's definitely the spell you're trying to boost, obviously, as you're just hitting everything, right? That is compared to the Edict. So trying to deal with all these illusions, this is the one that can really pay off for you. But obviously, this is not just one of those games where, as long as I clear the illusions, the fight's going to be fine. I mean, the Naga herself is still a beast. The Slark is a second carry who you also are just struggling to handle and essentially has 2 lives with the ulti and the Depth Shroud.
Has that to save the Naga Siren too. And then they've also got the save from the Centaur. The Aghanim Scepter completed.
It's a lot of layers to get through, even some of the harder ones there, like the Nightmare. Maybe saving in a clutch moment. So many tools available for the Boom Boys. Vlads to back it up as well on save. Items ready to end this game. Prophet's Pendulum to boot there on Kiritich. As if he wasn't hard enough to kill already. That is really going to be a struggle for the Leshrac to handle.
I mean, again, all these things in vacuum seem good for Nigma Galaxy to try and get these items and hope for a defense.
I mean, I know
actually taking a fight.
I know it feels bad. I feel like maybe the Shard on Leshrac could be good too here.
Yeah.
This idea of it's so good spending high ground, creating opportunities in these fights, but obviously he really, really wants to finish that Bloodstone first.
Sort of the spellcaster Satanic
a lot of damage amp as well. Of course, too, for the Mirana, trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, have a chance at pushing out these waves. Having a bit of damage in these fights. Already having the Aghanims, though, for Lorenov means that into the refresher next gives him this ability to jump to the back line, try and create some issues for saving Kataomi.
Sumail would also love to get to his tier 4 neutral. If he can get Conjurer's Catalyst, that has proven to be one of the more insane things that you can get. But it's just hard enough trying to deal with these illusions. See if he can make his way out to go and farm it up, though. They do get a Timeless Partisans brand, so a little bit of damage amplification from the Ember.
Not too bad. Jump back from Omar will keep him up.
And the Bloodstone done. So the persistent veil that's there for the Lesh. I mean, they're starting to get the things that they need.
They are, it's true. But
if Boom Boys just didn't hit their buttons, Nigma could probably kill them.
Maybe. But the backbreaker is picked up. Like the Naga Siren with the Blink Dagger is just so devastating going high ground. Like you just wait for your moment, you sing, you get in, and it's like the whole team gathers around the campfire. They're like holding hands and singing and just waiting until the end of the song to pick their targets and blow them up. 28k lead here. Enigma Galaxy desperately pushing back every Radiant enemy from their base, trying to find their win.
I had Kiritich for their fantasy. 800 CS right now. And that Blink Dagger, like you said, done.
Even the full upgrade to the Swift Link is already finished. That is ridiculous.
Listen, it's a 28,000 gold lead, but if they kill Naga Siren, think about that, Trent.
Then they're only up 10k.
Yeah, exactly.
That's usually not how this looks, folks. I tell you that much.
I mean, he's on illusion duty. I really would love to be able to get that tier 4 neutral.
I mean, he's got Bloodstone. He's going for the shard, so he's figured it out.
Yep.
That Roche pretty much guaranteed though for the Boom Boys. Kataomi's been camping in the pit. Sees it spawn now. GPK comes on over, brings Kiritich, so this will go down quick. They have an Arcane Rune.
Now with that, be able to finally finish it. Omar standing very close to his buddy.
There is a buyback here on Ember. They're going to try and go for the steal. They're going in. They need a wolf bite first, though. Give him the bite.
Unfortunately, no chance there, and it's not going to happen. They actually give the Aegis to GPK.
They still go for the bite.
For running.
The gem around here.
In the lane. Just trying to get onto the map, I guess, to go farm the other camps.
Gems on GPK.
So no Conjurer's Catalyst for the Lesh. They're cutting the waves. Save gets one, though, because that seems fair.
This is a nice ghost push, though.
Yeah.
If they did notice on Bane, as the wave was just suddenly being obliterated by nothing. He kills it while smoked up. Worried that he's being chased, will go down and then sit back. Nice smoke up here from the Boom Boys. Have they decided it is time to put Nigma to bed? And Nigma going to go out at the same position as last year, and will Boom Boys once again move into top 4?
History repeats itself sometimes. Now Tommy, see that ward placed down. Sumail starts to build up the stacks of the split earth. Now they jump. Stomp is there. Catches him. Where's the save? They need it right now. Right now. Nullified. Hit. GPK still sitting pretty in that BKB. Now BKBs have been expended. The stun connects onto GPK. Another one is there. As the ulti wears out, the root comes again.
Get the banner knocked down. It's a good start.
Okay. They hold their high ground for the moment.
All right. They dangled at their Leshrac, but they have that nullifier, so there was still a lot of layers happening there, but they keep the Aegis. BKB down on the Slark for a minute. We're going to push back that next push.
OBKB's used for Lesh could have to use his. Okay. Run off. Bound. Omar still nearby. Okay, the stun connects. Now the Tame the Beast of Fear, the arrow and hit. The Force Staff trying to keep him alive. They don't know. And actually gets saved by the cart too.
Now they run in, find these Naga Siren illusions, try and kill those off.
There's also an infused Agnes coming for the Naga Siren. That lockdown.
It's so much damage. It's really hard to stop this push that keeps coming in. The arrow there finds the stun onto 2. The catapults stand strong. Finally, they're going to be able to force him back. Well, look at Kiritich down on the bottom. The arrow is out. GH throws the arrow to connect. Now the follow-up stun, the fear, immediately keeps him away. GPK onto Sumail. Still not a lot of mana. GPK keeps hitting these ranged racks. It feels impossible to find a fight into this lineup.
He's all alone.
There's nothing to do here at all. Enigma Galaxy, they have been stuck on 4 kills for so long in this game, not even finding a way to take a fight. And GPK continues to hit away on the melee racks. Where's the answer? There is no answer. They get the root control onto Lesh. Now finding this Ember, Lernoff, he goes in the wolf fight, trying to find the backlines, but there it is, the grip, but still managed to kill off the Bane. Okay, the first signs of potentially a decent fight. Sumail still getting focused and taken low. The arrow chased down with the Naga Siren to the side. GPK gets hit by a freehand arrow. What a connection from GH, but the buildings are gone. The mega creeps are coming. They find their man. Nowhere to go. Omar is gone. They have only taken 1 more kill, and the TP away, not going to happen. Supports pairing together to fully back this Ember that just has not had a prayer.
Got a buyback here. They're approaching onto the throne. GPK hasn't given up yet at all on this push.
Boom boys, they know what's coming. Although, if you lose this, well, Slark, it doesn't matter. There's the silence that comes out onto Sumail. Tries to find the stun time. He doesn't connect. Nullified there onto the Slark. He backs away. Nero finds the stun. Kiritich onto Sumail. The GOAT taken down on the GOAT as he is gone. No buybacks on any of these heroes. Enigma Galaxy, there is no salvation in the well because they are taking your tier 4 towers. Lorenov tries to find a moment. He remnants away. But as the Ancient is exposed, Boom Boys, they get the grip. They get the triple kill. They go into the fountain. GG is called. Boom Boys, top 4.
Congratulations to them. Another game where it felt like one team just figured out how they were going to operate, how they want to play this game. And the other team just didn't have an answer. We had 3 straight games of that, where one side just knew what to do and the other could not find their moment.
Issues in the draft feels to be a consistent concern in this series. And then the play that came out, I mean, what a good pick. Sumail going to be left thinking what could have been after he didn't even get to play that game. It felt like devastation.
Yeah, it's a long history of TIs for him here. And obviously he said, you know, this will be my last one. That's what he claims. We'll see if that ends up being the truth.
And on the other side, Boom Boys, they come in, they do their job, they go to work, and they take down Enigma Galaxy. Impressive performance from the squad, who aren't done yet today.
No, they got a little more work to do, and they got some questions to answer. I think for both teams, this series did not go the way they had hoped. Neither really leaving here with a whole lot of confidence, as some of these games just felt wrong in a lot of ways. Like, you got to go back, examine, and figure out, you know, why did some of our games go so well and other games just go so sideways?
Boom Boys definitely getting the love from the crowd in this one as they are continuing on in this tournament. Still a lot more to play through for them. I mean, I think for Enigma too, it's this team that obviously has such a pedigree, such a history. We're this close to being able to make it through to another series. Had us all thinking maybe they had a chance to make it, but Boom Boys shut the door on that one in this game 3 in a pretty spectacular fashion.
Yeah, they got themselves a standing ovation here from the crowd right now. So lots of friends and family here. Very happy to see them win here as we head to the stage.
观众朋友们，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的就是来自 Boom Boys 的 Save 选手。
Oh, I had to wait for the applause to stop there, Save. You have made a lot of new fans here. You guys have fought tooth and nail all season to make it here, and here you are yet again. You fought tooth and nail in this series to make it through. So I got to ask, my friend, do you still have the energy for another battle tonight.
首先，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。整个赛季的话，你们都在奋力拼搏，取得了不错的成绩。然后在今天这场比赛呢，你们也是奋力拼搏，然后拿下了这个系列赛。但是我想问你的话，就是 Save， 你还有没有足够的精力去应对接下来还需要去打的一场硬仗？
Yes, I think we have a lot of emotions left. We knew that we don't need to waste much here because we have a game against Spirit, so we'll see.
是的，我知道我们还有一场硬仗要打，我们其实还有很多的精力，很多的充足。我们在这场系列赛里面并没有浪费太多。我知道后面的 Spirit 比赛才是更艰难的赛事。
Absolutely. We did have a chance to talk to Spirit earlier today. They were excited to see who would make it through, as both of you have fallen to Vision, of course, as well. So you have a long road ahead of you. Are you excited to get some revenge on both of these teams?
我们之前也跟 Spirit 聊过，你们两个队伍的话，其实都是输给了 Vision， 然后掉到了败者组。想问问 Save 有没有信心，然后想不想去完成更进一步，完成自己的复仇？
Yes, I mean I want to win every series and go through the until final or something and get the revenge against Vision.
All right. We will see if that revenge is coming.
我想我们可以一路走下去，然后说不定我们会在最后来终于找到 Vision 去完成我们的复仇。
All right. You and your team have come such a long way. You have now achieved the same placing that you did last year. You and GPK in particular, 1,000 games together. Is there anything that you'd like to say to your Boom Boys about your accomplishment already and about your journey to get here today?
你们的话其实已经追上了自己去年 TI 的成绩，尤其是你跟 GPK 在一起已经打了超过1000场的比赛。有没有什么想跟我们现场所有支持 Boom Boys 的粉丝说的话？
Yeah, I mean GPK is a player that I played the most, I guess, in my career with. We have super synergy together. And yeah, we are waiting for a match against Spirit. You know, it's been a while, 5 years, I guess, since TI 10, when we played against them on TI. I guess we'll see what's going to happen. I mean, we're super ready.
就跟 GPK 也是一起打了非常久了，然后跟 Spirit 对决，其实我如果没记错的话，上一次我们两个队伍交手是在 TI 时，已经过了5年的时间了。 非常期待这场比赛，我们也希望能够有一个好的发挥。好的，那也是感谢 Save 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的分析台。
5 years since they faced each other at the International. Boom Boys and Team Spirit, and Save is already looking forward to that one later tonight. But for now, they can relish in their victory. This was a very well-deserved win, Ray.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think this is maybe a complete change up from every other series we've seen so far in this tournament. It was so much slower pace, much less kills, but it's interesting to see how methodical they could be when they needed to.
Yeah, it was a very strong showing. I think you mentioned the timing already after the draft. We knew that if Enigma Galaxy was going to be good here, Tigov, they had to start strong.
Yeah, they had to start strong, and unfortunately, they just weren't able to do that across the entire 3 games. I think game 2, it was immaculate what they were able to generate, but they just didn't have the same ability in game 1 and game 3.
They did not, and with that, of course, Boom Boys, they get the same result as last time, and maybe more. Enigma Galaxy get the same result as last year as well. And for some final words of the top 6, Enigma Galaxy, it's over to Sumail.
Yeah, thanks. I am here with Sumail, the king himself. Just hear that crowd response. Sumail, I know you're bitterly disappointed, and thanks for doing the interview. I feel like this Enigma team has gone from strength to strength in the last few years after what you might refer to as a sort of wilderness period. How far do you think this team can go? Obviously, you finished so well at TI recently. I know you're disappointed today. Is there still more to come from this team?
Enigma Galaxy 这支队伍在过去这几年一直在进步，虽然可能对这次比赛的赛果有点小失望，但是我们想知道，我们日后能不能期待更多 Enigma 的比赛
I don't know. We tried our best. It looked pretty good. We were 1 game away from top 3 last night. And then today was a good series. I don't know, something went wrong. As far as for the team, I'm not sure. This is probably my last event.
我们昨晚就差一场比赛就打进了前3，我们尽力了，但是这个比赛应该是我职业生涯的最后一个比赛。
I know that was something you spoke about before the tournament. You said you were thinking this might be your last TI. Given how well you guys did, is there a chance you might reconsider that?
来上海之前，你确实说过这是最后一届 TI， 但是拿到了前6这样的成绩，足不足让你重新考虑一下？
I mean, I will have to give it some thought for sure, but I don't see it, to be honest, unfortunately.
我肯定会好好的想一想，但是目前来说，暂时不太可能。
Well, I'm still very sorry to hear that, but a lot of people, myself included, who have supported you throughout your career have enjoyed watching you, the fans out there who've supported not just Nigma, but you as well. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them if this is your sign-off?
很可惜，因为我本身也是非常支持，现场也有很多支持你和队伍的粉丝。有没有什么想跟大家说的？
I mean, thank you for everyone, to be honest, for these cheers, for the support throughout the years. It's been rough the past few years, you know. And at the end of the day, I've said it, I'll say it again. You guys make Dota great, to be honest. We are just playing video games, so really appreciate it. And yeah.
非常感谢大家多年来的支持。我说过了，但是我还是想说一遍：如果没有你们，就没有 Dota。我们只是打游戏，但是你们是社区很重要的一部分。谢谢你们的支持。
A lot of love in the arena for Samil, a lot of love from online for Samil and his career as he announces that he has no plans on returning, resuming in 2015. That was his first international, and he was a Royal Roader at just 16, 17, T-Gov, which is incredibly impressive.
I mean, you cannot understate what Sumo did for Dota, has done for Dota. So it's like, again, like hearing him going for retirement, ending his career, it's like, it's just sad. It's just like no one wants to, you know, everyone wants to watch Sumo play. Like the fact that Nigma weren't informed to see them at every LAN, it was sad. And now after this performance, how they played yesterday, unfortunately didn't work out today, but it's like, this the type of player, the type of team that you always just want to see at every single event. Like they captivate the world with how they play the game.
Yeah, and impact the world, impact the mid lane, right, as well.
Impact the mid lane, impact my heart.
Yeah.
I mean, Sameo was like, you know, one of the old god of players that like I grew up with Dota with, watching him play. So, you know, to have him at the TI was a treat. I'm so glad I got to see him pull out the Distract, even though it didn't work out. You know, it's a hero that has been wholly ignored this tournament, and it's something of a beautiful classic. So
yes,
it was nice to see them at least try.
Poetic in a way, absolutely, as this game did not go the way that Nigma Galaxy wanted it. And of course, we say goodbye to Samil here from the scene, and of course with Nigma Galaxy now also from the international as a whole. They end top 6. This game was not meant to be, Winter.
Yeah, it's very, very sad. You know, it looked really good. I thought the stars were aligning, but I mean, this Lash hero, he's not really picked for a reason. You know? He has a lot of glaring weaknesses. His window in the game is very small. You have to snowball really hard, and this Mage Slayer item kind of just makes it so difficult for this hero to enter the game. I mean, it was a really good try, though. I genuinely thought that there was a chance that this strategy might work.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just want to say I did take a look. We talked about the Slock and the matchup mid against the Ember Spirit. So GPK has played this matchup twice, and last time it was against Mikoto Ember Spirit, and they did go even on net worth at minute 10. The reason for this was simply because they tried to get a kill at level 1 on the runes, and he skilled Pounce. That is literally it. Because he did that, the Ember Spirit was able to gain 5 CS and 2 denies on the first wave, and was able to get a HP advantage. And then literally, that was it. That was enough to make it so the slot couldn't dominate Ember Spirit. In this game, we see the GPK has replay reviewed. He understood. We skill RE, we shiv the Ember, and he cannot lane. It was unbelievable advantage. The CS was just like he had 20 plus it.
It was not even close. It ends on 95% kill participation. Granted, there weren't that many kills in the game, so that definitely helps towards that percentage for sure. I also want to touch upon what we heard Safe say, Tigov. He said they didn't feel like they needed to use a lot in this game, energy-wise.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, this series comes down to a lot about draft, in my opinion. I think the team that had the better draft just kind of walked through the game. In game 1 and 3, of course, Boom Boys had the better draft. I think Nigma did get the edge, of course, in that second game, but it didn't really feel too much about big play, big team fight, the synergy of communication, all this stuff. It was just what you have on paper, throw it into the game, and as long as you click your buttons, you're going to naturally win the game.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately, the prep was just, I think, what made the difference.
Yeah.
And you could say that maybe yesterday they ended really late. It kind of made it really hard for them to have enough time. I'm sure they had time, but whether it was enough, we don't know. And the result clearly showed that it was not enough for them to get a victory here.
It was not enough. This was still hard fought. They tried their best. They tried to delay the game, even knowing that that draft was going to be so difficult. The later it went, they went
heroes that they were beating it with all of the time. They mostly beat it with Slardar plus Lina or Slardar plus ranged carry, and versus Vision, they didn't do that. So maybe we could see that come up again. Lina's still in the pool.
This hero feels like a potential Ducalis classic. We talked about how 9 class came up playing this hero, but I think the last time I saw Vision play this hero, it was played by Ducalis, and they did this really cool thing where they just placed a bunch of mines all around the gates. And modern Dota functions so much around abusing the gates to make the map small. Essentially, it connects the 2 side lanes to each other and changes the way the map flows. Usually, you were forced to play through mid because that was the connecting point between all the sides of the map. And when you play with techies, he kind of removes your ability to gate. So it's an interesting dynamic shift in the game, and you have to suddenly play the game so totally differently when he's here.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think because the hero's not picked that frequently, it's hard to actually adapt to that, and it can mess with you in more ways than you might expect. Suddenly, you move in a certain way naturally. You push a wave, and you just walk in a certain direction because your intuition tells you to do so. You're not thinking about the direction you're moving, and now suddenly those mines are there, and that's going, oh, now you have to walk back the other way, and you're burning time here and there, and that adds up and can make the game feel very weird because your teammates are not in places you expect them to be in.
It does seem like if we were going down the route for Yandex where they take range damage versus the Lone Druid, it's one of the better things to play against techies though. Like if you have a means to kill heroes from a distance, like with the Hoodwink Sharpshooter plus a Lina or a Drow coming out with this Undying, it can be a way to throw the wrench into the techies.
Yeah, great call on the Lina. I mean, it's a classic. Undying Lina. It's the melee blob guy plus the range turret. You've got a really strong secure lane and a shield for Lina, and it's a hero that Watson absolutely loves. Even when this hero wasn't good, he would pick this hero all the time. It's just one of his favorites.
They stole the Slardar. This was their combo for Yandex. I think this is a very cool and heads-up thing, and it shows how the teams have a history of learning from each other and respecting each other. Because while we did see Vision play Slardar mid 1 or 2 times this TI, it hasn't been their go-to.
I also feel like we've seen Lone Druids kind of fall off as the games have progressed sometimes, where it really struggles to connect to the team fights and like actually have impact, and eventually just turns into this like split pushing hero. But when you add amplified damage, you kind of shift that dynamic, and you're giving him like a steroid that's going to make him so much stronger in the fight.
Yeah, Lina wants to see you coming and hit you the whole way you're running to her, and so that hit her because you're dead before you get there. But Lone Druid can buy a Blink Dagger, Slardar is going to buy a Blink Dagger, and now you've got these double assassins that can try to kill you so fast that you can't get Tombstone saved or Centaur Ag saved. And so there's a dynamic at play there where Watson has to be really careful of not getting insta-bursted because he will be the priority.
I also feel like Lina doesn't naturally buy any armor items. There isn't really, she's not like a generally, like very obvious AC hero. She's not really obvious Shiva's hero. So there's also that element to it.
We're operating under the assumption that this is a Watson Lina, but it very well could just go mid. This doesn't have to be the case, and it seems like Vision are accounting for that. They're covering their bases. They're taking out Watson's Wind Ranger that he completely popped off on 2 days ago, which is pretty heads up.
It is. It's good to consider these things, and I think it's also interesting to mention that both teams still have a ton of reserve time. We've seen a few of the teams that have been eliminated already burning through tons of the reserve time before they even get to the last pick, but these teams know what they want. They've done their prep. To me, this is very logical, very quick, solid thinking, which is why they have so much time to really consider things. And even if you know what your pick is going into the last pick, you can sit there and think about, okay, what are we going to do on lanes? How are we going to rotate? All these little things, you have extra time for that you've saved by not burning it earlier on in the draft.
I love how Slark has become a last ban, because if Ember comes out, you have to think about it. Insania.
It's also an interesting idea of like, you ban the Slark, so now maybe Yandex has this idea, we're going to ban Earthspray plus something else, and now you have to reconsider. Because it's like, they want Ember. Do we want to ban the Ember or not? So it can kind of throw you off of whatever path you're on already. And I think this is something that like Puppy likes to do a lot, where he kind of challenges the ideas that you come into the series with, and he presents you with something that you didn't really expect.
Yeah, whenever both the last picks are also mid-heroes, there's a funny mini game where you're considering, if we ban this and they want this, they might ban this. And so you run through these possibilities of, if all these heroes get knocked out, okay, I pick this. What counters are remaining? And at the end of that pipeline, they think it's Pangolier that is the hero that doesn't have great responses. And I mean, I can see the rationale there. And it's a hero that no one is also very comfortable on. And Coddle helps this hero a ton because it means you don't have mana problems anymore. It's one of this hero's biggest issues. And what slows down his farm is that they've just nerfed the mana cost of his spells. But with Coddle, you've got more mana, so you can farm way faster and get to that diffu at a crazy timing.
there's also something we always have to mention when it's there. There's a lot of minus armor and a lot of synergy between those spells. So this Lone Druid even further gets amplified by the Pangolier being there. So a lot of physical damage coming out from Team Vision.
I do think this will most likely be a no-one Pango just because he's so comfortable on this combination with Coddle. But I think something cool that Team Vision did in their draft was they made it so that their last pick mid was also flexible to the offlane. In case there's some abysmal matchup that comes out, you can always throw Slardar mid and have Notice play Pango. He's done this before. And this is a really cool thing to do when you're responding to a last pick draft.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely very solid. And I think Vision is happy with what they got. Yeah, and they still have the choice of where they put the Lina. And I'm not exactly sure. I think both things are valid. It is a little bit weird in that you have Undying, and Undying wants a ranged hero in his lane. So if you put Lina mid, you're sort of compelled to pick another ranged hero in a lot of instances, which then means, okay, we've got double turret. We've talked about that before. There's a lot of strain on your draft and a lot of pressure on your Centaur to be the one guy who can go in and start things.
And the heroes that kind of can fill that second turret role, like I think both Nature's Prophet functions a little bit different than something like a Drow Ranger or an SF or something like that. And Wind Ranger, I would say, falls into the same category. Both have been banned out. So I think for me, I'm leaning more towards the Lina safe lane, but Watson seems to be talking. So
Is Muerta a dead hero? Because typically she's a really good... Okay, Terrorblade. Because she used to be good against all these physical damage lineups, but so is TV with his very high armor.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like... So Vision, they were amping up the physical damage, right? And Lina kind of, as we mentioned, doesn't really have any nice ways to deal with that kind of situation. And Yandex also mentioned before, they really are all about Watson. So this is their way of doing it. They decide like, okay, you know what? This Lina is going to have a tough time carrying this game and staying alive. So you know what, CJ? It's time for you to tank it. And we're going to pick TB for Watson, which ultimately has like, he's going to be the raid boss in this game.
Yeah, I think they're asserting lane dominance for Yandex because this Lina versus Pangolier lane sucks for Pango. Like, you have to play extremely well to even do okay in this. And because of that, I think the Terrorblade will have a good lane against Slardar. So you're looking for early towers being taken and early map pressure, because if you don't get that, well, suddenly there's a Slardar blinking on you and a Pango blinking on you. And these squishy dudes who don't buy armor, like you mentioned earlier, they will explode.
I really like this last pick from Yandex. I think the physical damage becomes negated, and Terrorblade's a hero that stands its ground and fights from a distance. So in a sense, he's not really scared versus the techies. And because he stands his ground, if Slardar blinks on him and they don't burst him, he's just going to Sunder and be able to stand there and fight, which also counters Coddle, who wants to Solar Bind your primary target. He wants to make it so that he can't win the fight for you, and it's a really good pick in this position.
Is there an answer to the Lone Druid as well? Because we always have to come back full circle. That's what they opened their draft with on the side of Vision. That's their foundation, and that's what they would love to be able to win through. But is there enough of an answer on the side of Yandex?
I feel like they're trying to create a scenario where this TB is going to outscale the Lone Druid, and that's what they're trying to play for. And I would say it's absolutely possible. So yeah, I see it.
All right, we see the avenues in which both teams could potentially get a Game 1 win for themselves, but someone who hopefully gives you a little bit more confidence for all the Vision fans out there is going to be Puppy, who's joined with Tsunami.
That's right. I'm standing by with Puppy of Vision. Now, as the man who has attended 12 different TIs, I was hoping to get a little bit of a history lesson. How do you think people are going to remember this TI's meta? As TI3 was like Rat Dota, TI4 Deathball, 2022 was Auras. What's this TI about?
I mean, like last TI. It's about team fights, very similar to when Team Spirit first won their TI. It's just a lot about team fights, engagements, and just a lot of, 5 men.
So then in terms of how the tournament has evolved since group stage to now this late in the tournament, I know that a lot of teams had eyes on you, and you were maybe defining a bit of the meta in terms of your heroes and picks. Can you see that still, or have the imitators kind of fallen behind and the teams that remain are the ones that had their own ideas?
I think everybody started realizing that a little bit of split push is always good to have. And as you can see, like in these games, we have Lone Druid, they have Terrorblade, they have some Centaur Dominator, we have some Coddle pushing waves from afar. So it is true that people are getting the concept of what's actually going on.
And then for this opponent specifically with Yandex, what do you think is so unique about this team that's allowed them to get this far in the tournament so far?
I think, in my opinion, they were the ones doing this stuff first in the whole year, and they were always kind of like figuring out the meta, how to split push the enemies. They're lovers of Invoker, they're lovers of Naga, Terrorblades, and they know how to like make the map huge for themselves. So they are the pioneers this year at least, and we learn from them too.
And what's your signature, would you say, over this year?
I think we enjoy team fighting a lot more than they do. So we add both flavors.
Let's see if your team fight superiority gets you the win. Good luck, Puppy, as we get into game number 1.
Thank you very much there, Puppy and Tsunami. Yeah, time for the upper bracket final here between Vision and Yandex. And as sort of Puppy alluded to in terms of their strats, Yandex, earlier in the season, they were the first to sort of start
bit of a dictator,
doing the new stuff, you know, starting to sort of set the meta. They looked a bit shaky in the group stage, but now here on the main event, they're seeming to be back at that top level. The question is it high enough of a level to secure that first spot in the grand finals and take that opportunity away from Team Vision, knocking them down to the lower bracket? Have they got back to that point, Fox?
I mean, that's got to be the question, right? Is it going to be big enough to be able to deal with Vision, which not many teams have been able to deal with them. They have been such a powerhouse in terms of pressure, in terms of team fight, and I'm so glad Puppy did say it, right? I'm obsessed with team fight currently this patch, and looking at it, I think we're in for a pretty decent treat. You could see Vision having maybe a slight edge in some of these team fights because they've got this strong Pango and all this, but Yandex kind of like they also have strong team fight too in particular, but it's a lot revolving around this Pango. That's one of the big ones that I'm going to be looking at, how his lanes ends up going versus Chira. Because if Chira ends up having not that big success in the mid lane, I have some worries for the Lina. Because Watson, we did see yesterday him playing the Terrorblade. This hero's strong, don't get me wrong, and it's good versus this matchup versus this physical damage, but there's also other amplification that comes in. Techie's amp, Solar Bind. There is other ways of being able to bring him down early. So curious to see if Watson's going to be able to be that full solo carry, because it does look like the scaling could get a little hard, but we'll see.
Because overall, how would you say things look for both of the carries? Because both picked in very different positions, right? We had the Lone Druid coming out for Satanic as the first pick of the draft, whereas on the side of Yandex, Watson was able to save that TB for last pick.
He got his pick of the litter, right? He sees, okay, they're going for a semi-minus armors draft, right, with the Pango, with the Slardar, and he is getting to see his lane immediately as this Terrorblade playing versus that Slardar, so he does have a bigger benefit, but I'm not sure how well the addressed Lone Druid is going to be, because so many times I've seen Satanic when he plays this hero, even if it gets addressed a lot, he ends up having a really good game. So curious to see if it's going to be enough in this game, since he does have the backup of maybe not the most ordinary support, but to call us with the techies, it's a hero that just prevents you from getting aggressive onto a carry at times. The taser, you know, blast off, it always ends up being that kind of protective hero, but also a very good aggressive hero. So let's see how the lane goes. I think this top lane for Yandex has been so important for them so many games. How much Saksa can do. Have to say his name probably 100 times in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's the one to watch.
We saw the other day, right? Again, just the first 10 minutes of play, you can expect big stuff from Saksa. And if it's not there, you know that the opponent, in this case Vision, will have done a hell of a lot to stop this Saksa hoodwink being able to make those sort of early plays.
I'm just going to be looking at top lane for the start of things here, right? Because like you said, Saksa has been so instrumental, not just what he's able to get, but how much he sets up for DM to have a good game. And DM's been having some really solid ones for the team. And yeah, let's see how this lane ends up coming down. Saksa just continuing to just harass Satanic. Does have to be a little careful with his positioning not to get rooted. He should be just fine. Let's see how this mid matchup goes. Chira should have an advantage versus no one in particular. Looking at no one too, the Pango. I'm glad we're getting to see this one a bit more because the win rate has been insane. And he's got a coddle, which is one of the best combos.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, roll back kind of a few months, that would have been a combo that wasn't being let through the draft a lot of the times. And maybe the fact that Pango in a...
Oh!
He's going to be all right, only just. He's out for tangos, so we'll be sitting pretty low. We'll see what coming out in the corridor. He does have the bottle on the way. And we'll have to make sure it doesn't get clipped by another Dragon Slave. But yeah, maybe the fact that Pango's sort of been forgotten in a lot of the drafts that we've seen has sort of just benefits it in this sort of situation, that you're actually able to get it through with such a strong kind of 1-2 combo with the call.
Melody getting low here. There's another bash. Illuminate won't connect. He's sticking on him. Got another crush.
And a decay. The crush. I mean, Melody will get the tombstone off.
First blood.
They'll get it, but Watson will be able to make sure they get the trade, taking notice down in return.
You take that as the Slardar there. You're in a matchup where you're playing versus a Terrorblade Undying. This is like a double counter pick versus Slardar. His CS is looking rough, so he's just like, screw it, I'm committing for the kill. So you'll take that all day on notice. Watson also will say the same, though. He'll be, good job, I got a kill return, but I think the Slardar is quite happy because this lane can be tough.
Now, Watson, of course, being left pretty low, just down to the last tango, very far in one charges.
A lot of good chakra combos. Have to mention the Slardar as well, too, right? 9 class can do quite a bit here. These blasts are connected.
They're adding up.
Watson is starting to get a bit low here. Doesn't have Soul Rip. Does he have extra regen coming? He doesn't.
No, that was the last Tango he had.
That actually is going to be very dangerous for Watson now. Notice is going to be able to free farm perhaps in these next few waves because of it.
I mean, if you get caught in a crush of the blast, it's going to be pretty painful for Watson.
Mid matchup, we're seeing that disparity. Chira is playing it very nicely here, shutting down no one, getting these extra denies as well, as he needs to in the matchup.
Bottom, was in the crush, into the blast, not quite enough. He's got the 1 charges, but continuing to just sit on incredibly low HP down on this bottom lane, Watson. He is not having a fun time.
I hope he does have a salve coming out. He really does need it to be able to reset that HP. But notice, after getting first blood, he'll be able to get this extra CS secured for him. Doing a good job down there.
Already seeing signs of the 2 supports of Team Vision being suitably annoying.
Oh, yeah.
9 class down here on the Cottle blasting away, and the same's going to be said obviously for Ducalis on the top on his techies. 2 supports that you don't want to mess around with.
Again, Melody, he's got the Tombstone.
See if he can survive. Looks like Notice doesn't want to try and chase underneath the Tombstone to finish Melody off. Respects the fact that Melody is holding the stick charges.
Class really wants to try to commit for the Tombstone to kill it, but has to be careful himself for a second. Now he's actually going for the blast onto Melody.
Melody's going to be able to chase him off pretty safely. Can't really line up another blast, even if he did. Unlikely to hit.
Watson.
He makes a mistake, but maybe indeed Watson's going to be the one to take the hit. No, not quite. Angle's not there. They're able to dodge it.
They're doing some decent work down here. These blasts are very annoying. Seeing more people go for the skill build on the Cottle recently, at first people were just always skilling the Blinding Light, but in this lane matchup can absolutely see the reasoning to just go for this Illuminate with the stuns.
Honestly, gotta say though, considering how much Watson and Melody are having to dance around, look at the CS.
Good. Yeah.
16 and 8 on the Terrorblade. The amount of pressure that's being put onto Watson, it's high. They're trying their best Vision, but they're not massively slowing him down. He's keeping his cool throughout it, still able to find the CS.
But it's a lane where he should be, like, on paper, right? This is the design to have total free farm. So the fact that they're doing this is pretty big. 9 class gets the catch there, of course, onto the Undying. We'll be able to get the D ward as well. And looking on the flip side, too, right? Satanic, he is getting this. So it is that 25-8. They're not able to pressure him as much with the Centaur and the Hoodwink just yet.
But that mid lane.
Look
at the CS.
It's playing it beautiful.
Yeah, this is a painful laning stage for no one. But you said, well, not necessarily a surprise, or even to this extent, you're still kind of signing up for this.
Maybe he could have a couple more CS on the Pango, but this is to be expected. I think these Linas have just shown they can dominate. But the Lina is not the safest in this hero, as we were mentioning. She could be super fragile. Yes, you could be, speedy and all this, but there's so much damage that's coming out from Vision that Chira is going to have to be careful in the mid game of his positioning. It has to be perfect. He's got saves, he's got Stampede, he's got the Tombstone eventually, but in the early game before those come out,
it's going to take a lot of damage here. The Tombstone's down as well as the Blood Grenade.
Bushwhack.
It's going to connect. Saxa, he don't miss. Yandex bringing in the numbers mid and ensuring that Chira Jr. around that Laguna Blade taken down. The blast not enough to finish Chira Jr. Will lose his courier to 9 class.
He's got another blast. Is he going to get this connection?
I mean, that would be pretty crazy.
No way. It hits him.
Oh,
what?
All right, 9 class.
All right.
Quite the moves there. He's been annoying down bottom lane, and now he's come over to mid, and he's only just gone and helped take out Chira Jr., who was having a fantastic time in the lane.
You want to have a